Chapter 321 Chapter 318 Let's go, I'll show you what a real race is. Ming smiled contentedly, put his phone in his pocket, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said wickedly, "You're dead." Pop. Yin Hao gave Ming a kick right in the mouth, and the surrounding area instantly fell silent. Without even looking at Ming, he went back to his seat, picked up his chopsticks, and continued eating hot pot. "Eat, don't worry about them, we still have activities tonight after we've eaten." The 7 or 8 people lying on the ground slowly stopped wailing, and one after the other they got up, then helped Ming go up and sat down at the table next to them, their eyes fixed on Yin Hao and the others, afraid that they might run away. They definitely have to get back the interest on the beatings they've taken, and even extort a few million from them. Yu Qingyan bit her chopsticks, her eyes blazing with anger, and leaned forward, saying, "Brother Yin, you're so handsome, I want to marry you." "Stop it. Stop it." Yu Bin and Yin Hao said at the same time, looking at each other. "Brother is a legend, just look at him, forget about marrying him." Yin Hao understood that a young girl like Yu Qingyan, with no experience, worshipped the strong, but he was not suitable, and did not want to harm her. "Yin Hao, I don't like hearing this. What's wrong with my sister? She's beautiful, in the prime of youth, lively and cute. Of course, I don't want her to follow you. She's still in college and needs to study hard." Yu Bin gave Yu Qingyan a look and said, "Hurry up and eat, or I won't let you follow me tonight." Yu Qingyan stuck out her tongue and said, "I was just talking nonsense, what's the big deal?" Yang Lu and Shang Duer also laughed, and the atmosphere at the dinner table was joyous. Okay, you're all very nice, let's eat." Yin Hao suddenly thought of Qin Wanji. He wondered how she was doing. She had just arrived in the country and already she was in debt. It didn't feel real when he thought about it. He was not a pig. The few people ate as if nothing had happened, laughing and joking, and did not take Brother Ming and the others to heart. Brother Ming's teeth were about to fall out. He would show them later. 20 minutes later, Su Huan walked into the hot pot restaurant with a dozen people swaggering. Brother Ming, like seeing a savior, ignored the pain in his body and limped towards Su Huan. Su Huan frowned when he saw Brother Ming's appearance. He was an expert, and his attack was ruthless. Several people next to Brother Ming were injured to varying degrees. In contrast, the people eating hot pot on the other side were laughing and joking, not simple. "Brother Su, you must let me be in charge." They hit me without saying a word, which is hitting Brother Su in the face. "Okay." Su was annoyed and walked towards Yin Hao and the others. "You hit the person who hit me, tell me, how do you want to die?" Yin Hao put down his chopsticks and suddenly laughed, "Do you all have the same opening line? My answer is in him." Yin Hao pointed at Ming and took a sip of water to rinse his mouth, completely ignoring Su Huan, who was just a bunch of lackeys. Su Huan was about to get rough, and as he glanced at the few people at the table, his heart gave a little thump. It's over. Isn't that Yang Lin's sister Yang Lu across from him? He had previously received orders to secretly protect Yang Lu for a period of time, and he would never make a mistake. Su Huan's face kept changing, and Yin Hao was a little confused. Shouldn't he continue to mock and then fight? The script was opened in the wrong way. Su Huan froze. What's going on? Is he possessed? "Brother Su." Ming brother whispered, "Don't lose your aura." "Damn, you really don't know how to behave, you even dared to bully the younger master Yang Lin's sister. You want to die, right, but don't take me with you." Su Huan angrily slapped Ming brother's back, which made Ming brother's eyes flash stars, and he spun around and fell to the ground. He understood that Yang Lu was very important to Yang Lin, otherwise they would not have been allowed to protect him in secret all this time. He turned his head and walked up to Yin Hao, smiling and saying, "It's really a shame that the king's temple has been flooded, and family members don't recognize their own. I'm sorry, it's all my poor parenting. I'll give him a good lecture when I get back. No, when I get back I'll tell him to get lost, and not to show his face in Jiangcheng again." Su Huan then looked at Yang Lu. Yang Lu was confused, but after hearing what Su Huan had just said, she understood that this had something to do with Yang Lin. "You know my brother?" "Yes, young master Yang Lin is Tim's master, and he is also our master. Please go back and help to say a few kind words in front of the young master. Don't worry, everyone who offended you today will disappear from Jiangcheng." Su Huan became more and more scared as he thought about it. If Feng Tim knew what he did today, he would definitely be fed to the crocodiles and die without knowing how. Yang Lu frowned, feeling very uncomfortable. "Okay, take your people and get out of here. Yang Lin won't know about this." Yang Lu and the others are just college students who haven't been exposed to many dark sides, and Yin Hao doesn't want Su Huan to continue talking. At the same time, he once again felt the power of Yan Lin. Just mentioning his name made the person across from him pale with fear. Cousin, how many more surprises do you have? Okay, thank you, I won't disturb you while you eat. Su Huan bent over and slowly backed away. Wait, take care of the damage here. No problem, I'll settle the bill right away. Su Huan immediately went to the front desk, took out a stack of money, and settled the bill. Then, with a cold face, he looked at the stunned group of people behind him and yelled, "What are you all doing here? Get the hell out of here." Okay. A dozen people came in a mighty procession and left in disgrace. Enjoy your meal, we'll be leaving first. Su Huan put on a smile and backed away. After leaving the hot pot restaurant, Su Huan realized that he was sweating profusely. He slammed Ming Ji's leg and cursed, "Damn it, if you want to die, don't drag me with you. I'll give you 1 night to leave Jiangcheng. If I see you again, I'll throw you to the fish." Inside the hot pot restaurant, Yu Qingyan blinked his small eyes curiously and asked, "Yang Lu, why are they so afraid of Yang Lingu?" Yang Lu shook her head, she didn't know why either. Okay, eat quickly, what's the point of thinking so much, eat well, and hurry. Cut. Yu Qingyan pouted, eating the mixed vegetables in the bowl, full of questions. Okay, Big Brother Yang has always been awesome, he's my role model. Yu Bin was proud, with a smile on his face. Yin Hao rolled his eyes, is this really necessary? But he is becoming more and more interested in his cousin Yang Lin. Seeing that everyone has finished eating, Yu Bin says, "Let's go, I'll show you what real racing is." Oh yeah, that's great. The 3 girls are clearly interested and have put what just happened behind them. Yin Hao was also curious whether domestic car racing competitions were the same as those abroad. If so, they could just relax today. I hope he doesn't let them down. The group quickly got into the car, adjusted their positions, and lay comfortably. Okay, I'll be your chauffeur for the next few days, so you can just enjoy my services. Sit tight and let's go to the destination. Chapter 322 Chapter 319 You have to respect your master even when you are beating a dog. Brother, open the window, I feel a bit sick from the bumping. Yu Qingyan was very annoyed. If he had known, he would not have eaten so much just now. Yang Lu and Shang Duo also felt bad. When they first got in the car, the few of them were chatting and laughing, but the further they went, the steeper the road got. If it wasn't because Yu Bin was an acquaintance, they were all wondering if they would be sold out. Yu Bin slowed down and opened the window to let in some fresh air as he looked at the faces of the 3 girls behind him. The evening breeze felt so good. The girls inhaled the fresh air with gusto. It felt so good. I told you not to come along. Racing is a man's sport. Girls should just do what girls are supposed to do. Discriminating against girls. It's obvious you're a bad driver. Shut up and watch the road. Yu Qingyan's head was pressed against the window, and her stomach felt very uncomfortable. She ignored Yu Bin. Fine, I won't say anything. Yu Bin controlled the speed of the car so that it wouldn't be too bumpy. Yu Bin, where is the racing position, and how long is it? Yin Hao looked at the mountains outside, and her heart was vaguely excited. She didn't know how long it had been since she had run such a mountain road. Lionfengchen, I've slowed down, and the road behind is getting steeper and more difficult to walk. It'll probably be half an hour. Is the racing car ready? Don't worry, I had someone drive it up and wait for us. I had it modified, so don't worry. Yu Bin's face broke into a confident smile when he mentioned the racing car. Okay, I'll try it later, you sit in the passenger seat. Okay, my job is to bring you along. Okay, I'll let you have this chance. Yu Bin's hand was itching a little too. Such competitions happened once every 6 months, and if he missed this chance, he would have to wait another 6 months. There's nothing I can do. Yin Hao is Yang Lin's cousin, and he promised Yang Lin that he would treat Yin Hao well. I can't just enjoy myself and leave Yin Hao behind, that wouldn't be fair. Thanks, I'll take you to see some more exciting car races when we go abroad, I promise you'll like it. It's a deal. The first 2 people were talking enthusiastically, while the few people behind them felt their stomachs churning and they began to regret it a little. Are you uncomfortable lying on the bed? But the words have already been spoken, so they can only tough it out. It's not worthwhile to go back now. I hope the car racing competition later on won't disappoint them. Half an hour later, Lionfengchen. Lianfengshan is located in the north of Zhangcheng, at a higher altitude. The winding mountain roads are prone to accidents. Once night falls, there is no one here, and over time it has become a gathering place for car racing enthusiasts. Before Yubin had even parked the car, there was already a lively noise outside, with shouts of encouragement. They got out of the car together and saw that the place was packed with people, and it was so lively. Wow, so many people, I'm not disappointed that I held back until now. Yu Qingyan swept away his previous unhappy mood, his eyes constantly scanning the crowd, jumping with excitement. Yang Lu, Duer, look, later we'll find a place to go and cheer too, it'll definitely be very exciting. Great. Yang Lu had never seen a scene like this before, and was very curious. Shang Duer held Yang Lu's hand tightly, a little scared. Duer, don't be afraid, just follow me. Yang Lu hugged Shang Duer. Let's go. Yubin parked the car and led the others towards the crowd. Brother Bin, the car is pretty good, here are the keys. Thanks, I'll buy you dinner sometime. Yubin took the keys and handed them to Yinhao, pointing to the green Lamborghini next to him. It's awesome. Yinhao gave a small smile, he likes the color. Yubin, I thought you weren't coming today, I didn't think it was possible, you love cars like your life, how could you miss the biannual car race? Su Muhua came over with a sinister smile. Ever since he arrived, he had been looking for Yubin. Last time, he almost won the race against Yubin, and Su Muhua has been holding it against him. This time, he definitely wants to teach him a lesson. What's more, he didn't come alone this time, he brought along a very powerful foreign aide, who can easily deal with Yubin. You're here, of course I'm coming. Yubin didn't bother to pay any attention to him. Su Muhua was notorious for his jealousy and meticulous attention to detail. He was already prepared to meet Su Muhua tonight. Muhua, who is this? Minyi walked over, his hands behind his back, looking like a young adult, his neck held high in the air. Min Xiao, this is Yubin, I told you about him. Su Muhua lowered his posture. That's him, okay, I'll play with him later. Minyi said nonchalantly, not giving Yubin the time of day at all. Minyi is a disciple of the Min family's collateral branch. He has a project to collaborate with the Su family in Jiangcheng, and Su Muhua brought him here today to relax. He is very good at playing racing games in private in France, and he looks down on everything and no one. These people in Jiangcheng are nothing in his eyes, and stepping on them is like stepping on an ant. What a big mouth. Yubin sneered, and Yinhao looked at Minyi as if he had seen him somewhere before. Is he from the Min family? Yubin, watch your attitude. You can't afford to offend the young master Min, or the Yu family will suffer the consequences. Su Muhua snapped. The Yu family and Su family are about the same in Jiangcheng, and the Min family can easily wipe out the Yu family with one slap. If you want to be a dog, you have to be aware of being a dog. Yinhao hates people like this who bully others with the strength of a tiger. Besides, he doesn't look down on the Min family either. He dares to beat even the young master of the Min family, let alone the person in front of him. You. Su Muhua was so angry that he couldn't even speak, not knowing how to refute. Minyi narrowed his eyes and looked at Yinhao, who didn't care about eye contact. You have to consider the owner when you beat a dog. Aren't you afraid that I won't let you live in Jiangcheng? Puff. Yu Qingyan was a little nervous at first, but when she heard this, she couldn't help but laugh directly. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Su Muhua's face turned red, but he didn't dare to refute. Although he knew that Minyi had never taken the Su family seriously, it was not pleasant to be blatantly called a dog. Minyi looked in the direction of the voice and saw Yu Qingyan, but he was surprised. Why was Shang Duer here? He had accidentally attended a Shang family banquet with his parents before and met Shang Duer once. How could the Shang family let Shang Duer go out alone? Who were the people around Shang Duer? Minyi's mind kept spinning. Seeing this, Yinhao understood that Minyi must have recognized Shang Duer, and that was why he kept staring at the three of them. What are you doing? Yang Lu pulled Shang Duer behind her to avoid Minyi's gaze. Minyi didn't say anything, but he was shocked. Yinhao blocked Minyi's gaze and said with a cold face, I'd like to see how you make my life in Jiangcheng unbearable. Let me teach you a good lesson tonight, so that you know what the world is like. Ha, you're so full of it, we'll see. Minyi withdrew his gaze and stared at Yinhao fiercely. Chapter 323 Chapter 320 You'll see if I'm any good or not. The atmosphere was very strange for a while. The two of them refused to give in to each other and stood in the same place. In the end, Minyi was defeated. Min Xiao, the competition is about to start. Su Muhua whispered next to Min Yi, and he also felt that something was wrong. It seemed that Yin Hao on the opposite side was not to be trifled with either. The momentum of the two was too strong. Min Yi narrowed his eyes, very dangerous. He glanced in the direction of Shang Duer as he turned around. If he could form an alliance with the Shang family, his status in the Min family would increase a lot, and he could even be on the same level as the legitimate young master of the Min family. Although Shang Duer is sick, it doesn't matter, he only needs an official wife with a strong enough background, and he can do whatever he likes in private. God has given him a chance to show his strength, and he must seize it today. As for the person competing with him, Min Yi didn't care. He was quite confident in his racing skills and was sure that he could handle these punks. After Min Yi left, Yu Qinyan gasped for breath. His aura was so powerful that Yang Lu also felt uncomfortable, but she still protected Shang Duer in her arms. Yin Hao, that person called Min Xiao just now seemed very powerful. The competition later. Doesn't matter, they're just clowns. Yin Hao didn't really take Min Yi seriously, but the leering look he gave Shang Duer as he left really annoyed him. It was like a hunter staring at his prey. Min Yi was the hunter, and it was obvious that Shang Duer was the prey. That's really wishful thinking. Yin Hao suddenly laughed. The Shang family would never agree to let Shang Duer marry Min Yi. Min Yi really was thinking too much. Yubin, take care of the three of them later. If anything happens, just drive and don't be afraid to make a scene. Okay, but don't I get to ride in the passenger seat? Yubin was originally considering going with Yin Hao. Just kidding, the passenger in a racing car is always a girl, what's a guy like you doing in the way? I'm not gay. Yin Hao took a step back, his eyes rolling around, sizing up Yubin. Damn it, Yin Hao, what are you thinking? I'm straight. Yubin said impatiently. But, can you do it alone? Yes, of course I can, a man can't say he can't do it. Puff. Yu Qinyan understood what they were saying to each other and couldn't help laughing. Their gazes swept towards Yu Qinyan at the same time, and she quickly stopped smiling. Big brother Yin, I'll sit in the passenger seat with you. Forget it, you can't. You just got sick going up the hill, and the racing hill will be even more winding and the car will be going faster. You'll be sick to death in the car, and I won't stop for you. Yin Hao waved his hand and looked in the direction of the racing car. Pfft, you underestimate me. I just ate a lot, but I've already digested it now. Besides, you all say you can do it, so how can I not be able to? Yu Qinyan spoke with conviction. She was already itching to go, racing was so exciting, she had played with Yubin a few times before. No, stay with Yang Lu and take good care of Duer, I'll return victorious. Yubin, you must keep them safe. After saying this, Yin Hao took the car keys and walked towards the green Lamborghini. Humph. Look down on people. Yu Qinyan stamped her foot, very dissatisfied in her heart. Alright, racing is indeed dangerous, let's find a place to wait for Yin Hao to come back. Yubin said to the three of them, leading them forward. The other side. Min Xiao, she is the most beautiful lady here, she will be sitting in the passenger seat later. Su Muhua was dissatisfied, but he didn't dare to show it. The Su family was still counting on the Min family's investment. Min Yi looked at it and nodded. Alright, let her go first. After the beauty had left, Min Yi said to Su Muhua, you have someone check the identities of those few people immediately. It must be comprehensive and thorough, and there must be no omissions. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Su Muhua said respectfully, his eyes looking in the direction of Yubin. Could it be that one of them made Min Yi wary? This news made him very unhappy. The Su and Yu families are similar, and they have been fighting both overtly and covertly. Su Muhua had originally thought that with the investment from the Min family, the Su family would definitely be stronger than the Yu family, but he never expected that Yubin would also find outside help. Damn it! Min Yi left directly, heading over to the white Pagani on the side. The beauty must be waiting by the side. Get in! Min Yi drove to the starting point, where Yin Hao was already there, along with 3 other cars. Kid, you're alone? You're so down and out that no one wants to get in your car. Min Yi laughed derisively, turning his head and looking around, as if looking for something. Humph, there are plenty of people who want to get in my car, but not just anyone. On the contrary, just any woman can get in the car and have fun. Yin Hao looked at him with contempt, and then observed the few people racing together. He was very confident, but he would not underestimate his opponent. What if he encounters a peerless master? You. Minnie understood Yin Hao's words, and his face immediately changed. At this moment. Who do you think you are? You don't have the ability to let a woman ride in your car, and you still dare to mock Mr. Min, directly saying that if you admit defeat, it's over. Seeing this, the beautiful woman quickly got out of the car and said that she wanted to make a good impression in front of Minnie again. Sumowa had already told him the bottom line: as long as he captured Minnie's heart, he would enjoy endless wealth and glory. Minnie's face slowly brightened when he heard this, and he looked at Yin Hao playfully. Yin Hao snorted, saying, "Silly people come in every year, but this year there are especially many of them." You. Beauty wanted to continue arguing, but then you heard Yu Qingyan's voice. Who said there was no beauty in his passenger seat? I just went to the bathroom and I was late. Yu Qingyan looked at them arrogantly, then turned to Yin Hao and begged. She had just been in the stands, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt aggrieved. It was such a fun and exciting thing to do, and she had wasted the opportunity by sitting in the stands. So, while Yu Bin was answering the phone, she took the opportunity to slip down. Yin Hao was at his wit's end, and cursed in his heart, Yu Bin really isn't a man, he can't even keep an eye on one person. Yu Bin sneezed directly. Only then did he notice that Yu Qingyan was gone. He looked around and found Yu Qingyan standing in front of Yin Hao. His temples were throbbing, and he was so troublesome. Minnie looked at Yu Qingyan, who was pure and lovely, and better than the beauty in his car. Beauty, his skills are not good, how about coming to my car? Puff. How do you know he's not skilled? Have you tried him? Yu Qingyan smiled and looked at Yin Hao. Yin Hao's face was as black as coal. Can't you leave the word not out today? You'll see if I'm good or not, just get in the car. Okay. Yu Qingyan said briskly, opened the car door and got in directly. As long as the goal is achieved, who cares if he can do it or not? Minnie looked displeased and opened the car door directly and walked in. Seeing that Minnie's face was not good, the beauty did not dare to say anything and took the initiative to open the car door and get in. Chapter 324. Chapter 321. Fear replaced by excitement. With a whistle, the 5 cars sped out, racing down the mountain road. Ah! Yu Qingyan's back slammed into the backrest, and she gripped the handlebar tightly to control her body. How was it? Was it exciting? Yin Hao glanced at Yu Qingyan, and the speed hadn't slowed down. This wasn't an uphill road, but a competition. Since they were in the car, they had to show their strength. It's exciting. Yu Qingyan swallowed, the speed was too fast, the mountain next to him kept shrinking, and in the blink of an eye, he couldn't see it anymore. I told you not to get in, but you didn't listen, and now it's too late to get out. As Yin Hao spoke, he controlled the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator, and observed the cars around him. He started in second place, and he was still in second place, with Minya's car blocking him. I didn't want to get off, I just wasn't ready at the beginning, but I'm fine now. After saying that, Yu Qingyan lowered his hand to hide his embarrassment, but it was indeed much better than at the beginning. Although the car was speeding, Yin Hao was driving very steadily. Yin Hao didn't expose Yu Qingyan and focused on driving. The stands. The shouts of the people were endless, one wave after another. The racing level today is much higher than in previous years. Yes, the first 2 cars are chasing each other, it's so exciting, and the next 3 cars have fallen behind and have no chance of winning the championship. Of course, they are all said to be master racers, and they are going to compete tonight, as if for a woman. Really? What woman? Everyone who loves gossip has flocked here. Yu Bin glanced at it and snorted, saying it with style, but he didn't really care, his eyes fixed on the big screen, watching the competition. Brother Yu, Qingyan's car has been being suppressed, will they lose? Yang Lu doesn't know much about racing, but she saw Yin Hao trying to overtake a few times, but was blocked by Minya's car. Not necessarily, there is still a bend at the front, if you can seize the opportunity, you can overtake directly. Yu Bin knows the track here well, thinking about what he would do if he were in his place. Yang Lu nodded, holding Sheng Duer's hand, looking at the big screen. Brother Hao, you can definitely win. Sheng Duer suddenly said. Yes, he can definitely win. Yang Lu patted Duer's head and smiled. Pagani. Min Xiao, the car behind you is being suppressed by you, you can definitely win. The beauty kept looking through the rearview mirror at the Lamborghini behind them, excitedly saying. Of course, I haven't been racing for nothing all these years, I'm more than enough to deal with him. Minyi looked confident, not giving Yin Hao a second thought. Instead, he regarded him as a rival in love. Inhao's actions in defending Shang Duor didn't look fake. Could it be that he also wanted to ingratiate himself with the Shang family to rise up the ranks? When Minyi thought about this, a ruthless look appeared on his face. If he died here, there would be no way for him to ingratiate himself. He snorted, and a bold idea appeared in his mind. Lamborghini. Inhao, the car in front is disgusting, it has been suppressing us, we might lose. Yu Qinyan looked at the car in front of him, his eyes full of worry. It's fine, trust me. Inhao had carefully studied the road conditions here before the start of the race. There was a road at the front, the best opportunity for overtaking. Good. Yu Qinyan didn't say anything, staring carefully and intently at the car in front of him. He had never been so serious during an exam. Shit. Pagani suddenly slowed down, Inhao suddenly slammed on the brakes, and Yu Qinyan didn't hold on tight, so he crashed into the table in front of him and his head turned red. Are you okay? Luckily. Yu Qinyan touched his hit head, tears welled up in his eyes, and he grabbed the handlebar with the other hand. Because the two cars in front suddenly slowed down, the 2 or 3 cars behind them crashed into each other, and they let out curses. Brotherine, why did they suddenly slow down? There's a trick. Sit tight, hold on tight, and don't let go no matter what. Inhao narrowed his eyes. Minya's actions just now were obviously meant to get him killed. There was a bottomless abyss next to him, and if he wasn't careful, he and his car would fall in. Since you want to play, I'll play along. Inhao felt like killing someone. Pagani. Young master, you're so cool. They must not be enjoying themselves in the car. We'll definitely win the race. The beautiful woman excitedly crossed her arms over her chest and kept looking back at the cars behind them. It was so exciting. Look at the stands. What's going on? Why did the car suddenly slow down for the first time? I don't know, could there be a problem with the car? It's a pity, the 3 luxury cars behind are scrapped, millions of dollars. It's not your car, what's the pity? Take a good look at the 2 cars in front. You're right, the Lamborghini reacted too quickly, otherwise it would have been hit too, and it might have fallen off the cliff. People have quieted down and smell a different kind of smell. Despicable. Yubin clenched his fists tightly. Minyi is really despicable, trying to put someone to death. His back was covered in cold sweat from the shock. Fortunately, Inhao's skills are good, otherwise he would have to give an account here. Yubin would not be able to explain to Yan Lin, it was him who brought Inhao here to play. Brother Yu, just now. Yang Lu was also very scared. She just stared at the big screen and saw this scene. Yang Lu, it's okay, I believe Inhao can handle it. Yes. Yang Lu clenched her fists, her eyes unable to move as she stared at the screen. Xinyan, sit back and relax, let's have some fun, okay? Inhao decided to fight back, giving in was not his style. Okay, I'll be with you. Yu Qinyan recovered his good mood and nodded vigorously. Hang on tight. Inhao shouted, we're almost at the last corner, it's time to overtake. Just to show Minyi a little bit of what we're capable of. Pagani. Min, they seem to be overtaking. The beautiful woman nervously raised her hands in excitement. Dream on. Minyi blocked Inhao's car tightly, leaving no gap at all. His car changed with the Lamborghini, and his eyes shone with brilliance. Corner. Xinyan, hold on tight, I'm going to give it all I've got. Good. Yu Qinyan gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands, and his heart was in his throat. Bang. The Lamborghini and Pagani had an intimate encounter, and Inhao knocked Minyi's car out of the way. Damn it, what is he trying to do? Minyi suddenly realized Inhao's intention. He stabilized the car and drove back in front of the Lamborghini. Trying to overtake, you're dreaming, just wait and lose. Inhao's mouth revealed a playful smile. He didn't think he could knock Minyi's car out of the way in one go. Since it didn't work the first time, he would just do it again and again. As for where it would end up, he would just have to leave it to fate. Xinyan, keep holding on tight, let's play bumper cars. Ah, yes. Yu Qinyan's fear was replaced by excitement. Chapter 325 Chapter 322 Yubin, don't look so miserable, I'll have someone send you a Lamborghini with better performance. The stands. The crowd is buzzing, all talking loudly. What's going on, has the Lamborghini broken down too? How is that possible? The probability of a luxury car breaking down is very low, especially during a competition. Exactly, the performance of the car must have been checked before the competition, who would joke with their own safety. This year's competition has been so exciting, I wonder what the outcome will be? Who knows? It feels like the Lamborghini owner is also very wild. Discussion filled every corner of the stands. Sumowa felt his heart thump with the impact of the cars, and his heart lifted. Ha! What the hell? He was sweating from fear. If he were to be knocked down the hill, he really didn't know how to explain himself. Win or lose, it no longer mattered to him. What mattered was that the car reached the finish line safely. Sumowa clenched his fists and stared at the big screen, hoping the time would pass quickly. Racing track. Bang. Inhao drove his car into the wall again, pulled away and accelerated again. Bang. After a series of crashes, the Pagani car had crashed to one side. Inhao saw this and quickly drove up the hill towards the front. No way to get past. Minyi was knocked so hard that his insides were in turmoil. But he quickly adjusted his state, gripped the steering wheel, and crashed towards the Lamborghini. Min Xiao, we. Beauty was so scared by the crash that she was about to cry. She just wanted to get to the finish line quickly, and there was no trace of her arrogant tone from earlier. It didn't matter if she won or not. Shut up! Minyi shouted angrily, and the car had already crashed into the Lamborghini. Brotherine, it's coming. Yu Qingyan closed his eyes, gripped the handle, and his nervous heart was about to jump out. Hold on tight, trust me, since he wants to die, I'll grant his wish. Inhao's face was dark, with an evil smile at the corner of his mouth. Minyi, God is waiting for you. He gave a hard swerve, and the two cars crashed together with a loud zzzzz sound. After the cars parted, Inhao adjusted the gear and started crashing again. Ah! Pagani was crashed right up against the cliff, hanging there. Inhao is not crashing, but driving towards the finish line. The stands! Wow, that was so exciting. Are they showing Fast and the Furious? It's over, will Pagani fall off the cliff? It looks so dangerous. Look, the car is swinging back and forth, someone is going to die. It's over, someone is going to die. The sound from the stand slowly died down until in the back, there was no sound at all. They came here to have fun and find thrills, but they didn't want to pay the price with their lives. Sumoa's eyes were red and about to bleed, and he shouted, "Quick, hurry over there." He prayed in his heart that the car would never fall off the cliff, otherwise the Su family would be finished, the identity of the eldest son of the Su family would disappear, and even his own life would not be guaranteed. Brother Yu, that was close, they reached the end. Yang Lu let out a sigh of relief, and only then did she notice that she had gripped Sheng Duor's wrist so tightly that it had turned red. Duor, I'm sorry, does your wrist hurt? No, brotherine, I'm fine. Sheng Duor smiled, like an angel on earth. Well, it's fine. Yubin let out a sigh of relief. This was the most thrilling time he'd had since playing racing games. No wonder Yang Lin told him to keep an eye on Inhao and not let him get into trouble. Inhao's ability to get into trouble was really strong. He had to admit it. He only wanted to take him to relax a bit, but he never imagined that they almost lost their lives. Let's go to the finish line. Yes. Pagani. Min Xiao, what should we do? The beautiful woman started to cry. Half of her body was hanging off the cliff. If she wasn't careful, she would be smashed to pieces. Shut up. Minya's body was also trembling. He was very scared. He didn't want to die, but he couldn't move either, or he would fall straight down. Big beads of sweat ran down his forehead and down his cheeks. What should he do? Inhao is really ruthless. He didn't give them any room when they crashed. If he hadn't reacted in time, I'm afraid they would have fallen off the cliff and become a corpse. Don't move, stay calm, Sumonwa will definitely be here with the others. Minyu whispered, in case the beauty couldn't take it and made a big move, they would be finished. The beauty sobbed quietly and vowed never to race again. The Lamborghini had already reached the finish line. Brotherine, we won, oh yeah. Yu Qingyan shouted happily with hands and feet flailing. He was completely unconcerned with the nervousness he had felt just now by the car. We won, get out of the car. Inhao coolly unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of the car, and turned to look behind him. Minyi is really lucky, he hasn't been knocked out like this, his racing skills are really good, it's just a pity, he offended him, even if he doesn't fall out, he won't live through tonight. Brotherine, are they okay? Yu Qingyan followed Yin Hao's gaze to the scene of the accident and felt a little uneasy. I don't know, don't worry about it, you made your own bed. Since Minyi dared to do this, he has to bear the consequences, we are all adults. At some point, Yin Hao took a cigarette out of his pocket and lit it. 10 minutes later, Su Muhua arrived first. He stood aside and said reassuringly, Min Xiao, hang in there, the rescue truck will be here soon. Good. Minyi didn't dare to lose his temper now, and he had to rely on Su Muhua. Su Xiao, save us quickly. As soon as the beauty saw Su Muhua, she burst into tears, and her tears fell like they were free. Shut up and don't move. Su Muhua shouted, fearing that the car would overturn because of the beauty. Minyi looked at the beauty disdainfully, what a nuisance. The beauty stopped her tears. Her legs and feet had gone numb and she was very uncomfortable, so she moved her feet gently with her hands. Don't move! Minyi yelled, and the beauty's body shook violently. All of a sudden, the front of the car looked like it was probing downward. No! Su Muhua yelled, and quickly pressed down on the back of the car. But it was useless, the car had lost its balance. No, I don't want to die. Crying, fear, and angry curses filled the car. None of the people Su Muhua brought with him could hold down the back of the car. They watched helplessly as the car fell, and in a matter of seconds, it was no longer in sight. No! Su Muhua fell to the ground and hammered on the ground with all his strength. It's over. What should I do? The end. Brother Yin, the car fell. Yu Qingyan said nervously, looking at Yin Hao, at a loss. Don't worry, he chose to play racing, and if you play dirty in a competition, you have to bear the consequences. Besides, it wasn't us who crashed it, they fell off the car themselves, it's not our fault. Yin Hao had no psychological burden, holding Yu Qingyan's hand. Yu Bin and the other two arrived at the finish line, relieved to see that everyone was okay, except for the Lamborghini beside them, which was bleeding from the heart. Yu Bin, don't look so miserable, I'll have someone send you a Lamborghini with better performance. Chapter 326 Chapter 323 Yu Bin, you tried to run away after knocking Min Xiao off the cliff. The stands. As the car fell, everyone held their breath and fell silent. Since the beginning of this track, at most, cars have been scrapped and people have been injured, but no one has ever died. Today's been too exciting. What do we do? Someone died. What can we do? Just run. Yes, just get away. Get away, why should we get away? We didn't kill the person, maybe there's more excitement to come. That's right, what are we afraid of? It's not our business. In the stands, some timid people hurriedly drove away, not wanting to get into trouble, while others, with a sense of curiosity, continued to watch the developments, hoping for a chance. Everyone has different thoughts. The end. Yin Hao looked at Yu Bin's face and then at the Lamborghini. Such a good car is scrapped. Really? Of course, I have modified many racing cars in the garage, and I can get you whatever you want. Yin Hao said confidently, as long as he wants it, he will definitely find a way to get it. Okay, then I won't be polite. Yu Bin also looked in the direction where Minyi fell, and said worriedly, we're in trouble. Trouble, huh? If the Min family dares to come looking, I don't mind giving them a big gift. Yin Hao snorted. If it weren't for his excellent racing skills, I'm afraid it would be him falling off the cliff. Yu Bin, can you get the surveillance video here? Yes, I'll get it right away. Yu Bin didn't dare to delay, and immediately ran out. Go back to the starting point, go back. Okay. Yang Lu and Yu Qingyan turned their heads and kept looking back. 2 lives were lost like that. They had mixed feelings. Especially Yu Qingyan, who had personally participated, felt even more differently. Yin Hao watched the two of them and shook his head. This kind of life is not suitable for them. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the starting point. There were a lot fewer people here. Yang Lu noticed that only some people continued to watch the track. The large screen showed Su Muhua's face red with anger, constantly hovering over the scene of the accident, waiting for the arrival of the rescue workers. For some reason, Su Muhua suddenly drove away. Yang Lu, it's normal, some people are timid and don't want to get into trouble, so they leave. As for these people in front of them, they are more courageous and are estimated to have considerable power in their families. Yu Qingyan was born into a wealthy family and is well aware of certain things. Oh, let's go. Yang Lu has no desire to stay, takes Sheng Duer's hand, and walks towards the car. Yin Hao glanced at the big screen and estimated that some flies are going to climb up again. In Hao, I've got the stuff. Yubin held up the USB drive in his hand and handed it to In Hao. He had spent 500,000 yuan to get the surveillance video, which was heartbreaking to think about, but it was worth it to avoid unnecessary trouble later. Okay, let's go. In Hao took the USB drive, put it in his pocket casually, and got into the car. The people in the stands watched as Yubin and his entourage drove away contentedly, suddenly feeling uninterested. What else? Pagani fell by itself, not Lamborghini pushing it. You can't put it that way. If Lamborghini didn't slam into it, Pagani wouldn't have hung on the cliff. It's called an eye for an eye. Pagani played dirty too, trying to knock Lamborghini off the cliff, just that it didn't work. Lamborghini imitated Pagani's move, but unfortunately, he had bad luck with both skill and luck. No one's to blame. Everyone was silent. They also played racing, so of course they could see the problem clearly. The point is, Pagani ended up falling off a cliff, and a lot of things became unclear. Especially the person driving Pagani seems to be no simple person. But no matter what happened to them, people left the grandstand one after another and walked towards their cars. Sumulwa gave the car a tail wag and put the car in front of Yubin's car. He angrily got off the car and looked at Yubin's car window. Yubin directly opened the car door and walked down. In Hao said to the three people behind him, "You just sit in the car and don't get out." Then, In Hao also got out of the car and stood next to Yubin. "Yubin, you thought it was beautiful to run away after you hit Min Xiao off the cliff." Sumulwa's face was hideous. He had to take the fall for the Min family to let off steam, otherwise, the Min family's anger would be too much for the Su family to bear. "You only had one eye on me as I drove him off the cliff?" In Hao asked with a smirk, his face showing a hint of a smile. "The surveillance footage shows that it was your repeated collisions that caused Min Xiao's car to hang on the cliff." Sumulwa pointed an angry finger at In Hao, regardless of his background. "I don't like it when people point at me." In Hao's aura changed, and he stood up straight. Sumulwa unconsciously took a step back, lowered his hand, and swallowed. "I did crash his car into the cliff, but it didn't fall off, right? Besides, why didn't you say that idiot started it first, trying to crash my car into the cliff, and I was just following his lead? As for the end result, it just shows that he's not as skilled as I am." In Hao took a step forward, his voice chilling and frightening, like a ghostly presence in the darkness. Sumulwa didn't know what to say. Indeed, as In Hao said, it was Minyi who started it, but no matter how it started, the result was that Minyi's car fell off the cliff. The Min family will not let him go. Get out of the way. As a dog, you must have the awareness of a dog. Your master is dead, and a dog is even more useless. In Hao looked at Xian Yubin and said, "Get in the car and don't delay the evening activities." Yubin nodded, and the two of them simultaneously opened the car door and got in. "No matter what, the Min family will not let you go, and you will just wait to be crushed by the Min family and your family will fall." Sumulhua roared loudly, venting his fear. In Hao's head poked out of the car and sneered, "You think everyone is like you, afraid of the Min family, idiot, get out of the way, I don't mind driving directly over you. Yubin, drive, if something happens, I'll take responsibility." In Hao's patience is exhausted. In a foreign country, anyone who dares to block his car is already a dead man. There's just too much nonsense today. Okay. For some reason, Yubin is intimidated by In Hao's momentum and follows his instructions. Sumulwa doesn't want to die, so he retreats directly to the back of the car. "I'll give you 1 minute. Move the car out of the way before we." In Hao narrowed his eyes, giving off an evil light. Sumulwa's throat kept rolling, he was afraid, quickly got into the car and drove the car to the side. "Humph, you can run away from the monk, but you can't run away from the temple. The Min family wants to find them, it's easy." His attitude has been made clear, the Min family shouldn't blame him. Yubin drove quickly away. Chapter 327 Chapter 324 Wife, do you miss it? In the car, no one spoke for a while, especially for the three girls sitting in the back row. Today's events were a big shock to them. In Hao was thinking about how to minimize the impact of this matter on the few of them. If it weren't for the few people in the same group, he would simply ignore this matter and wait for the Min family to come to him. The Min family dares not do anything to him for the sake of a collateral. Yubin looks worried. He is worried that Minya's death will implicate the Yu family. He knows Sumulwa too well and is sure that he will do his best to distance himself from the situation and shift the blame to the Yu family. Although he has not investigated the strength of the Min family, from Sumulwa's attitude, the Min family is definitely stronger than the Yu family, even by quite a margin. How should I tell my parents about this so that they can be prepared? What happened tonight was indeed quite upsetting, but Yin Hao did nothing wrong. If it were him, he might have done the same thing. Min Yi played dirty first, and Yin Hao merely returned the favor in kind. Yu Bin's heart was in turmoil. But he didn't blame Yin Hao. Yu Bin, don't worry about this, I'll handle it, the Min family won't give you trouble. Yin Hao said, I've already thought of a way to handle this. Yu Bin looked serious, and must have been worried. Yin Hao, what are you saying? This incident also concerns me. Yu Bin sighed. He was ready to confess to his parents. Don't worry. Min Yi is only a collateral of the Min family. If he dies, so be it. The Min family dares not do anything to me. Just relax. When Yu Bin heard Yin Hao's relaxed attitude, he perked up. Could it be that Yin Hao's family was more powerful than the Min family? That was the only explanation. Brother Yu, don't worry, Brother Yin will be fine. Shang Duor suddenly said, although she was sick, she had been in the Shang family for so many years and had been influenced by them. Good. Yu Bin nodded, as if a great weight had been lifted. It's getting late, so I've booked a few rooms at the Mayside Hotel. We'll stay at the hotel tonight and go to the other places in Jiangcheng tomorrow. Great. The mood in the car lightened up. Hotel? Yin Hao's mind flashed back to the scene that happened at the Capital Hotel. I wonder how Qin Wanji is doing. Hey! You can't do evil deeds. Mayside Hotel. Here's the room card. Sleep well tonight, see you in the morning. See you tomorrow. They took the room cards and went back to their own rooms. After Yin Hao finished washing up, he sat on the sofa and took out his phone to make a call. Min Huan, I got rid of Min Yi for you, how are you going to thank me? Min Huan was at a loss for words. He didn't have a deep friendship with Yin Hao. Yin Hao, as the third young master of the Yin family, was ruthless and took over the Yin family's underworld. He didn't want to have a deep friendship with Yin Hao, but he also wouldn't offend him easily. What do you mean? You don't need to get involved in the Min family's affairs. Yin Hao was not burdened by anything, and he didn't care at all about Min Huan's thoughts. Min Yi wanted to kill me, but he was no match for me, and I killed him instead. He died indirectly at my hands. If your family wants to seek revenge, I'm ready to fight at any time. But if the Min family dares to touch the people around me, don't blame me for being rude. Before Min Huan could say anything, Yin Hao continued, I have a video here. Watch it and make a decision. It's late, I want to go to bed. Good night. Yin Hao hung up the phone, stood up, looked out the window, and sent a message just in case. 20 minutes later. Yin Hao received a text message on his phone, this ends here. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. The Min family is so timid, it's not funny. At the same time, Shang Jingwen and Yang Lin both knew what had happened on Lianfeng Mountain. As long as Shang Duor was safe and sound, Yin Hao could handle the matter, so Shang Jingwen was not worried. Shang Jingwen suddenly wondered whether it was a good idea to let Shang Duor hang out with them. Rose Manor. Yang Lin listened to the report from his subordinate, and his temples suddenly throbbed. How long would they be gone this time before someone died? Yin Hao's reputation as a troublemaker is not for nothing. Honey, what's wrong? Xin Luoshi wore a sundress, finished blow-drying her hair, walked out of the bathroom, and saw that Yang Lin's face was not very good. Yang Lin let out a deep sigh and said, Yin Hao has caused trouble again. He briefly recounted what had happened. Is the Min family powerful? Xin Luoshi had grasped the key information. It is comparable to the Shang family. Honey, don't worry. Let's ask Yin Hao what happened and see what he says. This is a tricky situation. The Yins don't have any power in F country. If the Yins can't stand up to the Mins, it'll be a big problem. This happened in Jiangcheng. If the Yins are badly hurt because of this, Yang Lin will definitely blame himself. Good. Xin Luoshi's words made a lot of sense. Yang Lin immediately dialed Yin Hao's phone. Dear cousin, you've been thinking about me. Yin Hao was lying in bed, about to play a game. It seemed like a flock of crows had flown over Yang Lin's head. He wanted to lose his temper, but held back. Did the Yin family have any problems after Minya's death? My cousin is worried about me. Yin Hao adjusted into a comfortable position and joked. Speak nicely and be serious, otherwise, I'll buy a ticket to send you abroad right now. Yang Lin said sternly. In Hao felt that Yang Lin was displeased and dared not joke anymore. It's fine, I've already solved it, the Min family won't cause us any trouble. Are you sure? I'm 100% sure. You don't trust me to do things right. Like hell I don't. Yang Lin hung up the phone, relieved. Although he said that, he knew that In Hao meant what he said when he said he had solved it. In Hao touched his nose and looked at the reflection in his phone, muttering to himself, am I that unreliable? What do you think? In Hao said he solved it. Then don't worry, smile. Xin Luoshi hugged Yang Lin's waist and kept rubbing against his chest. Wife, you're playing with fire. Yang Lin gave a mischievous smile. He picked Xin Luoshi up and gently laid her on the bed. Wife, do you want it? Yang Lin put his hands behind his back and blew warm air in Xin Luoshi's ear and asked softly. Xin Luoshi's face was red and hot, and she felt like her body was on fire. No words? Yang Lin's right hand was sliding back and forth on Xin Luoshi's collarbone, and the mood became ambiguous for a while. If you don't want to, I won't force you. At most, I'll just go to the bathroom more often. I'm used to it anyway. Yang Lin, What? Yang Lin's hand didn't stop, and he touched Xin Luoshi's earlobe again, blowing hot air. Xin Luoshi felt itchy and couldn't stand it anymore, so she whispered, I want to. Chapter 328 Chapter 325 Honey, I'm going to go abroad. Yang Lin was ecstatic. This was the first time he had heard Xin Luoshi express her feelings. Although he was feeling unwell and was ready to take a shower, he could no longer control himself when he heard Xin Luoshi say that. Honey, I love you. Xin Luoshi looked up and kissed Yang Lin's lips gently, and they couldn't stop themselves. Yang Lin no longer held back and began to take the initiative. A sudden burst of energy. The scene was beautiful. 2 hours later. The two of them were lying limp on the bed, looking at the ceiling, exhausted. Honey, was I okay today? Yang Lin licked his lips and tightly shook Xin Luoshi's hand. Xin Luoshi was very tired, and when he heard what Yang Lin said, his face turned red again. Why were they still discussing it? Yang Lin tilted his head and looked at Xin Luoshi's face, laughing heartily. My dear, you're blushing. It would be great if we could replace this bed with a 6-meter-long Junpin No. 1 bed, so that you can perform better. Yang Lin, if you say anything else, you'll sleep on the sofa. Xin Luoshi couldn't understand how Yang Lin had changed after just one trip to Kyoto. Okay, I won't say anything anymore, since my wife is so shy. Yang Lin knew when to stop. He and Xin Luoshi hadn't been together for long, and there was still a long time to come. One day, Xin Luoshi wouldn't be shy anymore. After calming down, Yang Lin suddenly felt no sleepiness. He rubbed Xin Luoshi's hand and said, Wife, the domestic market is basically stable, and I plan to go abroad. Go abroad? Xin Luoshi looked up. It was too sudden. She had just returned to Jiangcheng and had a lot of things to do. She had only been to the company once. She had just taken over the business in Kyoto and had a lot of information to read. If she went abroad, all of that would be delayed again. Yes, going abroad, the killer needs to be dealt with, and I also want to see my mother. Because of some things weighing on him, Yang Lin kept his thoughts to himself and did not show them, and he looked forward to meeting Yin Yan. Are you alone? Xin Luoshi was very torn. She wanted to go with Yang Lin, but there was really too much work in the country, and she also had her own dreams. You come with me. You don't need to worry about things at home. Joding can let Dad take care of things for a while, and Shizheng's site is operating normally. It's not too late to get involved when you get back. As for the Li family, with Li Yulin as an insider, there won't be any trouble for the time being. We haven't gone on a trip since we got married, so let's go this time to relax. Yang Lin rolled over and hugged Xin Luoshi. He didn't want to go out alone, and taking Xin Luoshi to see Yin Yan was also one of his goals. Xin Luoshi thought about it and was still very torn, but when he saw Yang Lin's earnest eyes, he nodded. There was no choice, he would listen to his husband. Ding, the host persuaded Xin Luoshi to go abroad together and rewarded 70% of the shares of Credit Suisse Petroleum Company in Country F. The share transfer letter has been placed in the study. Yang Lin's mind went blank for a moment. He had wanted to make out with Xin Luoshi for a while longer. The system popped up without warning. The system is so awesome. The rewards have all gone abroad, without any boundaries. Does this mean that in the future, as long as I exercise more with Qin Luoshi, I will have the world's industries in my pocket? Just thinking about it is exciting. I'll take some time to check out the situation with Ruweixin Petroleum later. Yang Lin, what's wrong? Qin Luoshi felt that something was wrong with Yang Lin, as his tender hands waved back and forth in front of his eyes. Yang Lin grabbed Qin Luoshi's hand and said, giggling, "It's nothing, I suddenly thought of something funny." What? There's nothing funny in your head. Qin Luoshi quickly pulled his hand out and stared at Yang Lin with a defensive look. Honey, what's wrong with your eyes? I'm heartbroken. Yang Lin lay down, put his hands on his face, and snickered. Tonight was really great. You keep being heartbroken, I'm going to sleep. Qin Luoshi kicked Yang Lin, covered himself with the quilt, and went to sleep. The next day. The Mayside Hotel. Shang Duer sat on the bed, sullen and unhappy, her hands holding the phone as Qin Shiwen's voice came from the other end. Duer, your father has some business to attend to at the company, and we need to go back this morning. Get ready, we will come and pick you up directly at the airport. Duer, are you listening? Duer, say something, are you not feeling well? Don't scare your mother. Qin Shiwen's anxious voice came through. I don't want to go back. Shang Duer supported her face with her hands, unhappy. From an early age, she had never been happier than she had been the previous day. She wanted to continue staying in Jiangcheng and hanging out with Yang Lu and the others. Why? Qin Shiwang asked in surprise. Shang Duer had been unwell since she was young and had basically never left her side, and yet she didn't want to go home with her. Shang Duer expressed her thoughts. In the past, no matter what Qin Shiwang asked her to do, she would do it according to Qin Shiwang's wishes, but this time, she wanted to follow her heart. Qin Shiwang was silent. After a while, she said, I'll discuss it with your father later. You rest first. Okay. Shang Duer put down the phone, continued to lie between Yang Lu and Yu Qingyan, and fell asleep. Duer, are you going home? Yang Lu was a little reluctant. She had already treated Shang Duer like a younger sister, and she was a little reluctant to suddenly have to leave. I don't want to go back, I want to play with you guys. Shang Duer hugged Yang Lu tightly and buried her head in her arms. If you don't want to go back, then don't go back. We'll send you home when you've had enough fun. Yu Qingyan didn't like sentimentality. Since she didn't want to, she would stay for now and see how it went. Shang Duer nodded vigorously and smiled. Duer doesn't want to go back? Shang Jingwen asked in surprise, unable to believe it. Yes, Duer told me personally that she wants to stay and continue playing with Yang Lu and the others. What if there's danger? Qin Shiwang was very torn, worrying about Shang Duer's safety, but also hoping that Duer could be happy. Jingwen, why don't you go back alone, and I'll stay here with Duer? Qin Shiwang pondered for a long time and felt that this method was feasible. No, you should know that there are some things in the Shang family that I'm not comfortable with, and besides, we've never been apart. Shang Jingwen refused without hesitation. Shiwang, Duer is old enough, she needs her own social circle, if she feels happy, let her stay, this is China, the risk is very small, Inhao is very good at what he does, there won't be any problems, besides, Jiangcheng is Yanglin's home base, Duer won't be in danger, we have to learn to let go. We not only have to heal her body, but most importantly, heal her psychological trauma. Maybe playing with Yang Lu and the others will change Duer. Qin Shiwen's eyes lit up, and she nodded. The reason they came to Jiangcheng was to ensure Shang Duer's physical and mental health. If Duer stays and has fun and is happy, that will be enough. Let's go, we'll go to the hotel where Duer is staying, meet her, and then go to the airport. Okay. Chapter 329 Chapter 326 Li Yugang is about to return to China. Mayside Hotel. Mom and Dad. Shang Duer came to the lobby, ran over, and hugged Qin Shiwang. Qin Shiwang felt the change in Shang Duer, smiled, and stroked Shang Duer's head and said, Are you sure you don't want to go back with us? Well, I don't want to go back. Shang Duer said coquettishly. Hello, Aunt and Uncle. Yang Lu and Yu Qingyan called politely. Hello, have a seat, you haven't had breakfast yet, I've already ordered for you. A minute later, Inhao and Yubin also came down and sat at the table to eat. Inhao, was there something that needed my attention last night? Shang Jingwen is about to leave soon, and he doesn't want anything dangerous to happen to Duer. No, I've already solved it, don't worry, it'll be fine. Inhao understood what Shang Jingwen meant, but his business did not require the Shang family to intervene, as that would only make him look incompetent. Yu Bin's hand holding the chopsticks froze in mid-air. He had not fallen asleep last night and had not expected Yin Hao to have already settled things. This was the gap. Yin Hao patted Yu Bin on the shoulder and continued, Dor is by my side, so don't worry. I'll be back after a few days, and I'll bring Dor back and personally deliver her to the Shang family. Good, I've left a few people behind. If there's a need, you can mobilize them at any time. Okay. Yin Hao didn't refuse. If this could reassure Xing Jingwen, then let them stay. Dor, we're leaving first, remember to take your medicine on time. Xin Sherwan gave Shang Dor a hug, a little reluctant. Mom, I know, I'll be back in a few days, don't worry. Shang Duor smiled happily. Good. After Shang Jingwen and Shang Jingwen left, Shang Duor happily twirled around, finally staying to continue playing with them. At this moment, Yu Bin's phone rang. Binzi, big news, the Su family is bankrupt. Got it. Yu Bin looked at Yin Hao in shock, stunned. In one night, the Su family went bankrupt just like that. It's terrifying. No matter what, the Su family's industry is worth tens of billions of dollars. Come to your senses, what's wrong? Yin Hao took out a cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply. The Su family is bankrupt. The Min family is fast enough, you don't have to worry, this matter will end with the Su family. I know, thank you. Yu Bin's heart finally let go, and he was even more certain that Yin Hao was not simple. Brother Yin, don't you know that smoking is harmful to health? Besides, there are 3 beautiful girls like us here, and second-hand smoke is even more harmful. For the next few days, no smoking. Yu Qingyan took Yin Hao's cigarette, put it in the ashtray with force, and extinguished it. No, a cigarette after a meal is better than immortality. Okay, I won't smoke in front of you. Yin Hao was also impressed and waved his hand. That's more like it. Yu Qingyan said proudly, who let Yin Hao drive too fast in the car yesterday. As soon as she got out of the car, everything in her stomach came out, along with her bile. Yang Lu and Shang Duor covered their mouths and snickered. Everyone has eaten, let's go, let's have fun. Without any worries, Yu Bin took a few people and started to eat, drink and have fun. Rose Manor. Yan Lin, I'll go to the company first and take care of things. Are you going? I'm not going. Yang Lin sat on the sofa. He had just received a call from Shang Jingwen and knew that they had already left, and Shang Duor was staying in Jiangcheng, which strengthened his decision to go to F country early. Rest up for the next 2 days. Okay, you rest at home, I'm leaving. Qin Luoshi was dressed in professional attire, wearing black high heels, and holding the car keys as she left. Wife, you were really born for business. Yang Lin couldn't help but feel emotional. If it wasn't for the activation of the system by mistake, he estimated that he would still be a loser content with the status quo, diligently moving bricks. He walked into the study, pulled open the drawer, and looked inside to see a copy of the share transfer document lying there. Ruweixin Petroleum is the largest oil company in Country F, and it is an oil company that integrates exploration and sales. 60% of Country F's oil is supplied by Ruweixin, and its status in Country F is supreme. This trip to Country F is a good opportunity to go and inspect it. In the past, I learned about the working model of foreign companies from the internet, so I wonder what the result of an up-close inspection will be. After looking at it for a while, Yang Lin put down the share transfer document, sat down, and looked at the sunshine outside. It felt so good. It felt so good to be fine. Ding dong ding. Yang Lin had not yet had time to enjoy the quiet when the phone rang again. It was an unfamiliar number. Thinking about it, he knew it was Li Yulin. Had something happened to the Li family again? Yang Lin slid the answer button. Yang Lin, are you busy? Li Yulin found a secluded location and asked in a low voice. Not busy, just tell me what's up. Yang Lin is not polite to Li Yulin, they are just using each other. Besides, without Li Yulin, Yang Lin is also confident enough to bring down the Li family, it's just a matter of time. During this time, I have basically taken over the Li family's business. Grandpa just called me and asked me to prepare a villa. Li Yugang is coming back in 3 days. Li Yulin is most worried that Li Yugan will come back and take him down. Although Li Guanghai and Li Yushu's deaths had nothing to do with him, after they died, his own interests were maximized, and he took away the achievements of the two of them. Especially after investigating Li Yugang's affairs, he is even more afraid. Li Yugang is going to return to the country? Do you know why he is back? It is not clear for the time being. He has been chasing after the devil-killing organization for a while, and it is estimated that he has already cleaned it up. When he returns to the country, it is most likely also for the affairs of Li Guanhai and Li Yushu. Li Yulin knows that he and Yang Lin are in a situation where they will both prosper and perish together. He doesn't want Li Yugang to return to the country. Yang Lin doesn't want that either. Li Yugang is too dangerous. Li Yushu is different from Li Yugang. Li Yushu knows the conspiracy, but Li Yugang is a mercenary organization. His strength is his greatest strength. Yang Lin is not afraid. What about the people around him? They can't keep them trapped in the Rose Manor forever. Sitting around and waiting to die is not an option. The best way is to keep Li Yugang abroad. I got it. If you have any news from the Li family, call me again. Okay. Li Yulin put down the phone and threw away the card. His goal had been achieved. Yang Lin didn't want Li Yugang to come back any more than he did, and that was enough. If Li Yugang died abroad, the Li family would have no one left to use. He was slowly eating away at the Li family, and in the end he would be the one in control. Even Grandpa couldn't do anything about it. Yang Lin knew exactly what Li Yulin was thinking. It didn't matter. He didn't want Li Yugang to live anyway. For the sake of the people around him, Li Yugang had to die. He tapped on the table. The schedule to go to Country F must be advanced. Chapter 330, Chapter 327. Wife, sit down, I'll give you a massage. For 2 days, you've been taking Hao and the others to all the big and small places in Jiangcheng, eating all kinds of delicious food and having a great time, without any more nonsense. Of course, there was no place for Yin Hao to show off. Tired from playing, the group found a massage parlor to relax their bodies. Yin Hao closed his eyes and almost fell asleep, but a ringing sound woke him up. He took out his phone irritably. It was Yang Lin's call. The cheap cousin finally knew that he cared about them. Cousin, haven't seen you for 2 days, did you miss us? No, I like the peace and quiet. The bodyguard reported on Yin Hao's itinerary every day, and Yang Lin knew exactly what was going on. Fortunately, nothing had happened in the past few days, and there was a moment of peace. Cousin, you're so heartless, I'll definitely tell my aunt when I go back. Yin Hao adjusted his body and wore a smile on the corner of his mouth. He knew that Yang Lin was just saying that, and if anything happened, Yang Lin would definitely show up. That's good, I'll go back with you. Yang Lin had originally planned to tell Yin Hao about this, and it was a good thing that Yin Hao brought it up, so he could take advantage of the situation. Cousin, did something happen? Yin Hao waved his hand to let the masseur leave. Yang Lin wouldn't say something like that for no reason. From the information he had, Yang Lin was very busy. Li Yugang is going back to Beijing the day after tomorrow. You find him some trouble and delay him. He is in danger. For the safety of my family, I want to go abroad to settle him. Yang Lin also became serious. The reason he didn't say anything 2 days ago was also to let Yin Hao relax. He got the news from Li Yulin that Li Yugang would return to China the day after tomorrow at the latest and couldn't delay any longer. Tomorrow, I'll take Luo Shi with me to see Mom. Yang Lin sat in the courtyard, drinking tea, waiting for Qin Luo Shi to come home. It felt pretty good, except that leisurely moments were always short-lived, and soon it would be time to get busy again. Okay, I've had enough fun in the country. I'll go back with you tomorrow, and bring Duo Air. Okay, let me know when you've made the arrangements. Okay. Yin Hao hung up the phone, startled, as everyone around him stared at him. Is there something on my face? Yin Hao quickly touched his face, it was quite tender, there was nothing there. Yin Hao, you're leaving tomorrow? Yubin was a little reluctant. He and Yin Hao got along quite well, and he had originally thought that Yin Hao would stay for a few more days and take them to go for a spin somewhere far away. Yes, cousin is going abroad to see auntie, and take care of some things on the way, it's quite urgent. Brother Yin, can I come with you? We're on holiday anyway, it'll be like going abroad for a trip. Yu Qingyan excitedly clenched his fists as if Yin Hao would not agree, his fists would land on him. It seems to be possible. Yin Hao looked at the people around him. The fun is over in China. He can be the tour guide and take a few kids for a spin abroad. Okay, go to my house, I'll ask my dad to arrange someone to take you guys out. Sheng Duor smiled, showing 2 little tiger teeth, super cute. When Yin Hao mentioned returning to China, she was very upset. She didn't want to be apart, and these past few days had been the happiest of her life. Okay, I'll talk to my cousin about it. Yin Hao didn't know if Yang Lin had any other arrangements. In case Li Yugang jumped the gun and grabbed Yang Lu and the others, it would be a big disaster. Can I go? Yang Lu held her hands together in a tangle. Would Zhang Lin's real mother want to see her? Yang Lu, don't think too much. My aunt is a very nice person. She is grateful to your family. If it weren't for you, your cousin might have already been gone. Yin Hao comforted. Thinking about this, Yin Hao's heart was filled with anger. He was thinking about whether he should cause some trouble for Qin Mo Tai and Li Jinjin. Otherwise, this domestic trip would have been for nothing. It's decided. Yubin, later, let's go to Rose Manor and find my cousin to have a fight. The two of us will team up and abuse him, how about it? But are you sure we can succeed if we join forces? Yubin smiled bitterly. He absolutely admired Yang Lin, and could even be said to be blindly so. Pfft, boosting other people's morale and crushing your own. We've been practicing for nothing these past 2 days, but we can definitely do it. Yin Hao said nonchalantly, put on his shoes and continued, brothers and sisters, let's go eat. Great. After Yin Hao's antics, the slightly oppressive atmosphere just became cheerful again. Yang Lin sat in the pavilion and kept sneezing. Could it be a cold? No, it shouldn't be, the weather isn't cold either. Yang Lin, do you have a cold? Qin Luoshi parked the car, slightly tired, stepping in 5-centimeter high heels, walked over. No, I guess someone is cursing me, tired. Yang Lin hugged Qin Luoshi and sat on his lap, smiling. Who dares to curse you? Ha ha ha. Qin Luoshi smiled, picked up the tea in front of her and took a sip. It was a bit bitter. Honey, how are things going at the company? Basically, I've straightened things out. I've finished going through the information Shi Zhang gave me. I've contacted my sister to collaborate on some joint projects, and I still need some time to sort out the rest of the information. Qin Luoshi twisted her neck. It really hurt. Apart from eating, she spent the whole day looking at information, signing documents, in an endless cycle. There was just no end to the work. Honey, sit down, let me give you a massage. Yang Lin compassionately put down Qin Luoshi and massaged her shoulders, saying, honey, there's no end to things. Do what you can, and take care of your health. It hurts. Qin Luoshi frowned deeply, her body aching all over. It must hurt when it's blocked, but I'll massage it away. Just bear with it. If you really can't stand it, just yell. There's no shame in it. There are lots of people in massage parlors who yell. Yang Lin increased the pressure, and Qin Luoshi screamed in pain, shaking his head non-stop and saying, Yang Lin, honey, I'm not going to let you do it anymore, it doesn't hurt anymore. Qin Luoshi's tears were streaming down his face, it really hurt. At that moment, Yin Hao and the others arrived at the Rose Manor, and they could hear Qin Luoshi's screams from afar. Cousin, you're an animal, it's broad daylight, what do you want to do? Go back to your room and do it. Yin Hao looked disgusted, shouting in a loud voice, what a disgrace. There are underage children here. They deliberately slowed down their pace so as not to see any inappropriate scenes. Yang Lu covered Shang Duo's eyes with her hands. Yang Lin heard what Yin Hao said, and 3 dark lines appeared on his forehead. He had misunderstood greatly. Qin Luoshi's face flushed red in an instant, and her whole body felt hot. Yin Hao, get rid of all the yellow paint in your head. I was massaging Luoshi's shoulders, what were you thinking? Yang Lin exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, glaring ferociously at Yin Hao. Wherever he was, it was always lively. Ah, I'm sorry, cousin-in-law, I'm sorry, it was just your screams that made people think about all sorts of things. Chapter 331 Chapter 328 Cousin-in-law, 2 against 1, you tell me who will win. Yin Hao walked over with a smile on his face. Indeed, he had the wrong idea, and everything in the picture was normal. Qin Luoshi's face turned even redder, as red as a boiled shrimp. Yin Hao sat down in a chair, picked up the pot on the table, and immediately poured himself a cup of tea. Damn, it's bitter. He spat it out in one gulp, fortunately no one was nearby. Cousin, what kind of tea is this, can you drink it? It won't kill you. Yang Lin gave him a disgusted look and shifted his body to the side. Cousin, you're so evil, you even tried to poison me, I'm so sad. You're really missing out if you don't study acting, the Oscars owe you a statuette, how about this, I have a film company, I'll send you to act, what do you say? Forget it, I'd rather not go and ruin the film industry, I'll just be a rich second generation. Somehow, Yin Hao thought of Qin Wanji, will she be able to adapt to the acting world? Yang Lu, Duor, Qingyan, let's go in, Auntie Lu should have finished cooking by now. Xin Luoshi's face slowly returned to normal, but she still felt embarrassed. If Yin Hao said anything else, she was sure to find a hole to crawl into. Great. The girls walked together towards the villa. How did things go? Yang Lin told you Bin to sit down and drank tea on his own. Recently, he likes to drink bitter tea, which has a strong aftertaste. I've already arranged for my men to do it. Li Yugong definitely won't be back the day after tomorrow, so don't worry. Okay, time is running out. We can go to China again and have fun in the future. It's fine. Yubin has been taking me around for the past 2 days, and I haven't lost out. Yin Hao paused for a moment. He didn't know what to tell Yang Lin. He had to deal with Qin Motai, after all, and Qin Motai was Yang Lin's biological father. Got into trouble? Don't be evasive, it's not like you. Cough cough. Cousin, the reason I came back this time was to see you and your cousin, and the second was to show Qin Motai a little bit of respect. Aren't you leaving already? You haven't even fulfilled half of your wish. If you don't do it, he won't be happy. He's made up his mind and said it. Yang Lin understood that Yin Hao was standing up for Yin Yen. As a son, Yang Lin couldn't do anything, but he wouldn't interfere with what Yin Hao wanted to do. Just do what you want to do. He doesn't treat me as his son either. Okay, I'm relieved to hear that. What if it affects the Qin family? Does it matter? Qin Madao and the Qin family are two different things. Yin Hao wasn't sure how it would affect the Qin family if he did it, and he wasn't sure if Yang Lin would mind. Anyway, he was just going to do it and walk away. What do you want to do? Nothing much, just embarrass Qin Madao. It'll be in the newspapers, but it won't kill him. As soon as Yin Hao finished speaking, Yang Lin looked up at him and stared hard. No, that's not what I meant. Yin Hao said sheepishly. Before he came to China, he did think about quietly settling Qin Motai and avenging Yin Yan, but now he had to consider the feelings of Yang Lin and Qin Wanru, so he had to give up. Yin Hao, let him make a fool of himself, I have no problem with that, but no killing. Yang Lin stared at Yin Hao sternly to show his attitude. Okay, I promise. Yin Hao promised. Yubin looked at the tense atmosphere between the two and didn't say a word, clearing his throat twice. Ahem. Big brother Yang, I heard from Yin Hao that you're very good at playing games. After dinner, the three of us can play a few rounds. Right, cousin, last time I was careless, this time Yubin and I will definitely beat you without leaving a single piece of armor. Yin Hao patted his thigh and jumped excitedly. He wanted revenge and to wash away his humiliation. Yang Lin gave a look that suggested he wanted to beat someone up, and Yin Hao's hand, which was clenched into a fist, itched. Pride goes before a fall, cousin, it's not good to hit someone in the face later. Okay, we'll see. Yang Lin gave Yin Hao a meaningful look, and said with a smile, let's go eat first, I'll show you how I'll abuse you later. We'll see. Inside the villa. I was just about to call you guys to eat, and you came in just in time. Yang Lu had just reached the door when he saw the three of them walk in with different expressions on their faces. Let's go eat. Yang Lin laughed as he walked at the front, while the two behind him were furious. Brother, what's wrong with them? Yang Lu pointed at Yin Hao and the other two, confused. They're looking for abuse, and I plan to fulfill their wish later. What abuse? Who's so irrational? Yu Qingyan looked at Yang Lin with doubt, then at the two behind him, as if he understood something. You two are looking for trouble, aren't you stupid? Qingyan, don't listen to him. Let's play a game of 2 against 1. Who do you think will win? How about this, let's have some stakes, you place your bets. Yin Hao suddenly thought of something fun and laughed obediently. You want to play a game? Xin Luoshi kind of understood. Yes, cousin, who do you think will win if we play 2 against 1? I don't know either. I've never seen you play games before, so I don't know your level. That's right. How about this, the three of us play a friendly match first, and after that, you place your bets. It doesn't have to be money, it can be a request too. What do you think? Yin Hao stood in front of the table, gesticulating earnestly. Yes, I'll participate. Yu Qingyan immediately raised his hand in agreement. How could he not participate in such a fun thing? I'll join too. Yang Lu smiled, as long as everyone was happy. I'll join too. Sheng Duor squeezed her way to the middle to express her thoughts. What about you, cousin? Okay. Xin Luoshi blinked her eyes and looked at Yang Lin with a half smile, thinking about what request to make if Yang Lin lost. Yang Lin didn't show any expression, laughing crazily inside, thinking that the system would never agree to her winning. Make a request? He looked at Xin Luoshi, and a bad idea came to mind. Okay, then it's decided. Hurry up, let's eat, and after we eat, we'll start fighting. The few people happily ate, and the speed of eating was also several times faster than usual. Inhao added 3 and subtracted 5, and in a short while, he finished eating. He said, "Everyone, time is tight, so eat up. We're leaving the country tomorrow, so we can't sleep in, so the sooner we finish playing, the sooner we can rest." Leaving the country? Xin Luoshi looked at Inhao, he hadn't heard Yang Lin mention it. Cousin, didn't you tell your wife? Yang Lin put down his chopsticks and said slowly, I was just about to say it when you came back. Luoshi, there are things to take care of abroad, so you'll come with me and meet my mother. Leave the domestic affairs for now and leave them to the people below to handle. Xin Luoshi nodded. Yang Lin had told her a few days ago, but she just didn't expect it to be so soon. It was only been 2 days, and she had to leave Jiangcheng again. Okay, let me arrange it. What time do you want to leave tomorrow? Tomorrow morning. Chapter 332 Chapter 329 Cousin, if you don't teach me, I guess I don't need to sleep. Big brother Yang, we just discussed it outside, can we go abroad together tomorrow? Yu Qingyan couldn't hold back and asked. Cousin, when you were calling, they heard it next to them. They are on vacation now, so they can go with us, just think of it as a trip. Besides, Auntie is grateful to the Yang family, and she will definitely be very happy if Yang Lu goes. Inhao explained, and then continued, abroad is my place, you can rest assured about safety, and if the worst comes to the worst, there's still the Shang family, right, Duer? Yes, I want Yang Li and Qingyan to go with us. Shang Duer looked at Yang Lin seriously, her face falling, as if she would cry if Yang Lin didn't agree. Brother, if it's inconvenient, we. Yang Li didn't want to put Yang Lin in a difficult position, and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. It's fine, if you're going, let's go together, you should go out and see the world too. Yang Lin smiled, trying to nip the danger in the bud. Hooray, we can hang out together again. Everyone laughed happily. Game room. Yang Lin, Inhao, and Yubin sat down in turn, with the girls standing behind them. Girls, let me show you some real skills. Watch carefully, and don't choose the wrong team later. Ian and I are on the same team. Brother Ian, you and my brother are shameless, 2 against 1, and you're still going to show your real skills. Yu Qingyan pursed her lips in disapproval. She thought that it was only normal to fight 1-on-1, and that 2 against 1 was not a fair fight. Kid, what do you know? My cousin's skills are awesome. If Yubin and I can beat him, we can beat 90% of the people in the world. Inhao didn't agree. After the competition in Kyoto, he carefully analyzed and compared the actions of the great gods and came to a conclusion, Yang Lin is better than all the recognized great gods in the world. Really? So awesome. Yu Qingyan's eyes widened in surprise. She plays the game too, but she's just not very good at it. Okay, let's get this over with quickly. I'm leaving the country tomorrow, and Yang Lin still has things to arrange, so I don't plan on spending too much time on this. 10 minutes is enough to deal with Inhao and the 2 of them. Okay, the first friendly match begins. For a while, all you could hear was the sound of the keyboard being tapped, and everyone held their breath. 2 minutes later. Game over. Damn it. Inhao cursed, staring incredulously at Yang Lin. Back in Kyoto, he had clearly been able to hold his own against Yang Lin for 10 minutes. Today, the game was over in less than 2 minutes. He suddenly realized that Yang Lin had let him win last time. Yubin hung his head in defeat. How could that be? He usually could play with friends for at least 10 minutes. To lose in 2 minutes, and against 2 against 1, how strong must Yang Lin be? Big brother Yang, are you planning to just abuse us and show no mercy? You have to have a sense of contract when playing games, you can't let up. Let's continue, I have things to do later. Yang Lin was very calm, but in his heart, he gave the system a big thumbs up. If he became an esports player himself, he would definitely be a great god. Wait, brother Ian, at dinner, didn't you say that we could have some fun and place bets? Yang Lu said with a smile, taking Sheng Duer with her as she stood behind Yang Lin. I support my cousin too. Sheng Duer stuck her head out and followed Yang Lu behind Yang Lin to show her support. Brother Ian, you guys are rubbish, admit defeat, don't even think about it, we definitely support Brother Yang. Ian Hao tilted his head, looking dejected. No more gambling, the result is a foregone conclusion, it's pointless, I'm not playing anymore. Cousin, we're not going to compete anymore. You teach us how to play, and we'll go out and compete in the future. If we win, we'll say it's all you're doing, and you'll look so good. Ian Hao suddenly stood up, leaned his body sideways, and looked at Yang Lin fawningly. A good boy is one who knows how to learn. Yu Bin also agreed, and became more and more impressed with Yang Lin. We'll talk about it later, get some rest, we're leaving the country tomorrow, and we'll be on a plane for hours, you can't be tired. No way, cousin, if you don't teach me, I'll keep pestering you, you won't be able to sleep tonight. Ian Hao felt itchy, like he had been scratched by a cat. He thought he was a great player, but he hadn't expected to be hit twice, both times by Yang Lin. Yang Lin had a headache. He knew Ian Hao's character well. He always did what he said he would do. If he couldn't satisfy him tonight, he really wouldn't sleep, and Yang Lin was sure he would be kept awake by the noise. Playing the rogue, are you? Cousin, I'm not playing the rogue. Your skills are awesome, I'm in awe. If I don't get your guidance, I won't be able to sleep all night. I can't sleep, so I'll just annoy you. You and your sister-in-law won't be able to sleep either. So, please, just spend some time teaching us, please. Ian Hao used his soft soaping skills to flatter him, looking as funny as he could. Everyone around was shocked. They never knew it could be done like that. It dazzled their eyes. Ha ha ha, Brother Yang, please have pity on Brother Ian and teach them a couple of tricks. He looks so pitiful. Yu Qinyan couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. She also had selfish motives, wanting to learn some tricks so that she could defeat her sisters and become the big sister in the future. Qin Luoshi also laughed. She had a better understanding of Ian Hao. This trip abroad was definitely going to be interesting. Honey, teach them. I want a good night's sleep tonight. Thank you, cousin and cousin-in-law. The cousin-in-law has spoken. If you don't do as you're told, watch out for the durian you'll have to kneel on. We won't help you either. The expression on Ian Hao's face changed so quickly that it was comparable to Trump's. Okay, but let's get one thing straight, I will only teach you twice at most, and for the rest of the time, you will have to figure it out for yourselves and not bother me. No problem. By the way, you will automatically forfeit this competition, which will count as a loss for you. You need to promise me one condition, which I haven't thought of yet, so I'll leave it for now. Okay. Ian Hao agreed without even thinking. As for the condition, it must not be too harsh. He was now fully focused on the game, and would worry about other things later. Okay, let's start. Great. The three of them returned to the game, very serious. Yang Lin explained as he played, going over all the possible ways to play. 15 minutes later. Yang Lin put down the mouse, stretched, and said, I've already told you everything I need to. For the rest of the time, you practice on your own. You can't go past midnight. You're leaving for the country tomorrow, so if you can't get up, you'll be late. No problem, cousin. You and your wife go to bed early, we'll play. Yes, Brother Yang, you go rest, we'll play here too. Several people said at the same time, as if the game room had magic powers, attracting several people to stay. Chapter 333 Chapter 330 Ian Hao Strikes. A moment later, Yang Lin returned to the room. He slammed himself onto the bed, feeling so comfortable. You must be tired, let me massage your shoulders and relax you. Qin Luoshi sat next to Yang Lin, smiling, with one hand kneading Yang Lin's shoulders. My dear, if you're not tired, it's just that your brain is a little tired, and I don't want to use my brain for even a moment right now. Yang Lin grabbed Qin Luoshi's hand and pulled her into his arms with a strong force. Qin Luoshi immediately put her hand against Yang Lin's chest and held her breath, saying, We agreed that there would be a maximum of 3 times a week, and you have already exceeded the limit. Besides, we are going abroad tomorrow, and I still have things to take care of and need to get a good night's rest. Qin Luoshi was really scared. She was feeling pain now, and with the trip abroad tomorrow, she didn't know when she would be back. She needed to explain some things to Shi Zhang. Excessive sex is also bad for your health. Ahem. Wife, you don't love me anymore. Yang Lin still didn't let go of Qin Luoshi, holding her tightly. After leaving the country, it was always inconvenient to be in someone else's territory. If you're like this, I don't mind, you can sleep on the sofa tonight. Qin Luoshi snorted coldly, Brat, I can't control you yet. Wife, your heart is so cruel. Yang Lin looked heartbroken, which was especially comical. Okay, get a good night's rest tonight, I'll run the bath for you. Xin Luoshi got up with the flow, walked into the bathroom, and if he didn't leave soon, it would really be dangerous. Watching Xin Luoshi's departing figure, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. He really thought of him as a stud. Xin Luoshi's physical condition he knew, but he just wanted to tease Xin Luoshi a bit. Yang Lin suddenly thought of a question. It seemed that the other day he hadn't taken precautions, so he wondered if he would be successful. He had a faint feeling of expectation in his heart. Sometimes when he saw children on the street, he thought they were so cute. If he and Xin Luoshi had a child, it would definitely be super cute, with a handsome boy and beautiful girl, charming everyone. Hubby, the water is ready, go wash up. Xin Luoshi said softly, turning and walking over to the table next to her, opening her laptop and starting to work. Yang Lin didn't say anything, got up, and walked into the bathroom. Xin Luoshi was born for business, and she loved this life. Yang Lin would not stop her. As long as everyone is happy with what they love, that's all that matters. After washing up, Yang Lin leaned back on the bed, took out his phone, and dialed Qin Wanru's number. He was going to meet Yin Yen and wanted to ask if Qin Wanru wanted to go with him. Stupid brother, you finally know to call your sister. Go ahead, are you going to ask for my help again? Sister, this is the image I have in your mind. Yang Lin smiled bitterly, thinking about it, it seemed that it was true. In the past, whenever there was a problem that couldn't be solved, he would go to Qin Wanru for help. That's right, I was wrong. You've quietly built a company that's even better than mine, and you don't need my help. Qin Wanru turned off the computer. Since Yun Fengyi had returned to the army, she was once again alone and lonely. Yang Lin was really surprised by the company that Lin Fengyi had set up in Kyoto, but she wasn't jealous. Instead, she was very happy that she could finally live the life she wanted, with Lin Fengyi. Sister, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Yang Lin hung her head. There was nothing he could do. The Tianjin organization was only awarded later by the system, but Yang Lin couldn't say that, so he could only apologize. Okay, I don't blame you. I'm so happy that my brother is so amazing. Just tell me, what do you need from me? Qin Wanru was not teasing Yang Lin. Yang Lin must have called because he had something on his mind. Otherwise, it was not normal to call his wife in the middle of the night and not go to bed with her. Sister, there is something I really need to ask you. I'm going to F country to see Mom tomorrow. Are you going? I'm not going for now. The Qins don't know about Mom's situation. If we go out suddenly, it will definitely attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. You go first. I'll find time to go alone later. Okay, sister. I had a really comfortable flight on your private jet last time. I'd like to borrow it again. Tomorrow there will be a large group of people, and Qin Wanru's private jet will come in handy. Yang Lin wondered if he should buy a private jet too, for convenience when traveling. No problem, I'll have Uncle Fu contact the airline immediately. Say hello to Mum for me when you see her. Qin Wanru also wanted to go, but reality wouldn't allow it, especially with the cheap dad, who had started hunting demons again in the past 2 days. Grandpa couldn't do anything about him either, as he was like family. Okay, good night. The next day, Yang Lin and Qin Luoshi got up very early. After exercising, they had not seen a few people go downstairs. They didn't even need to think about it. They must have slept late yesterday and couldn't get up this morning. They had ignored what they had said yesterday. Yang Lin, let them sleep a little. We'll eat first. It's a private jet anyway, so we're not in a hurry. Good. After finishing eating, Yang Lin sat on the sofa and read the message from Fu Bo. Everything was settled, they could go to the airport at any time and leave at any time. Just then, Qin Wanru called, her voice was a little hoarse. Yang Lin, did you look at the photos? Did you arrange for someone to do it? Yang Lin looked confused, what photos? He didn't arrange anything. Sister, what photos? I don't understand, I didn't do anything. If you didn't do it, then who did? This morning, Qin Mote was looking for a woman, and Li Zhenjin was looking for a man. The photos of them in a hotel room were all published, and they were in the same hotel, but in different rooms. Grandpa was furious, and the Qin family's reputation was ruined. Qin Wanru didn't know how to describe her feelings. She felt angry, happy, sad, and everything else at the same time, but also like she didn't feel anything at all. They had done things like this in private more than once, and she had a lot of photos of them, but it was different when they were published. Yang Lin thought back to what Yin Hao had told him yesterday and understood. Sister, Yin Hao did it. He mentioned it to me yesterday. I thought he would beat Qin Modi up, but I didn't expect. Sister, will this incident have a big impact on the Qin family? Yang Lin rubbed his brows. He didn't care about Qin Modi and Li Jinjin, but if it had an impact on the Qin family, Qin Wanru would have to start working again, and Grandpa's health would also be affected. It's not a big deal, at most it's just a loss of face, and it will be fine after a while. Qin Wanru understands Yin Hao's actions and stands up for Yin Yen. She doesn't blame him. If she weren't Qin Mute's daughter, the photo in her hand would have appeared on the internet a long time ago. It's just in time for this pair of dog and bitch to suffer a little loss. Aren't they the ones who value face the most? It's time to slap them in the face hard. Okay, I'll give Grandpa a call later. Okay, don't reveal any news about Yin Hao. This matter will pass in time. I understand, don't worry. Yang Lin put down the phone and sighed. Chapter 334 Chapter 331 Qin Moda, The Fate of Li Jinjin. Qin Family. Qin Moda kneeled in front of Qin Hong's study door. He was caught by Qin Hong's personal bodyguard, and he didn't even have the room to resist. He was very dissatisfied. Who exactly wanted to harm him this time? He hadn't done this kind of thing just once or twice. It couldn't be such a coincidence. He and Li Jinjin were in the same hotel and were filmed at the same time. It must have been a setup. Damn, he was betrayed by that bitch Li Jinjin. Qin Moda had every intention of killing Li Jinjin. He could play around with women, but Li Jinjin was not allowed to find a man. It was a matter of manly dignity. He had already decided that as soon as he got back, he would kick Li Jinjin out and get a divorce. The Li family was already on the decline, and it was not of much help to him. On the contrary, his children were now the most useful. Qin Motai looked at the door of the study. He had been kneeling for more than an hour, his legs numb and swaying from side to side. Just then, the door of the study opened, and Lu Kai walked out, saying to Qin Motai, "Young master, the master wants you to come in." Good. Qin Motai struggled to his feet, stumbled, and almost fell. Lu Kai quickly helped him. "Young master, be careful." Qin Motai took a while to react, and then walked into the study. "Kneel down." Qin Hong yelled, his old face was completely humiliated. He hit Qin Moda with a stick. He had 3 children in his life, the second and the girl were quite easy to take care of, but the eldest son was a worry, and when he was old, he was still being stabbed in the back. "Dad, I'm sorry." Qin Moda honestly knelt down, took a stick, and didn't dare complain. Qin Hong breathed heavily, sat in a chair, and closed his eyes. Qin Moda lowered his head, and his eyes occasionally glanced in the direction of Qin Hong. "You and Li Jinjin will go through the divorce procedures tomorrow. In addition, you will hand over all the companies in your hands to Wanru, and I have already contacted the nursing home for you to go directly to retire." "Dad, you can't do this." Qin Moda's eyes widened in horror. Qin Hong's punishment was too severe, which was equivalent to kicking him out of the Qin family. He had been fighting his whole life, so how could he give up? "You don't have the right to say no. Either you go to the place I've arranged, or I'll spread the word that you have no relation to the Qin family. You choose." Qin Hong is not heartless. Qin Moda is not cut out for business. If it weren't for the Qin family backing him up, the company he runs would have collapsed long ago. At Qin Moda's age, it's nice to enjoy your retirement, so he was directly dissuaded from the idea. The Qin family has Yang Lin and Qin Wanru, as well as the Qin Mozhan family to support them, so they can go even further. As long as Qin Madao behaves himself, his life will not be bad in the future. Of course, Qin Hong will not let Qin Madao go to the nursing home. There will always be multiple pairs of eyes watching him, just in case he causes trouble. "Dad." Qin Moda's eyes were red. He always felt that Qin Hong had not cared about him, otherwise his achievements would have been far greater. "Let's go, I'm tired. I'll have Lu Kai arrange for someone to take you there." Qin Hong didn't say anything else. Qin Moda kept kneeling without getting up. Why was this happening? In the past, whenever he caused trouble, Qin Hong would turn a blind eye. He couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard he tried. What had gone wrong? The Li family. Li Jinjin was picked up by the Li family early in the morning and taken back. Kneeling in the ancestral hall, she was very scared. This incident had spread throughout the rich and powerful circles, and the Li and Qin families had lost face. At the same time, she hated Qin Mute for constantly changing women. Bang! The door was pushed open and Li Shishing walked in. He was exhausted. One thing after another had happened to the Li family, and he had no peace of mind. Li Jinjin called out shakily, her body shaking non-stop. Pop! Responded to Li Jinjin with 2 slaps. You evil girl, how are you still alive, you disgraceful thing, you did it in private, but you were also photographed. Li Shishing cursed, his heart filled with rage. He had already received a call from Qin Hong, and Qin Hong's decision, Qin Motai and Li Jinjin would divorce, and Qin Motai would be sent to a sanatorium to live. Such a decision made Li Shishing furious. A decade of planning had been wasted. He didn't even have the right to refuse. Who let his daughter get into the same scandal? He was the biggest loser. The Li family's reputation was in tatters. Li Jinjin covered her face, her eyes red with anger. She didn't dare say a word. In the past, when Li Guanghai was still alive, he could still speak up for her, but now there was no one to speak up for her. You have disgraced the family name. Tomorrow, go and complete the divorce formalities with Qin Mota, then go abroad and never come back. Li Shishing shouted, as if it were the last arrangement he could make for Li Jinjin. He had no idea what the future held for the family. Whether Li Yulin could carry the family banner was doubtful. Li Yugang has been away since childhood, and there is an organization for him abroad, so it is impossible for him to return to the country. There is no longer anyone in the direct line of the Li family, and the collateral line is not in Li Shishing's consideration. Sometimes he wonders if there are any children who have been left behind who have talent and ambition that can support the Li family. Dad, no, I don't want a divorce, and I'm not going abroad. Li Jinjin kept shaking her head. If she left the Qin family and went abroad, she would be nothing. Humph, do you have a choice? Qin Hong has given me a direct ultimatum, if you don't go abroad, you'll stay here and be a disgrace. Li Shishing finished speaking and left without looking back. Li Jinjin slumped down in her seat, wondering why things had turned out this way. She didn't want a divorce or to go abroad. The Qin family. Qin Moti watched Qin Hong as he kept his eyes closed and slowly stood up. There was no room for maneuver in this matter. In the past, as long as he used a little trickery, Qin Hong's attitude would soften. This time, Qin Hong should be very disappointed. He slowly turned around, opened the door to the study, and walked out. Lu Kai was waiting outside and walked up to him, saying, "Young master, let me walk you out." After Qin Mota left, Qin Hong slowly opened his eyes and let out a sigh. "Mota, I hope you can understand what I did in the future." Ding ling ling. The phone rang. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Yang Lin asked worriedly. "It's fine, getting old makes you a bit confused. You and Wanru have suffered a lot over the years." "Grandpa, we're doing fine, as long as you're healthy. I'm going away for a few days, and after I come back, I'll bring Luoshi to see you in Kyoto." "Good, I'll be waiting for you." Mutai and Li Jinjin will go through the divorce procedures tomorrow. After the procedures are complete, Mutai will move directly into a nursing home, and he will hand over all the properties in his possession to Wanru. From now on, the Qin family will have to rely on you 2 siblings. Qin Hong spoke slowly, letting out the pent-up anger in his heart. "Grandpa, thank you, I promise, I will definitely lead the Qin family to new heights and live up to your expectations." Yang Lin was moved. Qin Hong's decision was more or less tinged with guilt towards the 2 siblings, but Yang Lin would not let Qin Hong down. Good, good, good. Qin Hong smiled, and his spirits improved. Chapter 335 Chapter 332 arrived in Country F. Rose Manor. Inhao fumbled with his phone, dazed. He had played games too late last night, and now his eyes could not open. He looked at the caller ID and instantly came to his senses. "Boss, it's done. According to reliable sources, Qin Mota and Li Jinjin will get a divorce tomorrow. Qin Mota has been sent to a nursing home by the head of the Qin family, and Li Jinjin is leaving the country." "Understood." Inhao put down the phone. Yang Lin and the others must have already gotten the news. No matter what they think, Inhao will do it to teach Qin Mota and Li Jinjin a lesson. If it weren't for the face of Yang Lin and Qin Wanru, Qin Mota and Li Jinjin would already be 2 corpses. After a brief freshen up, he grabbed his bag, opened the door, and walked down the stairs. Inhao stood on the stairs, looking at Yang Lin, who happened to look up, and the 2 of them gazed at each other. "Cousin, are you heartbroken?" In Hao walked down the stairs step by step, expressionless. Who is he heartbroken about? Qin Matao and Li Jinjin? Yang Lin shook his head. He didn't feel anything for Qin Matao and Li Jinjin. They were dead, and Yang Lin didn't think he would feel anything. At the same time, Yang Lin understood that Yin Hao had let them off lightly. Yin Hao let out a sigh of relief and smiled. Cousin, I can be considered an avenger of the heavens, saving many young boys and girls. Yes, you're the best. Yang Lin gave a thumbs up and smiled. Okay, there's food on the table, hurry up and eat, so that you can go to bed early last night, get up early today, and up to now, you're the only one up. Cousin, see, I'm still the most obedient, the first one up. Yin Hao looked at the food on the table and his appetite opened up, so he quickly started eating without any hesitation, and his heart was also set. Half an hour later, everyone gathered in the dining room, heads down and not speaking, eating. Pack up the simple luggage and get ready to go to the airport. Good. Jiancheng Airport. Uncle Fu has already made arrangements for Yang Lin and the others to enter directly via VLP. Cousin, that's so generous, can you get me a plane? Yin Hao touched it left and right, looking at it like it was rare, and kept talking. I don't have the money, the plane belongs to my sister. Yang Lin took Qin Luoxi's hand and sat on the sofa. Yang Lu and the others followed up, equally curious. This is a private jet, so luxurious. When I go back, I'll ask my brother to lend me his private jet for a spin, or at the very least, ask him to buy me one. Yin Hao nodded, and the decision was made. Cousin, the trip to F-land is long and boring, so why don't you teach me to play video games? No backing out, you promised last night. Yang Lin glanced at Yin Hao, can't you be quiet for a while? Big brother Yang, you won't go back on your word, will you? We practiced really well last night, so please find some time to give us some guidance. Yubin also stepped forward. He hadn't previously found the game that interesting, but since last night, he had become obsessed, to the point of forgetting about his favorite racing game. 3 games, and that's the most I'll teach. Yang Lin let out a sigh. If he didn't agree, he could expect no peace on the journey. He was beginning to regret bringing them along with him. It's so stressful. Okay, deal. Yin Hao and Yubin quickly took out their phones and sat opposite Yang Lin. The girls also gathered around, watching intently. Once they started, Yang Lin spoke very carefully and operated quickly. On the plane, you couldn't hear the sound of people talking, only the humming of the plane. Half an hour later, Yang Lin put down his phone and said, "My task is complete. Don't bother me again, go play by yourself." After saying that, he took Qin Luoxi by the hand and walked towards the room, leaving a silhouette. Yubin, let's try it. Okay. A few hours later. The plane stopped at the airport of Country F. We're here. Yin Hao dropped his phone, so tired, playing games for a few hours, his arms aren't even his own, but it was really cool. Before getting on the plane, Yin Hao contacted his father and told them the news that they were going back, not knowing who would come to pick them up. I'm leaving, and when I get to Country F, it'll be my world. I'll show you guys around, and you can experience the local customs, the beautiful scenery, and the delicious food. Long live Brother Yin. Yin Hao, you're awesome. Several people cheered, moving their bodies, and the malaise on the plane was swept away. Yang Lin and Qin Luoxi also came out, looking at the excited group of people outside, smiling. It's really great to be young. Yang Lin walked in front, and everyone got off the plane in turn. They saw 3 cars stopped in front of the plane. Seeing them get off, the person in the car in the front walked out, followed by the second one, and then the person in the third car also walked out. Dad, eldest brother, second brother, you came to pick us up. Yin Hao shouted, unable to believe it. He thought that at most, the eldest brother or second brother would come to pick them up, but he didn't expect Yin Xiong to come in person, and the second and third brothers were also here. It can be seen that Yang Lin has a high status in the Yin family. Why can't I come and see my nephews? Yin Xiong shouted, his voice deep and resonant. If he had lived in ancient times, he would have been a commanding general, commanding troops in battle. He had an imposing presence. Dad, big brother, and second brother, don't you think you're being a bit unfair? You never came to see me when I was little, and now I'm jealous. Yin Hao tried hard to look stern, but inside he was very happy. Little brat, stay where it's cool, and don't interrupt, or I'll show you. Yin Xiong glared at Yin Hao, then smiled and looked at Yang Lin, waiting for them to slowly walk in front of him. Dad's right, do you still need a ride? If it wasn't for Yang Lin coming, you could just take a taxi and go home yourself. Insa said with a smile, Inhao just loves to show off. Inexan didn't say a word, he just silently watched the several people walking towards him, especially Yang Lin. Inexan fixed his gaze on him, his aunt's son, finally found. Yang Lin's performance also impressed the others. He was not impatient, steady, and a person of talent. Yang Lin was very excited inside and was also very grateful. He never thought that the Yin family would value him so much, and it was all because of Yin Yan. Yin Yan was very happy in the Yin family, with so many people looking out for her. Yang Lin stopped and stood in front of Yin Xiong and called out, "Uncle." Good, good, good. Yin Xiong's hearty laughter resounded throughout the airport. He was very happy today. Not bad, you're a good-looking man. You must be tired from flying. Go home early, your mother started preparing early in the morning just waiting for you to come over. Are you Qin Luoshi, Yang Lin's wife? Yin Xiong looked at Qin Luoshi beside him and nodded. Yes, uncle. Good, you are a good-looking man and a beautiful woman. When you got married, I didn't know about it. I have already bought you a villa in Country F. In the future, when you come here, you will have a home. Yin Xiong already understood the ins and outs of the matter. No matter what it started out as, now Yang Lin and they are very happy, and that's enough. Nothing else matters. Chapter 336 Chapter 333 Yin Yan's performance. Yin Xiong looked at the few people behind Yang Lin, and the Shang family's youngest daughter was also there. He didn't want to have too much contact with the Shang family, and to be more direct, he hated the Qin family. Qin Shiwu was the daughter of the Qin family. If it weren't for the Qin family, Yin Yan's health wouldn't be so bad. Yin Sun, arrange for someone to send Miss Shang back. Yes. Yin Sun whispered a few words to the person next to him. I don't want to go back, can I stay with Sister Yan Lu and Shangyan? Shun Duor took their hands and didn't want to let go. Yang Lin looked at Yin Xiong's face and understood the reason. He said, Uncle, the grudges of the previous generation have nothing to do with Duor. She is just a child. I believe that Mom will not blame her. Okay. Yin Xiong thought about it. He really didn't need to make things difficult for a little girl. After all, Shang Duor was Yang Lin's younger sister. Uncle, big brother, and second brother, she is my younger sister Yang Lu, and these two are my friends Yu Bin and Yu Qingyan. When they were in Jiangchang, they spent a few days playing with Yin Hao. When they knew we were coming to F, they followed us here. Yin Xiong's face slightly improved, and he said to Yin Hao, I already know what happened in Jiangchang. Although Min Yi is not to be feared, you still had the nerve to deal with him so blatantly. Dad, don't worry, I'll take care of their itinerary for the time being. Yin Hao patted Yu Bin on the shoulder and nodded. You behave yourself, or I'll teach you a lesson. Dad, I'm sorry. Yin Hao lowered his head and cursed inwardly, Humph, I knew it, just lecturing me with a stern face. Yang Lin, get in the car. Okay, uncle. The several people got into the 3 cars and drove out of the airport. An hour later. Tianran Villa. Yin Yan was dressed and standing in the doorway, looking around constantly, counting the time, it should be almost there. Her beloved son is coming. When she got the news, she didn't sleep a wink that night. Sometimes she laughed, sometimes she cried. She got up early in the morning to arrange the room and food for him. She was so nervous that she called Qin Wanru several times to find out about Yang Lin's living habits and eating habits, for fear that he would feel uncomfortable when he arrived. Yin Yan was on edge the whole time, walking back and forth. The maid couldn't help but remind her that Yin Yan's health was poor, and if she got sick, Master Yin would lose his temper again, and she would get scolded too. It's fine, I'm wearing clothes, don't worry about me, I'll just wait here. Yin Yan didn't listen to the advice, she hoped that Yang Lin would see her as soon as he got out of the car, so many years of guilt filled her heart. Madam, the car is here. The butler reported. Shalan, take a look, is my hair and clothes okay? Yin Yan was very nervous, and she hurriedly asked the maid, Are you sure? Madam, everything is fine, don't be nervous. That's good. Yin Yan slowly walked down the stairs, straightening her clothes. The car door opened, and Yang Lin walked out. Yin Yan and he locked eyes. Yang Lin walked step by step towards Yin Yan. He had thought countless times about the scene of their meeting, and countless things to say, and even rehearsed possible scenarios. But at this moment, he couldn't say a word, and just looked at Yin Yan. Lele. Yin Yan's tears fell in big drops, from a soft sob to a loud cry, her body shaking non-stop. Mom! Yang Lin reached out and embraced Yin Yan, unable to find the words to say. Everyone behind them stood still. The girl couldn't hold back any longer and started wiping her tears away too. A few minutes later, Yin Yan stopped crying. All the past had vanished. Her son was standing in front of her. It was worth it. Yin Xiong walked up and said, "It's windy outside, let's go in. Yang Lin is going to stay for a while, so if you have anything to say, go inside and say it." "Okay, you're all tired and embarrassed, so come in." Yin Yan wiped away her tears and said to everyone behind her. She walked up to Qin Luoshi, took her hand, and said, "Luoshi, you must be tired from the flight, let's go inside." "Good." Qin Luoshi shrugged her nose and gave a smile. She couldn't figure it out. Yin Yan was such a good woman, why didn't Qin Moda know how to cherish her? Walking into the hall, Yang Lu and the others were shocked by the luxurious decorations. They had seen Rose Manor before and thought it was spectacular, but until they saw this place, they realized that it was really nothing. "Brother Yin, your family is really rich," Yu Qingyan whispered. "It's just so. Yin Hao had always lived here and didn't feel anything special about it. To him, the villa was just a place to live." "Cut it out." Yu Qingyan disagreed, while Yang Lu stood by and laughed. "What a couple of rivals." Yu Bin was shocked. No wonder Min Yi died and Yin Hao was unharmed, and only the Su family suffered. It turned out that the Min family didn't dare to mess with the Yin family, which had a hard-nosed background. "Everyone, please sit down and make yourselves at home." Yin Su invited them to sit down. There were already exquisite pastries, high-class fruits, tea, juice, and wine on the table in front of them. Yang Lin and Qin Luoshi sat on Yin Yan's left and right sides. Yin Yan tightly held their hands and would not let go. "Lur, let me take a good look at you." "Mom, I'll be in F country for a while, take a good look." Yang Lin smiled, revealing a row of white teeth. "Good, really good." Yin Yan stared at Yang Lin, very affectionate, which is the relationship of blood. "Luoshi, I haven't prepared anything for you either, please accept this small gift." Yin Yan took out a small box from her body and handed it to Qin Luoshi. "Mom, I." Qin Luoshi knew that the contents of the box must be very precious, and she didn't know whether she should take it or not. She looked at Yang Lin and asked with her eyes, "Luoshi, this is a little something from me. I haven't prepared anything for your wedding either, so you must accept it." "Take it." Yang Lin said, "The gift in the box is from Yin Yan's heart, regardless of the value." "Okay, thank you, Mom." Yin Yan smiled and patted Qin Luoshi's hand, contented. She looked at the three girls sitting across from her, not knowing which one was Yang Lin's sister, and turned to ask, "Lur, which one of them is your sister?" "Her, Yang Lu." Yang Lin pointed his finger at Yang Lu, who was closest to him. "Good kids, thank you all. If it weren't for you, Lur might." Yin Yan didn't dare to think about it, and tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. "Auntie, brother is fine, the good man will be protected by the heavens, no matter what time it is, brother will be fine." Yang Lu didn't know how to comfort Yin Yan, she just felt the heart of a mother who was completely devoted to her son, and she was very moved. Chapter 337 Chapter 334 Yang Lin treats Yin Yan. Yin Yan smiled, wiped away her tears, nodded vigorously, and said, "Yes, Lur Ji Ren Yu Zi Tian Xiang." Qin Luoshi took out the paper on the table and handed it to Yin Yan. He was deeply moved and couldn't help but think of Qin Modao. Why is the love of my parents so different? Qin Moda only loves himself, and under the guise of loving his children, he does things that deeply hurt them, and he still stands on the moral high ground. In contrast, Yin Yan, the true feelings she shows are not deceptive. She loves her children and has done so for decades. "Yang Lu, you are Lur's younger sister, which means you are also my daughter. This is also your home, so come and visit any time in the future." Yin Yan is grateful to the Yang family. From Yin Xiang's investigation, Yang Lin has been very happy since childhood, and his adoptive parents have given him no less love than Qin Modao, 100 times more. "Thank you, Auntie, I will." Yang Lu smiled, showing her small tiger teeth, quiet and dazzling. Yin Yan's eyes followed Yang Lu's body and looked back. Yang Lin saw this and said, "Next to Yang Lu is Shang Duer, the Shang family's daughter, and also the child of my aunt Qin Shiwu." Yang Lin didn't say anything, observing Yin Yan's expression. She didn't know what Yin Yan's attitude was towards the Qin family. What if? "Sister, if you don't like it, I." Yin Xiong was also afraid of provoking Yin Yan, and quickly made peace. "I really regret bringing Shang Duer back, it would have been better to just send her back to the Shang family." For more than 10 years, Yin Xiong had protected Yin Yan very well, and she knew nothing about the Qin family. Yin Yan looked at Yang Lin and Yin Xiong's nervous expressions and laughed. Brother, Lure, it's been more than 10 years, I've already forgotten everything. Lure has been found, what else is there for me to let go of? Duor is just a child, she's very cute. Yin Xiong's heart also let go. Finally the sky cleared after the rain. Yin Yan looked at Shang Duor and said, Duor, come and visit with your mother sometime. I haven't seen Sherwin in a long time, I miss her. Back when they were in the Qin family in Kyoto, Qin Shiwu was not married yet, and Yin Yan and Qin Shiwu got along very well, often going out shopping and getting beauty treatments together. After Yin Yan gave birth to Qin Wanru, Qin Shiwu often took Qin Wanru along to play. Okay, I'll tell my mom when we get back. Shang Duor said obediently, hugging Yang Lu's arm. Mom, Duor is next to me, and they are all good friends. After touring Jiangcheng, they took this opportunity to hang out together. Yang Lin said simply, and Yin Yan's condition didn't look very good, so he frowned. Hello, if you need anything here, just let me know, you don't have to be polite. Yin Yan's body, which had been sitting upright, slowly sank down. Auntie, don't worry, I'll take a rest for a while and take good care of them. Yin Hao is finally able to use his skills for something good, as he has a rare moment of peace, and quickly speaks up. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Yin Yan really likes Yin Hao, the eldest son of the Yin family. The second son is too serious, but Yin Hao is cheerful and makes Yin Yan happy. Whenever Yin Hao makes a mistake, he will first come to Yin Yan to ask for help covering up for him, otherwise Yin Hao doesn't know how many beatings he would get. Mom, are you not feeling well? A little, but it's okay, it's just an old problem. I'm so happy you're here. Yin Yan is a little tired, but she doesn't want to rest. It's been a long time since she felt this happy and joyful. Mom, let me take your pulse. Okay. Yin Yan doesn't say anything, she just does whatever her son asks her to do, as long as he is happy. Yang Lin starts to take Yin Yan's pulse, and everyone waits quietly, only the sound of breathing is heard. For Yin Yan's illness, Yin Xiong has sought many famous doctors, both Chinese and Western, but none of them have been helpful. She can only be nursed at home, which makes him feel sad. Uncle, I will prescribe some medicine later. My mother's body needs to be slowly nurtured, and she will get better. Are you sure? Yin Xiong hesitated. It was just that he had sought the help of so many famous doctors, and none of them could do anything. Yang Lin was too young, and although he knew medicine, how much better could he be? The investigation did show that Yang Lin's medical skills were good, but Yin Xiong still had doubts. Dad, you have to trust your cousin. His medical skills are very famous in the capital, and many celebrities ask him to perform operations. Yin Hao scratched his hair and said lazily. Uncle, believe me, I won't joke with my mother's life. Yang Lin looked serious, and Yin Xiong's concerns were clear to him. Okay, I'll immediately arrange someone to do what you want. Thank you, Uncle. It's okay, it's all for your mother, so you don't need to thank me. You must be hungry, let's eat. Yin Xiong is also a rough person, he can't say sentimental things, but he treats them all sincerely. Let's go, let's eat, my stomach is starting to protest. Yin Hao was the first to stand up, and Yin Xian kicked him and glared at him, acting like a little kid. Big brother, you just know how to bully me, huh? Yin Hao moved to the side and walked past from the other side. Yu Qin Yan and the others suppressed their laughter. Yin Hao's antics were his personality, and finally someone was able to rein him in. The Yin family's dining room was also very large, with room for everyone at the table to sit down. Wow, there's so much food, I'm so hungry. Yes, I didn't think that when we came to Country F, we could also eat Chinese food, and even hot pot. Pish, don't underestimate us, we're all Chinese, we just live in Country F, and our eating habits are still biased towards Chinese food. Yin Hao picked up the chopsticks, but didn't start eating. He looked at Yin Xiong, who was sitting in the main seat. There were still many rules in the family, and as long as Yin Xiong didn't say anything, no one could start eating first. I'm not sure about your tastes either, but my sister has arranged all this food. Eat as much as you like. If you don't like it, just say so and we'll make it again. Yin Xiong looked at the table and was also a little moved. It had been a long time since they had been so lively together. It seemed that apart from Chinese New Year, the children all had their own things to do. At the table, there were just him and Yin Yan. He wondered if it was because they were getting old that they liked to be in the thick of things. Thank you, Uncle Yin, we won't be polite. A few people were already hungry, so they picked up their chopsticks and started eating. In Hao, this is delicious. I never thought I could eat such delicious food abroad. Yu Bing chewed with relish and said excitedly. Of course, our chef is amazing. Hurry up and eat, and after you're done I'll take you out to play. Okay. Yu Bin understood what he meant. Brother, what are you whispering about? You have to take us out when you go out. Yu Qinyan heard it with his sharp ears and hurriedly said, the reason for coming here is to go out and play, otherwise it's better to stay at home. Yu Bin glanced at Yin Hao, his eyes asking what he meant. Insa smiled gently and said, Yin Hao, it's fine to have fun, but there are some places you can't go. There are many beautiful sights and delicious food in F country, so you can take them to explore and taste them. Did you hear me? Chapter 338 Chapter 335 Boxing Match. Yin Hao looked sideways at his second brother and frowned. The obvious food and scenery in France are not that delicious or fun. If you come here, you must take them to do things they have never done before. That's the only way to be exciting. Otherwise, just go with the tour group. Second brother, I know the arrangements, don't worry, there won't be any problems. Insa put away his smile and frowned slightly. Did Yin Hao really have no idea what was going on in his heart? He was not sure what his status was, but it was clear that Yang Lin's friends were all respectable people. Taking them to see Yin Hao's world would not scare them, but if something dangerous happened, it would be hard to explain. You can ensure that nothing will happen. This is Country F, not the country. Second brother, I know. How would I take them to do something exciting? I have a good idea. Don't worry. Besides, you guys are all around us. Yin Hao started to act up again. He had already made up his mind. If all else failed, he would just go secretly. Second brother, let's eat first. Yin Xin spoke up to stop him, warning that these words would be useless to Yin Hao. Either they would have to confine him at home, or they would have to arrange for someone to protect him. Yang Lin realized that the place Yin Hao was taking Yang Lu and the others to was definitely not ordinary, and he was a little worried. Yin Hao, you guys go out and play, take me with you. I've never been to F country either, so it'll be good to show Luo Shi around. Sure, cousin, it'll be more exciting with you there. Yin Hao winked and grinned wickedly. Yang Lin's hair stood on end, and he suddenly regretted what he had just said. Insun slapped Yin Hao on the head and said sternly, watch your mouth. Big brother, I'm only a bit silly because you always pat me on the head. Yin Hao rubbed his head, and with one hand he fed food into his mouth. Don't make excuses for being silly. Yin Sun's expression did not change at all. If he didn't look serious, Yin Hao would have caused even more trouble. The meal was quite warm, with bursts of joy from time to time. Mom, you're tired, take a rest first. Yin Yen had a smile on her face, but it did not hide her tiredness, and Yang Lin felt distressed when he looked at her. Okay, you young people have fun, I'm going to go upstairs and take a nap. Yin Yen was indeed tired. She hadn't had a good night's rest the night before, and her emotions had been on edge all day. She really felt tired after relaxing. Qin Luoshi escorted Yin Yen upstairs to rest, and Yang Lin said to Yin Xiong, Uncle, do you have a pen and paper? Yes. In a moment, Yang Lin started writing quickly on the paper. Yin Yan's health could not be delayed any longer. Yang Lin didn't want to lose his mother just as he had found her. Uncle, follow this prescription to prepare the medicine. I have written the precautions on it. Be sure to drink it every day on time. Okay. Since Yin Xiong had chosen to believe, he was not a womanizer. He arranged for someone to go and prepare the medicine immediately. If Yang Lin could really cure Yin Yan's illness, everyone would be happy. Okay, you kids go play, and I'll go rest too. Yin Xiong looked at the child sitting squarely across from him. If he didn't leave soon, he would probably hold it in. Yin Hao said slyly, still thinking about what reason he should find to leave if Yin Xiong didn't leave soon. Yin Xiong glared at Yin Hao and turned around to leave. Yin Hao gave a thumbs up behind Yin Xiong's back. Pop. He got a kick on the back and Yin Hao cursed, damn it. Then his face turned obedient and he looked at Yin Sun, afraid to speak. Yu Qinyan and the others couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. Yang Lin, we'll go first too. If anything happens, give me a call. Okay. Yang Lin nodded. Although Yin Sun was serious, he could feel Yin Sun's concern, and that was enough. Finally, everyone left. Yin Hao slumped onto the sofa. At this time, Qin Luoshi also came down and looked at Yang Lin and said, Mom has already gone to bed. Okay, thanks. Yang Lin shook Qin Luoshi's hand and looked at her lovingly. My teeth are going to fall out, it's so sweet, I can't keep my eyes open. I feel uncomfortable with my teeth too, I ate too much sugar. Brother, sister, when did you eat sugar, why didn't I eat any? Shang Duor pouted her lips, looking unhappy. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed heartily. Duor, you're so cute, how brother will buy you some sugar to eat later. In Hao laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Xin Luoshi's face immediately turned red, and she buried her head in Yang Lin's arms. Yang Lin patted Xin Luoshi's back and stared fiercely at Yin Hao. Xin Luoshi's face was still too thin, and she was easily shy, so she needed to work on it. Yin Hao stopped smiling, sat up straight, and said loudly, "Friends, our nightlife officially begins, go." Yin Hao chose a car with room for 7 people in the garage, and everyone got in and sat together. This time, Yin Hao drove. Yin Hao, where are you going? Drive slowly. Yang Lin looked out the window at the trees passing by and said softly, back in F country, Yin Hao lets his hair down completely and drives like crazy. Fortunately, there aren't many people here, or it would be pandemonium in the city. Cousin, there's a boxing match today, let's go watch. Yin Hao had just returned, and his men told him about the boxing match. He likes to box to release his stress, so he slowly slowed down, taking care to watch the girls sitting behind him. Is the boxing match a legitimate one? Yang Lin frowned. He hadn't looked into this area before, and he had only seen things on the internet, intentionally or unintentionally, and it seemed that there was even black boxing. Hey, cousin, you seem to know a lot. Yin Hao laughed without saying anything. What's the point of a legitimate boxing match? It must be black boxing, but I don't know if they're afraid or not. The main thing is that there are a few girls following them, which is more troublesome, but he really wants to go. Black boxing doesn't happen all the time. Let's go somewhere else, there are too many people here, it's not convenient. Yang Lin understood what Yin Hao meant. If it was just him, it would be nice to go with Yin Hao and see something new. However, there were 4 girls in the car, and they were also young. It would be terrible if they were left with a bad impression. Brother Yang, boxing matches are very exciting, why do you want to change the location? We haven't seen it yet, don't worry, we're not afraid, let us go. Yu Qingyan was excited just by listening to it, as if it was a car race in Jiangcheng, opening up a whole other dimension. Yu Bin was also a little excited, but Yang Lin didn't relent, and he didn't dare to speak up. Cousin, it's actually not as bloody as you think. Of course there will be fighting, and they are all adults. With proper contact, they are not ordinary civilians. Contact with boxing matches will also be beneficial to them in the future. Chapter 339 Chapter 336 You can place bets later. If you see a good one, let me know. Yang Lin still didn't say anything. Although Yin Hao made sense, he still had concerns. He looked at Qin Luoshi and said, Luoshi, you take Yang Lu and Duor shopping. This. Qin Luoshi hesitated. To be honest, she had been considering how to integrate into Yang Lin's life. The things she came into contact with were increasingly commercial, and she also wanted to see a scene like a boxing match that she had never seen before. Brother, just let us go. Last time in Jiangcheng, we also saw the dangers of car racing, but we were fine. If it's just shopping, there's no need to come to F country. There are quite a lot of shopping malls in Jiangcheng. The reason we came here was to meet different people and experience different things. Yang Lu has been exposed to many things since she arrived in Jiangcheng, and her mentality and thoughts have changed a lot. If it were before, she would definitely not dare to watch a boxing match, but now it's different, she wants to experience it. I'll go too. Shang Duor quickly said, as long as she follows Yang Lu and Yu Qingyan, she doesn't care about anything else. Yang Lin glanced at the several people behind him and let out a long sigh. It was useless to stop him, his heart had already followed Yin Hao to the boxing arena. Brother, don't worry, trust me, there's no problem with safety. Yin Hao said as he drove, if Yang Lin hesitated any longer, they would be at the boxing stadium. Okay. Yang Lin just hoped that nothing would happen. Looking at the streets that were gradually becoming more and more lively, he slowly calmed down. Great, I'll take you guys for a ride. Yin Hao started to speed up, humming music in his mouth, and his body started to move. Hooray, we can see the legendary boxing match. Yay! Several people kept cheering and laughing, looking forward to something new. At that moment, Yin Hao's phone rang. What's up? Boss, what you asked for has been done, Li Yugang has been delayed. Good, keep following him, and once he tries to go back to China, find a way to stop him. Understood. In Hao hung up the phone with one hand and said nonchalantly, "Cousin, the job is done, Liu Gang stays here." "Good." Yang Lin nodded, almost forgetting Liu Gang. The scattered bar. In Hao parked the car in front of the door, and several people got out of the car. He naturally handed the key to the security guard at the door, who respectfully took it. "In Hao, you come here a lot, you're familiar with it." "That's right, as long as there's a boxing match, I'll come here whenever I'm free. I know my way around, and I know all the handsome guys and beautiful girls inside." In Hao said proudly, beaming with joy. "Brother In, didn't you say you were going to watch a boxing match? Why are you here at a bar?" Yang Lu looked at the words Zero Star Bar puzzled, full of doubts. "Younger sister Yang Lu, you don't understand, there's a whole other world inside. Come on, follow Brother In and experience it for yourself." In Hao, acting like a thief, with a proud look on his face, took the lead and walked in. Cut. A few people were amused by In Hao's expression and followed him in. Yang Lin took Qin Luoshi's hand and walked in last. As soon as they entered, they could hear dynamic music and see men and women of all shapes and sizes following the music and twisting their bodies. They were passionate and unrestrained. In Hao also started to move to the music. A waiter came up to him and said loudly, "Mr. In, this way please." The boxing club had already received the news of In Hao's arrival, and the manager had specially told the waiter to wait here to greet In Hao. The underground boxing club was not legal, and in order to get in, you needed to go through layers of screening and obtain permission before you could enter. Since In Hao was a regular customer, all of these processes were omitted. "Yes, the people behind me are all people I brought here." In Hao replied loudly to the waiter. The music was so loud that he had to speak loudly. At that moment, a hot beauty wearing a halter top and shorts walked over with a whiskey. "In Xiao, long time no see, have you missed me?" She leaned against In Hao, put her arm around his head and said ambiguously. Yang Lu and Yu Qingyan took a step back in disgust. Yang Lu quickly used her hand to block Sheng Duer's eyes, not suitable for children. "Miss you? Miss you where?" In Hao took the beauty's hand and pulled it down, looking at her with a teasing expression. Monica was the person that Min Huan had arranged to contact him. Of course, In Hao admitted that Monica was very pretty and met his aesthetic standards, but a woman who appeared by his side for no reason, In Hao would definitely investigate. "Anywhere is fine." Monica leaned against In Hao again like a rickety person. "Monica, cough cough, I'm busy today, and besides, my younger siblings are here, I can't lead them astray, otherwise my father will chop me when he gets back, let's chat some other time." In Hao pushed Monica away, and inwardly snorted, since Monica had appeared, Min Huan must be at the underground boxing ring. Min Huan hit it really well. If it wasn't for a coincidence, In Hao would still not know that Min Huan's skills were very good, and he was probably on par with himself. "Okay, remember to miss me." Monica kissed In Hao on the cheek, smiled at the several people behind him, and turned around, her smile instantly disappearing. "In Xiao, please. Let's go." After entering the elevator, Yu Qingyan and the others kept their distance from In Hao. "What's wrong with you guys? Do I smell? Why are you keeping your distance from me?" In Hao looked up and down, and there was no problem. He even sniffed his body, and there was no smell. Then he looked at them puzzled. "I'm afraid you have poison on you, In Gu, you really don't reject anyone, any woman leans on you." Yu Qingyan's eyes were full of curiosity, and In Hao's scalp felt numb. In Hao really felt aggrieved. He kept himself very clean, but unfortunately, beautiful women always leaned on him. The first time, he even gave it to Qin Wanji. "I can't explain it." The waiter was still standing there, so he couldn't say that Monica had approached him with an ulterior motive. What a reputation, it's all ruined. In Hao lowered his head in annoyance. "What floor is the boxing ring on?" Yang Lin didn't dwell on this question. "It's normal for men and women to be open-minded abroad, just make sure you know where the line is." "Second basement." The waiter replied, looking at Yang Lin for 5 seconds, and then silently looking at the elevator door. Yang Lin was shocked. A martial artist. This place is really not simple, even a simple waiter has kung fu, what about the others? The background of the boxing ring must be very tough. "Cousin, it is said that the 2 boxers tonight are both very good. You can place bets later. If you see a good one, let me know." In Hao put away his thoughts and said seriously. "You can also place bets?" Yubin asked in surprise. "Yes, Yubin, if you want to play later, that's fine. I'll pay for it." If you win, it's yours. If you lose, it's mine. Yin Hao, you're awesome, but I can't let you do that. You're in my territory, so of course I'll take care of you the whole time. This is nothing, it's a piece of cake. Yin Hao didn't care at all, and he put his arm around Yubin's shoulders. Only Yubin leaned a little closer to him, while the other guys kept their distance. Chapter 340. Chapter 337. Shang Wenchuan arrives. Bang! The elevator door opened, and the attendant held it shut with his hand as the several of them walked out one after the other. Yin Hao walked out of the elevator with Yubin in his arms, and the others followed behind them. Before they even got close, they could hear the sound of a lively crowd inside, no less boisterous than the bar upstairs. So many people. The few people stared in disbelief. A small boxing match could attract so many people to watch, there must be something fishy going on. Yang Lin was also shocked, his mouth slightly open. It wasn't just a matter of money to be able to build a boxing stadium of this scale underground. There is a large iron cage in the middle of the boxing ring, with seats all around the cage. There is a large display screen on the wall and 7 or 8 smaller ones around it, so you can see all aspects of the battle inside the cage. There is a front desk set up at the front, where you can exchange money and place bets. If you need anything, you can just ask the front desk. Is it crowded? It's considered low today, let's go. Yin Hao didn't think so. This is far more exciting than the one above, and it's a better way to release stress. Young Master Yin, would you like to sit outside or in a box? The waiter asked in due course. Yin Hao looked at the people behind him and sighed inwardly. The atmosphere was better and more feeling sitting outside, but the few girls who followed were safer in the box. He was about to answer when he heard Yu Qinyan say, let's sit outside. Brother Yin, the whole point of coming here is to feel the atmosphere, what's the point of sitting inside a box? That makes sense, let's sit outside. Several people spoke one after the other. Yang Lin also nodded, since they were here, they might as well relax, there really was no point in sitting inside a box. Yin Hao looked at Yang Lin nodding and smiled. He didn't want to sit in a private box in the first place, and since Yang Lin agreed, it was just what he wanted. Sit outside. Young Master Yin, this way please. The waiter led the group to an empty seat. Is this your specific seat? Yang Lin sat at the front, Qin Luoshi sat next to him on the right, Yin Hao on the left, and the other few sat behind them in turn. Sort of. I always sit here whenever I come here. After Yin Hao finished speaking, he looked around and saw many familiar faces. Big brother. Shang Duor cried out, quickly hiding in Yang Lu's embrace. Shang Wenchuan is the eldest son of Shang Jingguan and Qin Shiwu. He is serious and is being groomed as the successor of the Shang family. Of course, he has lived up to expectations and has grown up. Dor, be afraid, your eldest brother is definitely going to spank you later. Yin Hao looked at Shang Dor's movements with adoration. She was so cute. If he had a daughter, she would be even cuter. For some reason, Yin Hao began to look forward to it. A daughter seemed pretty good. Big brother Yin, don't say anything, my brother won't find out if I don't look. Shang Dor buried her head, as if as long as she didn't look, Shang Wenchuan couldn't see her. Yin Hao laughed out loud. Yang Lin looked in the direction of Yin Hao's gaze, and a well-dressed man with piercing eyes came into view. Shang Wenchuan also saw Yin Hao. He had already learned from his parents that Duor had stayed in Jiangqing to play with Yin Hao and would be back today. He didn't expect to see Yin Hao here. The girl with her bottom sticking out behind her was none other than his younger sister. He strode over to Yang Lin's side. Yin Hao laughed and patted Shang Duor's bottom, saying, Duor, your brother is here. Ah, don't come, I can't see. Shang Duor kept mumbling in her mouth, as if the princess was chanting magic and could make wishes come true. Several people around were amused by Shang Duor's performance. What a childish mind. Shang Wenchuan walked over and said to Yin Hao, Yin Xiao, thank you for taking care of my sister during this time. Fortunately, Duor is quite cute, she just follows Yang Lu and the others around. Yin Hao had a faint smile on his face. He had never dealt with Shang Wenchuan before, and at most they would nod and exchange greetings when they met. Shang Wenchuan got along well with his eldest brother and had a lot of business dealings with him. Shang Wenchuan slowly looked up at Yang Lu, who was holding Shang Duor. Yang Lu gave a faint smile, a little helpless, and whispered in Shang Duor's ear, Duor, your brother is here. Shang Duor hunched her body, reluctantly slowly raised her head, and whispered, brother. Shang Wenchuan felt a little helpless. Shang Duor was the youngest in the Shang family and was doted on by her brothers. At the same time, he was very surprised. His parents had told him that Duer's illness was slowly getting better, and he still had his doubts, but today, when he saw Shang Duer, her complexion did look good. He felt a little self-blame in his heart. Usually, he didn't pay enough attention to Shang Duer. After going out for a while, she had obviously become a lot more cheerful. Usually, when she saw him, Shang Duer would shrink back and not say a word. Although she was a little awkward today, she was obviously different. Well, if you want to look, just look. I'm here for you. Big brother, really, you're not angry? Shang Duer asked in surprise, clutching Yang Lu's hand tightly. Shang Wenquan looked at Shang Duer's actions and then at Yang Lu, nodded, not angry. Yang Lu also smiled, without saying anything, holding Shang Duer's hand. Yes, big brother is the best. Shang Duer revealed a happy smile and bounced a few times. Shang Wenquan watched Shang Duer's movements, his heart pounding, his hand unconsciously raised, ready to catch Shang Duer at any moment. Cousin, Duer is just weak, not a porcelain doll. She needs to be exposed to people and things around her. Keeping her inside a greenhouse, while the surface remains intact, will only make her weaker inside. Shang Wenquan was too nervous. Yang Lin shook his head, sighed slightly, and thought to himself that everyone in the Shang family protected Shang Duer too closely and spoiled her, but that was not conducive to Shang Duer's condition. Shang Wenquan looked at Yang Lin, thinking about everything, and said, "You're right, Yang Lin." He had already seen Yang Lin's detailed introduction from the information, and Shang Jingguan had already told him about the cooperation with Yang Lin. Shang Wenquan couldn't help but admire Yang Lin. He was able to reach his current position because he is the eldest grandson of the Shang family, with access to resources and wealth. However, according to the information, Yang Lin has been living in a rural village for more than 20 years, with both parents being farmers. When he went to university, he worked part-time and did not have any help, relying entirely on himself to grow up. Shang Wenquan believes that if he were to grow up in Yang Lin's environment, he would not be able to reach Yang Lin's current level. Yang Lin, thank you, come visit our home tomorrow, our family welcomes you. Yang Lin did not refuse. This time, he also wanted to talk to the Shang family about the arms and weapons business. Besides, Qin Shiweng was his aunt, so he had to visit her when he came here. Shang Wenquan nodded, without any small talk, and sat down in the empty seat next to him. The two people behind him also sat down in turn. Chapter 341 Chapter 338 The boxing match begins. Wow, what a lively scene. Min Huan walked over leisurely, his eyes fixed on Yin Hao. He didn't care about the death of Min Yi, but he took Min Yi's blatant act of slapping the Min family in the face to heart. He had been looking for an opportunity to teach Yin Hao a lesson. He was in the middle of discussing something when someone below told Min Huan that Yin Hao had come to the boxing stadium. Min Huan dismissed everything and rushed over. Of course it was a scene, let's watch together. Yin Hao's face still wore a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. The Min family? The Min family that supplies weapons to the Devil's Killing Organization? Yang Lin looked up and down at Min Huan, wondering what his status was in the Min family. As he thought about this, Yang Lin's phone suddenly rang, and he snapped back to reality. He answered the phone. My lord, the Min family in Country F wants to cooperate with Ruweixing Petroleum to exploit oil fields. Shi Zhang was organizing the information when he received a call from Wu Mintao, the general manager of Ruweixing Petroleum. After a brief understanding of the situation, he realized that this project was worth $10 billion and would be very profitable. According to normal business procedures, there would be no problem cooperating with the Min family. However, the Devil's murderers had offended Yang Lin, and the Min family's support for the Devil's murderers meant that they were against Yang Lin. Shi Zhang was unsure what to do and could only call Yang Lin for instructions. Wait for my news, and send me the information. Yang Lin did not make a decision right away, and glanced at Min Huan again. Good. Shi Zhang worked quickly, and a minute later, Yang Lin received the relevant information. Min Huan ignored Yin Hao and looked at Shang Wenquan, smiling and saying, Shang Xiao, it's rare that you also have the leisure and elegance to come to a boxing match, and you are also interested in boxing matches. Luckily, I have nothing to do, so I came over to have some fun. Shang Wenquan said expressionlessly. The Shang and Min families have cooperated, but as for Min Huan, he is not someone I would praise. That's good. I heard that the boxer in tonight's fight is very good. Why don't we place a bet on it? Min Huan looked at Yin Hao and Shang Wenquan with a smile on his face, waiting for their reactions. Yin Hao knew that Min Huan was not holding back a good fart, so he did not indulge Min Huan and wanted him to bet, but he refused. Ha, it turns out that young Master Ian is also afraid. When racing, young Master Ian is quite handsome. Min Huan put away his smile, and a flash of ruthless light appeared in his eyes, which then disappeared. Although it passed in an instant, Yang Lin still noticed it. His eyebrows furrowed, and Min Huan could not be spared. I've always been quite handsome, and you, Min Huan, are nobody. I don't want to compete with you, and I'd rather give the money to feed the dog. Ian Hao was very unhappy. Damn, just say a few nice words, and you'll think you're a big shot. If he hadn't been warned by Ian Sun, he would have already taken care of Min Huan. Ian Hao, you still have a long life ahead of you, and I hope you won't ask me for anything. Min Huan said viciously, and he had already sentenced Ian Hao to death in his heart. Min Huan's gaze made Yang Lin feel very uncomfortable. He suddenly spoke up, I heard that the Min family wants to cooperate with Ruweixing Petroleum to exploit the oil field. Yang Lin spoke in a questioning sentence, but in an affirmative tone. How do you know? Who are you? Min Huan froze in his tracks. The Min family has secretly followed up on this project for 6 months, and only recently has it made progress. He has never met the person in front of him, so how could he suddenly say this? Yang Lin stared at Min Huan and said with authority. Poof. Who do you think you are? You don't own Ruweixing Petroleum. Min Huan had never heard of Yang Lin's name, let alone the fact that Yang Lin was the largest shareholder of Ruweixing Petroleum. You got it right. Ruweixing Petroleum is mine. Yang Lin said nonchalantly, his eyes full of disdain. How could you? Min Huan froze in place. He had investigated the actual controller of Ruweixing Petroleum, but had found nothing. Is the person in front of him really the actual controller of Ruweixing Petroleum? If not, how did he know that the Min family was negotiating a partnership with Ruweixing Petroleum? Shang Wenquan's heart sank. Ruweixing Petroleum belonged to Yang Lin? How many surprises was he hiding? Qin Luoxi's hand tightened. What was going on? Ruweixing Petroleum, she was here. Yang Lin's business information did not reveal this company. How could Yang Lin still have a business in Country F? How many secrets did Yang Lin have? Yu Bin's admiration for Yang Lin is even greater, he is almost like a godlike being. Ian Hao is also stunned. He knows about Ruweixing Petroleum, the largest oil company in Country F. He fills up his car with gas from this company, so how could it possibly be Yang Lin's? Ruweixing Petroleum alone can outcompete many companies in Country F. You can go now, I want to watch the boxing match. Yang Lin saw the host holding the microphone, already standing in the middle of the cage, the match about to begin. Min Huan hesitated for a moment, then left. He immediately took out his phone and asked someone to look up Yang Lin's information. If Yang Lin really was the controller of Ruweixing Petroleum, the Min family's cooperation with Ruweixing Petroleum would probably come to nothing. Cousin, you've hidden it well enough. I thought you knew nothing about F, but I didn't realize you had so many industries here. Ian Hao whispered in Yang Lin's ear. Enjoy the fight. Yang Lin said impatiently. He didn't know how to explain it, and could only say that the system was too powerful. Qin Luoxi also secretly pinched Yang Lin's waist with his hand. Yang Lin smiled bitterly, and he knew he was in for it when he got back. Ahem, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the boxing ring to watch the competition. The contestants participating in today's competition have all undergone rigorous selection and are very strong. I believe they will not disappoint you. The host opened with a smile on his face, ready to continue speaking, when he heard the crowd below clamoring. Cut the crap, we're here to watch the boxing match, not listen to you talk nonsense, hurry up. That's right, hurry up, I can't wait to place my bet. Hurry up, start, get out of here. Get out of here, where's the fighter? Go! The host heard the bustling shouting and swearing from below, and continued with his microphone in hand. Okay, without further ado, I'll introduce today's first fighter, Mickey, who is also from Southeast Asia. He has participated in 156 boxing matches in Southeast Asia and has not yet suffered a defeat. The second boxer, Ahem, hails from the East and is called Ron. He is participating in his first boxing match, but he is very skilled and will also put on a dazzling performance today. Pfft, a rookie? Who are they kidding? Exactly, I'll bet on Mickey. Today's match is too easy. It's practically a gift, I'll bet $1 million on Mickey. A rookie dares to enter, he really doesn't know when to quit, I'll bet $5 million on Mickey. The voices in the stadium were rising and falling, all betting on Mickey and cursing the newcomer. The host laughed without saying a word. This was the effect he wanted. The boss was really brilliant, he made a fortune tonight. Chapter 342 Chapter 339 Is this really the Yuan Xiaocheng he knows? The competition will start in 10 minutes, so everyone can start betting. After the host finished speaking, the big screen displayed the information of the two contestants, along with their photos. Damn, Yuan is so skinny, Mickey can knock him out with one punch. Yes, I'll bet on Mickey, Mickey is the best. Mickey, I'm betting everything I have on you, you must win. Yes, Mickey, don't let us down, if you dare to lose, I'll break your head. Yuan, you'd better admit defeat before you get killed. Mind your own business, just let him go up there, and we'll win more money. What's wrong with the boxing ring this time, letting this skinny guy go up, won't it be a loss? There were endless discussions off the field, betting on Mickey to win. Yang Lin was very surprised when he saw Yuan's information displayed on the big screen. Isn't he Yuan Xiaocheng? Why is he fighting in a black boxing match in Country F? He remembered that Yuan Xiaofeng was arrested for stealing state secrets, but Yuan Xiaocheng was not caught. It seems that he smuggled himself out of the country, but he shouldn't have sunk so low as to fight in a black boxing match. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes. Yuan Xiaocheng was quite good in the past. Looking at the photo on the big screen, his cold and terrifying eyes. Inhao picked up the device at hand and prepared to place a bet. He knew the situation of Mickey's competition and it was indeed amazing. He planned to bet directly on Mickey. As for the unfamiliar-looking Yuan next to him, unless there was an upset, otherwise, he can only lose. Yuan, 5 million. Yang Lin said directly. Yuan Xiaocheng gave him the feeling that he was in great danger. He wondered what kind of encounter he had experienced in these past few months. Damn, cousin, come on, you have no place to spend your money, a young kid, you bet 5 million. Inhao directly swore, saying. Yang Lin gave him a dirty look and turned his head to continue staring at the photo of Yuan on the big screen and said, Do you think the owner of the boxing ring is stupid? If he sends a novice to compete and if he doesn't have confidence, he will lose a lot of money. Inhao looked at the rising prize money on the big screen. Indeed, Yuan's was pitiful, with only a few scattered dollars, but the bet on Mickey was already 500 million. If calculated according to the odds, if Mickey won, the owner of the boxing ring would need to pay around 1 billion. No boss would do such a stupid thing, there's something fishy going on. Shang Wenxuan also noticed this, and if it were him, he wouldn't do such a losing deal either. He said to his assistant, Bet, Yuan, 5 million. Cousin, that makes sense, you bet 5 million, I'll follow and bet 5 million, then together it's 10 million. Inhao didn't hesitate, and started operating on the machine, betting 10 million. By the way, Yubin, what about you? How much are you betting? Yubin was still paying attention to the amount scrolling on the big screen. He had never participated in such a competition before, so he didn't know what to do. But after hearing Yang Lin's words, he said directly, 2 million, just for fun. Okay. Inhao continued to add 2 million. Shit, that idiot over there bet 17 million on Yuan. He doesn't have anywhere to spend the money. He's stupid and has a lot of money, there's nothing you can do about it. Don't worry about the others. Yes, we just have to wait to collect the money, what do we care about what they do? Hurry up, when does the match start, it's so slow. The people around them started to yell again, and the atmosphere became more and more enthusiastic. Fuck, how dare you call me stupid, you losers will cry when you lose. Inhao cursed, not expecting to be scolded for placing a bet. The more he thought about it, the more he felt aggrieved, and he placed another bet of 10 million. Yang Lin was really speechless, and shook his head with a bitter smile. Yubin also gave a thumbs up, Inhao, you're awesome. Brotherine, if we win later, everyone gets a share. Yu Qing said with a smile, she was just joining the fun and thought it was funny. Don't worry, everyone gets a share. The host saw the amount displayed on the big screen and his mouth curled up in a wider smile. This boxing match is a windfall. He spoke up, there are 10 seconds left, the countdown has started. 10, 9. Min Huan anxiously waited, occasionally glancing in the direction of Yang Lin, not even bothering to place a bet. 1. Time's up, the system has shut down. As the host's voice rang out, the amount automatically locked on the big screen. Next, please welcome the first contestant, Mickey, to the ring. Oh hapa Mickey, come on. An endless stream of cheers came from all directions, and the applause continued. Mickey steadily walked into the cage, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, an arrogant posture, and completely ignoring everyone. Ignoring the cheers from the sidelines, he paid no attention to anyone and just did his warm-up exercises. Damn, he's so narcissistic. Inhao couldn't help but curse, thinking that he was quite narcissistic sometimes, but he didn't realize that Mickey was even more narcissistic than him. Brother Ian, there are children sitting here, watch your language. Yang Lu covered Shang Duo's ears to protect her from being polluted. Shang Wenchuan gave Yang Lu a look and then glared at Inhao and said, "My sister is still young." I'm sorry, I'm used to it here, I'll change. Inhao was embarrassed and quickly said, "Hey, it's so cool that you and Yubin came together." Yang Lin was also very helpless. Inhao is just like this, it's hard to make him behave. I don't know who will be able to control him in the future. Next, please welcome the second contestant, Ruan, to the stage. The host looked at the enthusiasm of the audience and made a timely introduction. Ruan Xiaochang walked into the cage with his head down. It was hard to see any expression on his face. He looked emaciated, as if he was malnourished, and he collapsed at the slightest push. Ridiculous, with looks like his, he still dared to come up and compete in the tournament. He'll be killed with one punch. Why worry so much? It's better if he dies, then we can win a lot of money. Mickey, beat him to death, come on. Outside the arena, there was a constant stream of voices singing the praises of Ruan Xiaochang and hurling insults at him. Ruan Xiaochang still had an expressionless face, and his hands and feet moved as if he was an athlete. He couldn't be seen to be feeling anything, as if he couldn't hear the voices outside. Was he deaf? Why hadn't there been any change in his emotions? Was he just too strong? Inhao leaned back in his chair, pondering. If someone had been cursing him like that, he would have been furious, but Ruan, no, either he was too weak, or he was just too strong to care about what others thought. He is more inclined to the latter, and Inhao began to pay serious attention to Ruan. Yang Lin's brows furrowed even deeper. Was this still the Ruan Xiaochang he knew? What had Ruan Xiaochang gone through? He had lost weight, had no expression on his face, and his eyes were vacant. Was he still human? If it had been the old Ruan Xiaochang, Yang Lin could have easily dealt with him. The Ruan Xiaochang in front of him was very dangerous, and Yang Lin had no way of getting rid of him in the short term. Shang Wenchuan also felt a sense of threat, and whispered a command to the person next to him. Chapter 343 Chapter 340 Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, I was careless. I believe everyone can't wait, so I won't keep you waiting, the competition begins. The host said just in time and exited the cage. The competition begins. The crowd around began to boo, and then stared intently at the cage. Kid, it's not too late to admit defeat, otherwise, don't blame me if you die later. Mickey playfully moved his wrists, looking at Ruan Xiaochang with contempt. Ruan Xiaochang still didn't say a word. The experiences of these past few months had gone from making him terrified at first to now having a heart like still water. Nothing could cause him to fluctuate emotionally. In his eyes, Mickey was already a dead man. Kid, you're looking for death, in that case, I'll grant you your wish. Mickey was enraged by Ruan Xiaochang's attitude. No one could ignore him like that. He attacked first, punching Ruan Xiaochang straight in the face. Ruan Xiaochang dodged the attack with a quick body twist, and then countered with a hook. Mickey was caught off guard and took a punch from Ruan Xiaochang. Mickey kept on backing up, his nose was broken and he started to have a nosebleed. His cheeks were also swollen. Mickey, didn't you eat? Mickey, come on, if you lose, I'll fuck you up. Go on, what are you waiting for, waiting to die? Hurry up, kill the monkey. The person who bet on Mickey kept urging, yelling angrily. Mickey took a step back. He looked up in surprise at Ruan Xiaochang. He was careless. The person in front of him was a master. He wiped the blood from his nose carelessly, and his face was covered in blood, looking creepy. Yang Lin sat aside and whispered to Inhao, check out Ruan Xiaochang's experiences in Country F over the past few months. Inhao looked at Yang Lin in surprise, Ruan Xiaochang? Ruan Xiaochang and I were in Jiangcheng at the time, we fought, he is not strong. Yang Lin explained briefly, Ruan Xiaochang has definitely undergone special training, otherwise his skills would not have improved by leaps and bounds. Who was behind him? Inhao understood what Yang Lin meant. It turned out to be an opponent. He didn't hesitate, and immediately sent a text message to arrange for someone to investigate Ruan Xiaochang. You're playing the part of the tiger, but I'm not paying attention. Kid, next time, I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Mickey is serious. He's won over 100 competitions, and he's got the skills to back it up. Ah. He's starting to attack, attacking left and right, going at breakneck speed. Ruan Xiaochang is handling it with ease. Mickey's moves look fierce, but they're not hurting him at all. Good boy, Mickey, that's it, kill him. Come on, Mickey, I have faith in you. Mickey, attack, keep going, you're amazing. Faster, faster, the skinny guy won't be able to hold on much longer, you're going to win. The crowd's cheers rose and fell as they saw the hope of victory, and the enthusiasm of the audience outside the arena soared. Cousin, what do you think? Yin Hao frowned. It seemed that Mickey's attacks were fierce, but they didn't cause any damage to Ruan Xiaochang. 2 moves, Mickey loses. Yang Lin was not staring at the arena, as the outcome was no longer in doubt, but he did not feel good about it. He always felt that something was about to happen. He turned to Shang Wenxuan next to him and said, Cousin, can you take Duer and the others away first? I don't feel well. Yin Hao also heard Yang Lin's words and became serious. Yang Lin was not worried about Yin Hao, but about the women behind him and Yu Bin. They did not know martial arts, and in case of a fight, they would inevitably be unable to protect themselves. Okay, I'll take them away. Are you coming? No, I need to confirm something. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yang Lin needs to find out who is behind Ruan Xiaochang if he wants to get rid of him. Otherwise, Ruan Xiaochang will become a time bomb that could go off at any time. Okay. Shang Wenxuan has just deployed the Shang family's security team. When they arrive at the bar, he will ensure Shang Duer's safety. Yang Lin turned to the people around him and said, You follow your cousin and leave, don't ask why. When I get back, hurry. Seeing Yang Lin so serious, the few people nodded, left their seats, and followed Shang Wenxuan to leave. Yang Lin, be sure to be safe. Xin Luoshi said with a worried face, his concern was visible to the naked eye. Don't worry. Watching their figures leave, Yang Lin's heart slowly let go and he returned his attention to the match. Yin Hao, be careful later. Don't worry, cousin. When it comes to business, Yin Hao puts away his cynical expression and gets serious. Bang. With this punch, Mickey took a few steps back as a whole, didn't stand firm, and fell. Mickey, are you messing with planes? Mickey, stand up, stand up. Mickey, if you don't stand up, I'll fuck you up. The emotions of the people around them were very excited. They had all bet their money on Mickey, and in the blink of an eye, Mickey fell. They angrily cursed. Ruan Xiaochang stood quietly in place, waiting silently. The main reason why he came to fight was that he was short of money. It was a quick way to make money here. The Devil's Murder Organization was attacked, and he and the team were scattered, escaping with Tong Hu. Without money, it was difficult to move. The money Ruan Chengfeng left him, he didn't dare to take it, for fear of being targeted, so he had to resort to this desperate measure. As long as he can earn money, he will do anything. For this competition, the boss promised to give them 50 million, with the prerequisite that they must win. With this money, he can secretly return to the country to take revenge. The host walked over to Mickey's side, slowly crouched down, and placed his hand on Mickey's nose. There was no breath. He stood up, glanced at Ruan Xiaochang, and swallowed. He didn't expect Ruan to be so powerful, ending Mickey's life in a matter of moments. Ruan Xiaochang's performance was amazing, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Ruan Xiaochang also glanced at the host, his heart snorted, his gaze cold, a kind of warning. The host slowly picked up the microphone and said, Mickey is dead, Ruan wins. Impossible, how could Mickey die, he only took one punch. Yes, you must have cheated and tricked us. Yes, that must be it, give us our money back. A wave of cursing and demands for a refund broke out, and the mood of the people around them was very excited. Everyone, don't get excited. We all know the reputation of our boxing ring. There is definitely no cheating. All we can say is that Mickey was just too weak. If anyone tries to cause trouble, we won't be polite. The host suddenly changed his expression. The people around them slowly shut up. This is the boss's place, they can't afford to offend him. They angrily looked at the host and Ruan on the stage. It's Ruan who made them lose money. Today's competition is over. The winners can go to the front desk to collect their prizes. The host called out for people to carry away Mickey's body. He walked up to Ruan Xiaochang and said, Ruan, the boss is waiting for you in his office. Ruan Xiaochang nodded and walked out of the cage. As soon as he looked up, he saw Yang Lin sitting in the stands. His eyes were filled with anger, and he stood straight. Chapter 344 Chapter 341 Can a man not do it? Take care of yourself, don't worry about me. Yang Lin also stared at Ruan Xiaocheng, and he could see the hatred in his eyes clearly. Ruan Xiaocheng's strength was much stronger than before. I don't know what he has been through. After his father was arrested as a spy, he lost track of him, and he even ran abroad to fight in underground boxing. Cousin, what's wrong? Yin Hao looked at the two of them and felt that something was wrong. There was a story between them. He is Ruan Xiaocheng. I beat him up in Zhangcheng. His father and uncle were indirectly related to me. One died and the other was arrested. He was forced to go abroad. Damn, you have a mortal feud. Yin Hao couldn't hold back and swore. Fortunately, the girls left. There will definitely be a big fight later. Ruan Xiaocheng is very strong. Yin Hao's hand is a bit itchy. It's been a long time since he met an opponent. Yang Lin gave him a glare. He really is not afraid of trouble. He just wants chaos. Yang Lin sat still, quietly watching Ruan Xiaocheng as the surrounding area remained noisy. The winners went to redeem their winnings happily, while the losers were dejected. Some even smashed the surrounding objects to vent their dissatisfaction. The security guards quickly took the people away, and no one knows where they went. Ruan Xiaocheng withdrew his gaze. Since Yang Lin has come to Country F, he might as well stay. The host had been standing nearby, waiting for Ruan Xiaocheng. Following his line of sight, he looked in the direction of Yang Lin. He didn't know Yang Lin, but he knew Yin Hao. Could it be that Ruan Xiaocheng had a grudge against Yin Hao? Let's go. Ruan Xiaocheng wanted to get the money first. Yang Lin was here, he couldn't run away. Cousin, why did he leave? Yin Hao was still preparing to fight, but before it started, he went quiet. He punched into the air, it was so uncomfortable. I don't know. Yang Lin withdrew his gaze. Ruan Xiaocheng had no movement for the time being, but a battle between them was inevitable, it was just a matter of time. Ding dong ding. Yang Lin's phone rang. Yang Lin, how's it going there? Shang Wenxuan was sitting in the car, everyone was safe, and the car was heading towards the Shang family's main residence, with Shang family security teams in front and behind to ensure safety. Cousin, I'm fine, don't worry. Qin Luoxi and the others are safe, so Yang Lin also felt relieved. No matter what tricks Ruan Xiaocheng played, he wasn't afraid. Good, be careful. I'll bring everyone back to the Shang family. After you're done, you can come over. I've left a few good hands outside, feel free to use them. Shang Wenxuan said calmly. In every way, Yang Lin is very important to their family, and nothing must happen to him. Thank you, cousin. Yang Lin was not pretentious, safety first. Min Huan also noticed the scene where Ruan Xiaocheng and Yang Lin looked at each other. He instructed his subordinates to check Ruan's information to see if he was related to Yang Lin. The subordinates once again investigated the actual controller of Ruweixin Petroleum and did not find any connection to Yang Lin. But how did Yang Lin know about their family's cooperation with Ruweixin Petroleum, and he was certain that the cooperation would not succeed? Only someone in control of the discourse could be so sure. Min Huan cannot act rashly and affect the family's plans, otherwise he will suffer the consequences. Just then, there was commotion at the exit. Young Master Yang asked us to stay. Shang Quan walked over with 5 people, each with a gun in their pocket. Yang Lin stared at the exit, mentally repeating, here they come. Tonight has been exciting, cousin. I used to admire my eldest brother the most, but now I admire you the most. Yin Haoyue was eager to try, and reached into his pocket to take out a gun, which he handed to Yang Lin. Yang Lin glanced at Yin Haoyue, who was carrying a gun, and knew that during this period of time, he must keep Qin Luoxi and the others away from Yin Haoyue, as it was too dangerous. He took the gun. Gun control was not strict abroad, and there was still a tough fight to come. Yang Lin didn't want to experience the taste of being on the receiving end. Li Yugang had just received news that Yang Lin was at the boxing stadium. He had originally planned to return to Beijing today to settle things with Yang Lin, but unfortunately, he was delayed by matters. Settling things with Yang Lin in Beijing would be a lot of trouble and involve a lot of rules. But it's different here, this is his territory, and since Yang Lin is here, he's not going back. Both Yin Hao and Yang Lin were stunned when they saw the person at the front of the line. A slap in the face. When he arrived, Yin Hao had vowed that his men had been following Li Yugang and that nothing he did would escape his notice. But Li Yugang was standing right in front of them, and Yin Hao hadn't heard a thing. Yin Hao yelled, damn it, I'm going to give them a good lecture when I get back. Li Yugang had brought with him a dozen men, all of them skilled fighters who had survived the war and were full of fierce looks. The onlookers around them screamed and hurriedly ran for their lives from the exit. If they stayed for even a minute longer, they might die. For a moment, the scene was in complete chaos. Li Yugang did not move. He was not a soft-hearted person, but he did not dare to harm the civilians here. The background of the boxing ring was very tough. He stared ferociously at Yang Lin, waiting for everyone to leave before taking Yang Lin's life. The security personnel of the boxing ring were all dispatched to ensure the safety of the onlookers. Min Huan narrowed his eyes. He was familiar with Li Yugang. When he attacked the Devil's Murder Organization, Director Tan asked Min Huan for gun support and had seen Li Yugang's photo. In private, he had also investigated Li Yugang's information. Li Yugang was very extraordinary, cautious, and cunning. "Young master, what should we do?" One of his subordinates asked in a low voice, knowing what Min Huan meant. They were preparing for the worst. Bullets don't have eyes. If there is an accident, they won't be able to get away with it. Go! Min Huan intended to observe the situation quietly. Li Yugang was obviously looking for trouble with Yang Lin. He stood to the side, hoping that there might be a windfall. If Li Yugang died, Director Tan could start again, and the Min family would have an extra helping hand. He glanced at Yang Lin, becoming more and more curious about his identity. He was in charge of Ruweixin Petroleum, and Li Yugang and Ruan both hated him very much. Yes. Without hesitation, the men covered Min Huan as he walked towards the exit. Yang Lin was a little puzzled. Why didn't Li Yugang make a move? What was he waiting for, or was he worried about something? Did the owner of the boxing club have a tough background? Yes. Yin Hao understood Yang Lin's doubts. It was indeed tough, and even a mercenary organization was wary. "Cousin, there's a tough battle ahead. Are you up to it?" Yin Hao has never seen Yang Lin really fight. Last time they met the killer, Yang Lin basically didn't have to do anything. In case there is a gunfight later and he gets hurt, he won't be able to explain himself. Auntie has finally waited for her son. At this moment, Yin Hao regretted a little that he shouldn't have come here. What a nuisance. Can a man not do it? Take care of yourself, don't worry about me. Almost everyone in the arena has left, and a fierce battle is about to begin. Chapter 345 Chapter 342 Yang Lin, the next time we meet, will be the day of your death. Retreat. Okay, don't worry, I won't be a hindrance. After getting Yang Lin's affirmative answer, Yin Hao's cold gaze turned to Li Yugang, ready to begin at any time. Begin. Yang Lin signaled the several people behind him with his eyes and shouted. He raised his hand and fired a shot in Li Yugang's direction. Li Yugang dodged, and the bullet hit the shoulder of the person behind him. The several people quickly found places to hide, firing non-stop. Yin Hao was an accurate marksman, and in a short while, 2 people had fallen. Bang bang bang. The gunfire continued. Yin Hao glanced at the bullets in the gun and knew that they wouldn't last long. He quickly sent a message to his men, hoping that it wasn't too late. The gunfire stopped. Li Yugang said to his men, "They will run out of bullets soon. Remember, I want them alive." Yang Lin caused him to lose his brother, and his father was under house arrest. He wants Yang Lin to suffer more than death. Yes. His men replied loudly. Li Yugang's words are imperial edicts that must be carried out. Yang Lin frowned. The situation was not in their favor. In the melee that had just taken place, Li Yugang had killed 3 people and injured 1. No one on his side had died, but one of his men had been shot and was in danger of death if he was not treated in time. "Cousin, hang in there for a while. My men will be there soon." Yin Hao mouth shaped the words to Yang Lin, who understood in an instant that as long as they could hold off Li Yugang, they would be able to win. Yang Lin slowly poked his head out and said loudly, "Li Yugang, your father and brother have offended me. One is dead, one is imprisoned, and you will not be an exception. Just wait to die." Li Yugang laughed loudly, saying coldly, "It is true that someone will die, and that person will only be you." Li Yugang then frowned, saying, "After more than 10 years abroad, the only people who have truly cared for me are my father and brother. Now that one is dead and the other is imprisoned, and it's all because of Yang Lin, so he won't let him go." As the leader of the ghost mercenaries, Li Yugang is not only very skilled, but also very smart. Yang Lin and the others have no bullets left and are just buying time, waiting for reinforcements. Li Yugang will not give him this opportunity. He shouts at his men, they don't have many bullets left. Go! Yes! The remaining men shout, slowly feeling their way towards Yang Lin and the others. Cousin, that was great, your marksmanship is superb, when we get back, let's have a good match. Yin Hao was very excited and had no sense of being surrounded. Yang Lin gave him a dirty look and said, hurry up, get back to work. Okay. Yin Hao stopped clowning around and fired a shot too, but unfortunately it was missed. Li Yugong's men had plenty of guns and ammunition, advancing in an orderly manner, firing from time to time. Yang Lin and the others didn't dare show their heads at all. How long do you have? Yang Lin asked with a frown, looking at the person behind him who was bleeding non-stop. 2 minutes, I'll be there soon. This time, Yin Hao didn't lower his voice, and Li Yugong heard it too. Li Yugong shouted, smoke bombs. Yes. The subordinates cooperated well, throwing a few smoke bombs, while they put on specific equipment that didn't affect their vision. Everyone be careful, hide. Yang Lin narrowed his eyes, because of the system reward, his vision was different from ordinary people, and he could see clearly even in the smoke bombs. He fired 2 shots directly, and all he heard was the sound of 2 people falling to the ground. Yang Lin, I want you dead. Seeing his subordinates fall around him, Li Yugong prominently stood out, and the subordinates following him all came through the hail of bullets together. Li Yugong fired 2 shots directly, 1 shot missed, and the other shot killed the injured person. Yang Lin's eyes also turned red. He rolled over, crouched next to him, put his hand on his eyes, and closed them. Yang Lin then picked up his gun, jumped to the side, and fired. Bang! Li Yugong's men fell to the ground again. They were all stunned. How could there be such a powerful person? They were also people who had crawled out of the pile of dead bodies, and they had seen many powerful people, but Yang Lin's marksmanship made them scared. At this time, Li Yugong received a signal from his brother outside. Yang Lin and the others arrived in large numbers for support. If they did not leave, the losses would be very great, and they might even lose their lives. Li Yugong was extremely frustrated. This was the first time that something like this had happened in a fight. He fired wildly at Yang Lin and the others, angrily saying, Yang Lin, the next time we meet, it will be the day of your death. Retreat! As long as there is Green Mountain, there is no need to worry about firewood. Li Yugong had too many things to consider. As they retreated, they kept firing back. In a short while, the gunfire stopped. Cousin, are you okay? I'm fine. Yang Lin slowly stood up, blood and bruises on his hands. Cousin, I'll go take a look. Yin Hao's heart was filled with rage. On his turf, Yang Lin was attacked and someone died. What incompetence! Yang Lin didn't stop him. Yin Hao needed a place to vent. Li Yugong must have already run away. I really don't know what way he'll show up next time. If it weren't for the people behind the boxing ring, Li Yugong could bury Yang Lin here with a grenade. He asked the 4 people next to him, how are you doing? Someone from the Shang family has already died protecting him. I'm fine. When Yang Lin walked in, he found that the 2 men had been shot, in the arm and thigh respectively, and were still bleeding. Hurry, go to the hospital. Yang Lin said drearily, although they were currently not in danger of life, they were bleeding profusely and would die if they were not treated. Young Master Yang, let's protect you and get you out of here first. The captain said firmly, they must do what Shang Wenquan had asked them to do. I don't need your protection, Yin Hao's men are already here, there won't be any problems, hurry and take them to the hospital. Yang Lin's face was stern, but he was also very moved. This captain was hesitating. Don't hesitate, this is an order. Yes, young Master Yang, I'll take them to our own hospital first, I'll be right back. The captain relented. The people around him were his brothers, and he had feelings for them. He couldn't just stand by and watch them die from excessive blood loss. The crisis had been temporarily averted, and Yin Hao's men had arrived, so Yang Lin's safety would not be an issue for a while. They picked up their dead comrades, supported the injured, and quickly walked towards the outside. Yang Lin let out a deep breath, looked at the man lying on the ground dying, and his gaze was cold. Human life really isn't worth much. Li Yugong, you were ambushed this time, and there won't be a next time. Yang Lin was very fortunate that Shang Wenquan had left with Qin Luoxi and the others first. If Qin Luoxi and the others were in any danger, Yang Lin didn't know what would happen to him. He narrowed his eyes and was determined to get rid of Li Yugong as soon as possible. Li Yugong wanted to kill him, and at this moment, Yang Lin also really wanted to kill Li Yugong. At the same time, he wanted his ghost organization to disappear from the world. Chapter 346 Chapter 343 Yang Lin, you are really lucky. Yang Lin walked slowly through the bodies towards the exit and got into the elevator. When he arrived at the first floor bar, everyone had already fled, except for a few security guards. Yang Lin suddenly saw a woman, the same woman who had flirted with Yin Hao when he entered the bar. He narrowed his eyes. The woman really had some nerve. Who did she work for? When the woman saw Yang Lin walking out, she quickly left. Yang Lin did not chase after her. He could not act rashly before the situation was sorted out. Outside, there were intermittent gunshots, but in the end there was no sound. Damn, he let him get away. Yin Hao angrily kicked his subordinates in front of him twice. It was their negligence that caused tonight's accident. Fortunately, Yang Lin is awesome, otherwise they would all have to answer for it here. Just think about it. Hurry up, don't fucking play dead. You have 1 day to find where Li Yugong is staying. Yang Lin came out and heard Yin Hao lose his temper. During this time, Yin Hao gave him the impression of a buffoon, a funny person, and a second-year student. Today, he saw a different Yin Hao. Maybe this is Yin Hao's true appearance. Yang Lin walked up to Yin Hao and patted him on the shoulder. You can't blame Yin Hao for this. Li Yugong must have been keeping an eye on Yang Lin's movements, and even if it wasn't this time, he will find an opportunity to kill him. Cousin, your arm? Yin Hao looked at Yang Lin's bleeding arm and quickly picked it up to take a look. Fortunately, it was only a scratch and not serious. It's fine, just bandage it up later. Is there a quick way to find Li Yugong? Yang Lin wanted to get rid of the problem as soon as possible and take the initiative. I have already arranged for someone to go down, and I will post a reward on the dark web later, and I will hear from you soon. There are too many weaklings around them, and if Li Yugong goes after them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Good. Yang Lin suddenly thought of the woman in the bar and asked, when you entered the bar, what was the background of that woman? Monica? He is Min Huan's man. Yin Hao didn't know why Yang Lin suddenly asked her, but he answered truthfully. I see, no wonder she saw me come out of the elevator and turned around and left. It must be Min Huan who told Monica to stand by the elevator to see if Yang Lin was alive. That bitch, I won't let her go. Min Huan is a son of a bitch, I'll beat the shit out of him when I get the chance. Yin Hao cursed, full of anger. Yin Hao, does Min Huan know the whereabouts of Li Yugong? They are supposed to be rivals. Does the Devil's Murder Organization cooperate with the Min family? Yang Lin doesn't want to let any of them go, whether it's the Devil's murderers or Li Yugong. As long as they're alive, they'll always be a threat. And then there's Ruan Xiaocheng, he belongs to that organization. One of them, or another organization. Yang Lin's head hurts, and questions keep popping into his mind. Cousin, I'll immediately arrange someone to investigate. Yin Hao has also thought about these questions, but it will take time. Cousin, you go and treat your wound first, I'll take you to the Shang family, and I'll take care of the rest. Yin Hao dared not be careless. He first sent Yang Lin home, so that he could let loose his hands. Someone had to pay the price tonight. Good. Yang Lin looked at his arm and had a lot of explaining to do when he got back. In the building behind the bar, Min Huan stood on high, squinting his eyes, and saw Yang Lin standing unharmed below. How's the investigation going? Boss, this is all the information on Yang Lin. His subordinate handed over the information with both hands and told about Yang Lin's past one by one. He really is good at what he does. He was cornered by Li Yugong and almost died, but he managed to escape with his skin intact. Cast the net and investigate Li Yugong's whereabouts with all your might. Min Huan wants to use Yang Lin's hands to get rid of Li Yugong. Only in this way can Director Qin make a comeback and be used by the Min family. Yes, boss, we have investigated Ruan's information. He is from Jiangchang and has a grudge against Yang Lin. After sneaking into F country, he joined Director Qin's organization. Oh? Interesting. Why is he fighting in the underground boxing ring? We're still investigating. There's not enough time to find out more, but we'll keep digging. Well, keep digging. Let them fight it out. I'm suddenly looking forward to seeing what happens to Ruan. Min Huan kept his eyes on the scene below, his hands crossed in front of his chest, looking confident. His favorite thing to do was to let the snipe fight it out and the fisherman reap the rewards. Ruan Xiaocheng was taken to a large room, and he had just heard Tong who briefly described what had happened in the boxing ring. Yang Lin, you are really lucky. He snorted, and after getting the money, Ruan Xiaochang and Tong who walked out of the bar. They saw Yang Lin get into a car. Ruan Xiaochang's hand holding the bag was faintly white, and the veins on his arm were bulging. Ruan, come on, Yang Lin has come to Country F. Let's go back and plan properly, and leave him here. Tong Hu patted Ruan Xiaochang on the shoulder. Over the past few months, Tong Hu had seen Ruan Xiaochang's hard work, training day and night. He also hated Yang Lin, and it was because of Yang Lin that he was punished after returning to the organization and lost 3 fingers. This time, the organization was attacked by Li Yugang, but fortunately, Ruan Xiaochang helped and led him to escape, otherwise he might be a corpse now, dust to dust, ashes to ashes. Ruan Xiaochang slowly let go of his hand and walked forward. They had to go to a hotel first to get cleaned up and get a good night's sleep. His nerves had been on edge for a long time, and he felt like he was about to collapse. After a good rest, Yang Lin's time had come. An hour later, the car arrived at the Shang family residence, which was brightly lit. Yin Hao helped Yang Lin dress his wounds briefly in the car, and the bleeding stopped. Cousin, I won't walk you in. You rest well. I'll call you when I have news. Yin Hao's face fell. What had happened tonight had hit him hard. Before he could leave, Yin Xian's phone rang. Yin Hao took a deep breath and answered the phone. How is Yang Lin? Cousin is fine. We're at the Shang's. Brother, find an excuse to keep Auntie from worrying and don't go back today. Yin Hao was worried that Yin Yan could not bear the blow, and if something happened to her health, there would be nowhere for him to regret. You don't need to say it, just wait to be punished when you come back. After getting the answer, Yin Sun hung up the phone without hesitation, his voice full of anger. It's over, I'll get a dressing down when I go back. Yin Hao's face was crying, and in the Yin family, Yin Hao was most afraid of his eldest brother Yin Sun, followed by his father. Yin Hao could play up and things would pass for the others. But if Yin Sun asks about something, it's not good to fool around. Yang Lin's heart was sweet. The Yin family's concern for him was not false. He raised his arm, which hurt a little, and then lowered it, reassuring him, don't worry, I'll speak for you when we get back. Thanks, cousin. I'll go find Li Yugong's scraps right now. Yes, arrange it. Also, find out where Ruan Xiaochang is. Since Li Yugang has to be dealt with, let's solve everything at once. Chapter 347 Chapter 344 I hope this dream can come true soon. After arranging everyone, Shang Wenchuan took the family's best fighters and prepared to go and help Yang Lin. He had already learned from his subordinates that Yang Lin had escaped danger and only suffered minor injuries. It was too dangerous at the time, but fortunately Yang Lin sensed the danger and escaped unscathed. If an unarmed girl had been there, she would have been very passive, and the casualties would have been incalculable. Li Yugang is not a nice person, and he will not let go of anyone, regardless of age or gender. He even killed Yang Lin's friends and family, which made him even more excited. As Shang Wenchuan got into the car, the butler reported, Young master, there is someone outside who claims to be your cousin, Yang Lin. Hurry up and open the door and let him in. Shang Wenchuan took out his phone and saw that Yang Lin had called him, but his phone was set to silent. In a moment, the butler led Yang Lin in. Yang Lin, how are you? Although his subordinates had already reported that Yang Lin was fine, he could only feel at ease when he saw him with his own eyes. Cousin, I'm fine, just a little bruise, I've already taken care of it, don't worry. How are they? Yang Lin waved his injured arm and looked at the villa. Go in, they're all fine, I didn't tell them what happened to you at the boxing ring, only my father knows. Shang Wenchuan said as they walked, that there were some things that didn't need everyone to know, as long as they could live happily. Okay, cousin, thank you. Don't mention it, not to mention our relationship, just for treating Duer, we want to thank you properly. My dad has already used his connections to investigate, I believe there will be results soon, so don't worry, just rest at home. Okay. Yang Lin didn't be pretentious, nodded, and said no more, or it would seem unnatural. Inside the villa, everyone was sitting on the sofa, the atmosphere was a bit oppressive, no one said a word, they were worried about Yang Lin, wondering how he was doing now. Shang Wenchuan sent them back, gave them some instructions and left, something must have happened, otherwise he wouldn't have been in such a hurry. Xin Shiweng sat aside and comforted, don't worry, Yang Lin will be fine. Seeing them, Xin Shiweng felt as if she was seeing her younger self, every time she sat at home waiting, worrying about Shang Jingwen's safety, fortunately it was all over. Qin Luoshi forced a smile and didn't say anything. She understood that Yang Lin must be in trouble, but there was nothing she could do to help. She could only sit here and wait, a sense of powerlessness creeping up on her. At that moment, the door to the villa was pushed open. Yang Lin and Shang Wenchuan walked in. Yang Lin. Qin Luoxi ran over, embraced Yang Lin, her eyes red. At this moment, she couldn't help it. She was afraid. What if something happened to Yang Lin? What would she do? Holding onto the solid Yang Lin, Qin Luoxi's heart slowly let go, and she sniffled. Luoxi, I'm fine. Yang Lin reached out and hugged Qin Luoxi, giving her warmth and letting her know that she had been worried sick. He looked up at the expressions of the several people sitting there, and was moved. For the sake of the loved ones and friends around him, he had to live well, and live hard. When the several people saw Yang Lin come in, their bodies relaxed and they smiled. It's good, everything's fine. Qin Luoxi let go of Yang Lin, embarrassed that so many people were watching as he kept hugging her. Yang Lin patted Qin Luoxi's head and led her to the sofa. Auntie, sorry to trouble you. Silly child, don't say such formal things. This is your home. Don't be nervous. You can stay as long as you like. It's late, the guest room is ready, you should get some rest. If there's anything else, we can talk tomorrow. Qin Shiwang winked at Yang Lin, and Yang Lin understood. Everyone was tired and had been worried, and they needed to rest. Okay, thank you, Auntie. Okay, let's go rest. Yu Qingyan glanced at Yang Lin's arm and said easily. Sister Yang Lu, Qingyan, can you sleep in the same room as me? I don't want to be separated from you. Shang Duor held their hands and wouldn't let go. Everyone had been in a bad mood just now, and Duor had been sad along with them. Seeing Yu Qingyan smile, her mood improved as well. Okay, we'll sleep together. The three of them held hands and went upstairs. Yubin followed the butler and left, not disturbing Yang Lin and the others. Yang Lin, you guys rest first, I'll have someone notify you if there's any news. Shang Wenchuan had questions, but he held back. Okay. Guest room. The Shang family's guest room is also quite large, almost 200 square meters, mainly white, simple and bright. Yang Lin, let me take a look at your injury. Qin Luoxi saw that no one was there, so he nervously gently held Yang Lin's arm. The bullet grazed him, it hurts, doesn't it? Yang Lin touched Qin Luoxi's head with his hand and hugged her and said softly, it's okay, it's just a little skin broken, it will scab in the next 2 days. After a long night of nervousness, Yang Lin slowly relaxed, feeling a little tired. Luoxi, you go take a shower first, I'll make a phone call, let the water run, and I'll go in a bit later. Li Yugang and Ruan Xiaocheng's matter has not been resolved, and there will always be problems. Although Ying Hao and the Shang family are helping with the investigation, after all, they are not their own people and there is no way to get the news first. Good. Qin Luoxi carefully let go of Yang Lin's hand. He still smelled of blood, and indeed needed a shower. When Qin Luoxi walked into the bathroom, Yang Lin went out onto the balcony, took out his phone, and dialed Shi Zhang's number. Master. Shi Zhang already knows what happened to Yang Lin in Country F and is about to call him. Do we have someone in Country F? Yang Lin asked calmly. Since there is an arms factory here, there must be personnel. Yes, I will have the local person in charge contact you immediately. Master, are you okay? It's fine. Have someone contact me as soon as possible. Okay. 1 minute later, an unfamiliar phone call came in. My lord, I am Yi Hong, in charge of matters in Country F. I want to know the whereabouts of Li Yugang and Ruan Xiaocheng, and also, give me some information on the Min family. Okay. Yang Lin put down the phone and looked out the window at the darkness. He didn't know what would happen during this trip to Country F. Yang Lin, the water is ready, you can wash now. Qin Luoxi, with her hair tied back and wearing comfortable pajamas, said gently. Okay. Yang Lin withdrew his thoughts. No matter what he wanted to do, he had to wait for news and maintain his physical strength, and a clear mind was very important. The most important thing was that he didn't want Qin Luoxi to worry all the time. From the time she woke up until now, it seemed that there had never been a few days of peace and stability. Yang Lin felt a little guilty and could only settle things as soon as possible, accompany Qin Luoxi to live a stable life, and have no other troubles. Then have a few children, bring up the children, accompany his wife, and live a happy life. He hoped that this dream could be realized soon. Chapter 348. Chapter 345. Your hand is injured, so don't get it wet. The water in the bathtub was already running. Yang Lin was about to undress when he turned around and saw Qin Luoshi standing behind him. Luoshi, what's wrong? Standing in the doorway, is there something wrong? Yang Lin looked at Qin Luoshi's bashful expression in puzzlement and asked. Your hand is injured, let me wash it for you. I don't know if it's the steam in the bathroom or something else, but Qin Luoshi's face is turning red at a visible rate. She's embarrassed. Although she has been in close contact with Yang Lin many times, the two have not been honest with each other in the bathroom. Qin Luoshi is just worried that Yang Lin's arm will get wet, and if it gets infected, it will be bad. She didn't think much about it. Besides, Yang Lin hurt his right hand and can't take a bath easily. Good. Yang Lin was initially stunned, then he smiled. He liked Qin Luoshi's expression now, cute, shy, and sexy. He wanted to tease her. Honey, then please help me. Yang Lin put his hands flat, stood still, and smiled. Qin Luoshi's face was so red that it could drip blood. She turned around, closed the door, walked into the bathroom, and reached out to help Yang Lin shower and get dressed. 1, 2, 3. Qin Luoshi undid the buttons very slowly. There were so many of them, and they were so tight. The design was so unreasonable. Couldn't Yang Lin just wear something that was easy to take off? Yang Lin watched Qin Luoshi's movements without moving a muscle. The smile on her face did not fade, and she put all her worries behind her, quietly enjoying the sound of the shower. Finally, it was over. Qin Luoshi took a deep breath. She had never imagined that unbuttoning a shirt could be so difficult. Her hands were numb. She slowly helped Yang Lin take off his outer shirt. When she passed Yang Lin's injured hand, she slowed down even more, afraid of hurting him. Yang Lin couldn't help but laugh and cry at Qin Luoshi's careful and cautious manner. It was just a small scratch, no big deal, but his heart was very satisfied, and there was one more person in the world who cared about him. Honey, my hand hurts and I can't lift it up, so please help me. Yang Lin looked at Qin Luoshi with a wicked sense of humor. His hand didn't hurt, and he could change his clothes by himself, but he didn't want to. His wife being too shy was not a good thing, it would take away a lot of the fun. Didn't you say your hand didn't hurt? How come it hurts again? I'll find a doctor to take a look at you? Qin Luoshi let out a breath, glared at Yang Lin, and said in a bad mood. She looked at Yang Lin's expression, which looked like a smile but wasn't, and knew that Yang Lin was watching the show and was going to sit back and enjoy the service. Qin Luoshi was about to turn her head and walk out, not wanting to deal with Yang Lin. But Yang Lin had hurt his hand, so he could only use his left hand to get wet. How could he take a bath like that? He couldn't just leave him there, and Qin Luoshi couldn't bear to do that. After hesitating for a moment, she stood still. My hand didn't hurt before, but now it does, intermittently. I can't bathe by myself. Yang Lin started to play hard to get. He wasn't going to take off his clothes by himself, and he was waiting for Qin Luoshi to make the next move. Qin Luoshi puffed up her cheeks, steeled her resolve, and did it anyway. What was there to be afraid of? Yang Lin was about to laugh out loud, but she held back. It was such an easy thing to do, and it had taken Qin Luoshi a minute. She must practice more in the future. It feels so good. After 10 minutes, Qin Luoshi walked over to the sink, rubbed her hands together, and was slightly stunned. What was she doing? What was she doing? It didn't seem like much. Yang Lin's expression of comfort was imprinted in Qin Luoshi's mind. After washing her hands, Qin Luoshi walked over. Go on in, I'll wash your back for you. Hold your right hand up a little, so you don't get any water on it. Okay, honey. Yang Lin kissed Qin Luoshi's forehead and sat directly in the bathtub. Qin Luoshi simply helped Yang Lin rinse off, trying to avoid his injured right hand as much as possible. 10 minutes later, Qin Luoshi finished helping Yang Lin shower, dried his hair, and put on his pajamas in one go. Yang Lin, go to bed. Qin Luoshi pouted, looked at the pajamas on his body, which were all wet, and realized that he had taken a bath for nothing and would have to do it all over again. You go to bed first and rest, I'll take another shower and be right out. Okay. Yang Lin took advantage of the situation and didn't argue, obediently walked out of the bathroom, lay down on the bed, and flipped through his phone. No messages. His brow furrowed as he thought, Liu Gong really hit it well. This is a bit tricky. Yang Lin lay on the bed, pondering how to respond next. Why was Ruan Xiaochang in Country F? There was also a murderous organization. What was the situation now? Several things kept circling in his mind. He always felt like they were like a big net, holding him up. If he wasn't careful, he would be doomed, and he might even drag those around him down with him. This was the last thing Yan Lin wanted to see. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Yin Hao. Any news? After waiting for a long time, Yin Hao sent a message, no, along with an exasperated expression. It can be imagined that Yin Hao's mood was very bad. He was like a powder keg, ready to ignite at any moment. Yang Lin sent him a message back, don't worry, stay calm. Then Yang Lin threw his phone aside. He sighed, estimating that it would be difficult to return to the country in the short term. Xin Luoshi cleaned up the bathroom, took in a set of clothes again, and briefly showered. She stood in front of the mirror and exclaimed, is this me? When did I become so bold? But it doesn't seem that difficult. She walked out and naturally lay down on the other side of the bed. She deliberately looked at Yang Lin's arm and was relieved to see that it wasn't wet. Xin Luoshi took out her phone and looked through the messages, replying briefly. All night long, she had been on edge, afraid that something would happen to Yang Lin. Now that she had relaxed, she felt tired and her head was spinning. Yang Lin, you're tired too, get some rest early, I'm tired too, good night. Yang Lin tilted his head and looked at Xin Luoshi. He was full of energy and didn't feel sleepy at all. Then, he leaned down and pressed himself against Xin Luoshi, supporting his body with his uninjured hand. Xin Luoshi nudged Yang Lin and looked at him with concern. In a slightly angry tone, she said, Yang Lin, behave yourself, your hand is still injured. Yang Lin supported himself with one hand, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, slowly leaned down, blowing warm air in Xin Luoshi's ear and whispered, you made me feel good, and I want to make you feel good too. Ah. Xin Luoshi just wanted to say something, but his mouth was already sealed. Chapter 349 Chapter 346 Yin Hao, don't do anything rash, wait for me. After the battle was over, the two of them lay on the bed, not moving, they were too tired. Yang Lin's hands were numb from supporting her injured arm, but the experience was great. Yang Lin, let's have a baby. Xin Luoshi took Yang Lin's hand. Before, she wanted to make a name for herself in business, to be able to support another world and reduce the pressure on Yang Lin. But after spending so much time together, her mindset has changed. She's afraid that one day she won't be able to see Yang Lin again, so at least they have a child to keep them connected. Yang Lin was first taken aback, but then understood Xin Luoshi's good intentions, and said softly, okay. If it makes Xin Luoshi feel at ease, we can do whatever you want. The main thing is that there have been so many recent developments, and they're making Xin Luoshi worried. Yang Lin feels a little heavy-hearted, and wants to quickly resolve everything. Then, simply and happily live with Xin Luoshi. Xin Luoshi nodded with satisfaction, closed his eyes, and was very tired after a long night. The next day, Yang Lin slept until he naturally woke up. Perhaps it was because of the injury and the fact that he had exercised, he slept very well. Good morning, wife. Good morning. Since it wasn't their home, they quickly washed up and went downstairs. Yang Lu and the others were all sitting in the living room chatting. The atmosphere was good. Good morning. Good morning. Xin Luoshi felt a little embarrassed. Everyone was waiting for them, including Sheng Jingwen. Yang Lin, Luoshi, there's breakfast in the dining room, let's go eat. Xin Shiwang was beaming from ear to ear. It had been a long time since the family had been so lively. Sheng Duer had also become a lot more cheerful since her return. She loved to laugh and her health had obviously improved. Before, she would cough at the slightest cold air, but now she was laughing and making a fuss like a normal person. It was so good. Yang Lin calmly led Xin Luoshi towards the dining room, his face showing no signs of unease. Sheng Jingwen didn't say a word, continuing to flip through the newspaper. Yang Lin's performance once again took him by surprise. He needed to get to know Yang Lin again. Because of what happened yesterday, there had been a huge uproar outside, and the people involved had very strong backgrounds. In a moment, the two arrived in the living room and sat down. Luoshi, how did you rest last night? If there's anything uncomfortable, just tell me. You're at home here, so don't be constrained. Xin Shiwang smiled. The more he looked at her, the more satisfied he became. Auntie, I'm doing well, I'm not unaccustomed to it. That's good. Sheng Jingwen put down the newspaper and said, you were tired from yesterday's fun, so just hang out at home today. There are lots of sports fields in the back, so just play around. If you need anything, just tell Shiwang directly. Yes. Thanks, Uncle Sheng. Yu Qingyan replied with a smile, as long as there is somewhere to play, it doesn't matter where it is, the Shang family is so big, it's just the right place to visit. Good. Yang Lu nodded, guests should follow the host's wishes, as long as everyone is together. Qingyan and Yang Lu, I'll show you to the tennis court at the back, it's great fun. Shang Duer excitedly pulled them both, and they were about to go to the back. Yu Bin saw this and quickly got up and followed behind them, saying, I want to learn too, I'll go with you. After the others left, Shang Jingwen said to Yang Lin, let's go to the study and talk about something. Good. Yang Lin understood Shang Jingwen's intentions. It wasn't safe to go out without resolving the situation outside, and the best choice was to stay at the Shang family. He glanced at Qin Luoshi, and Qin Shiwing smiled and said, Luoshi will stay with me, so don't worry. Yang Lin and Qin Luoshi were in the exact same state as when they were young. Full of memories. Thank you, Aunt. Yang Lin did not hesitate. Things needed to be resolved as soon as possible, so he followed Shang Jingwen to the study. Study. Have a seat. Yang Lin sat on the sofa nearby, casually. Uncle, what's going on outside? There's been no news from Li Yugang. He's been running things here for over 10 years, and there are plenty of places to hide. It'll take time. Besides, Ruan Xiaochang is still at the Mayside Hotel and hasn't checked out yet. Shang Jingwen simply relayed the situation. Ruan Xiaochang is at my hotel, so he's not going anywhere. Yang Lin had sharp eyes. Ruan Xiaochang would not let him go, and he would never let Ruan Xiaochang go. It would be better to remove the time bomb than to leave it. Ruan Xiaochang was insignificant, but the most troublesome thing was the owner of the boxing ring, who wanted to see you. Shang Jingwen frowned, and his fingers tapped the table in a regular rhythm. Shang Jingwen's expression was a little grave. The Shang family was already considered the top wealthy family in Country F. If even he was wary, it would be very troublesome. He controls both the underworld and the legal world. Yin Hao is considered to be doing well in the underworld, but he also has to look to his face. He also has people in the legal world. The few major families have to give him some face more or less, and they can't fight head-on. Shang Jingwen said slowly, he doesn't want to get in touch with someone like this either, so far they have not interfered with each other. It is indeed tricky. If you know what kind of person and what kind of character he is, you can take corresponding measures. But now that you know nothing, it is indeed more troublesome. Uncle, did he say anything about it? No, he just passed on the message that he wants to see you. Li Yugang just arrived at the boxing ring and caused trouble. Logically speaking, it has nothing to do with you, so why is he looking for you? Shang Jingwen has always been puzzled and can't figure it out. Yang Lin has just arrived in Country F, so logically they have no intersection. Uncle, what time and place to meet? Since you don't know anything, just ask him directly in person. Worrying is useless. See you at the boxing ring at 5 p.m. Okay, I'll be there on time in the afternoon. I'll go with you in the afternoon. Shang Jingwen can't let anything happen to Yang Lin. His presence can at least have some effect. Uncle, don't worry. If he really wants to do something, there's nothing you can do to stop him. I'll leave the family in your hands. Yang Lin said firmly. Only when his family is safe can he do his best and not be passive. As for meeting the boxing ring owner, just react accordingly. With the help of the system, no one can stop him if he wants to escape. Okay, I'll let Wenchuan accompany you, don't refuse. Shang Jingwen will not let Yang Lin go alone. Okay. This time Yang Lin did not refuse, he hoped Shang Jingwen would feel at ease. Ding dong dong. Yang Lin's phone rang. It was Yin Hao calling. Cousin, are you up? Yin Hao was full of anger. He had searched all night for places where Li Yugan might be hiding, but maddeningly, all his efforts had been in vain. I'm up. How are you? Yin Hao's tone was very bad. He had probably found nothing, and he was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. No sign of Li Yugang. Ruan Xiaochang is at the Mayside Hotel. I'm at the hotel entrance. Are you coming? Yin Hao wants to go in alone, but before doing so, he still wants to ask Yang Lin for his opinion. I'm going. Don't do anything rash. Wait for me. Okay, cousin, I'll wait for you. Yin Hao hung up the phone, his eyes waiting at the entrance to the hotel. He took a bite of the bread his men had bought, his face gloomy, his face bruised and swollen from the beating. He had just arrived in F country and encountered Liu Gang blocking his way with his men, and Yang Lin was also injured. In the time it took to say a single sentence, he had not even been able to find a single person, as if he were air. Chapter 350 Chapter 347 Cousin, if you don't agree, I'll pester you every day. Uncle, I'm going out for a while. Sheng Jingwen had already heard the content of the phone call and did not stop him. Bring a few people. Okay. Sheng Jingwen arranged it, and several Sheng family experts waited downstairs, and Yang Lin also went downstairs. Qin Luoshi and Qin Shiwu were still sitting on the sofa chatting when they saw the two people rushing downstairs. Luoshi, I'm going out for a while, I'll be right back. Okay. Qin Luoshi nodded, her hands clenched. She couldn't stop them, and she couldn't stop them, so she could only wait. Yang Lin didn't delay. He was worried that Yin Hao couldn't hold back and rushed in directly. Qin Luoshi kept looking in the direction of Yang Lin, and she held back, her eyes slowly turning red. Yang Lin took the few people who had been waiting below, got into the car arranged by the Shang family, and set off. Sure one, you keep Luoshi company, I still have things to take care of. Sheng Jingwen is going to investigate useful information about the boxing ring owner, so that Yang Lin can use it at night. Time is pressing, and there is no delay. As for Wan Xiaochang, Yang Lin and Yin Hao should have no problem solving it. Good. Qin Shirwing nodded, she was used to it. She took Qin Luoshi's hand and said softly, Luoshi, worry about Yang Lin. Qin Luoshi didn't say anything, but the worry on her face was hard to hide. As if remembering, Qin Shirwing said slowly, I understand how you feel. When Jingwen first took over the Shang family, he had to face a lot of things alone, not just at home, but also outside, which was even more difficult. Every time Jingwen rushed out, I would hug him tightly, for fear that he would never come back. Every time he came back, I would carefully check to see if he was hurt, before I could finally relax. I have been living like this for 3 years. After 3 years, Jingwen has stabilized the Shang family and has almost dealt with everything outside. Through all the ups and downs, I have slowly become stronger, getting involved in the affairs of the Shang family and trying to reduce Jingwen's internal pressure. It wasn't until Wenxuan grew up that I slowly stepped back and settled down to take care of Duer, not caring about anything else. Qin Luoshi listened carefully. Qin Shiwu's life has not been easy. She is also experiencing the same things that Qin Shiwu experienced. Luoshi, the men we've chosen are not ordinary men. They can't just go to work like ordinary men, come home to their wives and children, and live an ordinary life. Since you've already made your choice, you have to slowly accept it and do your best to live a happy life with him. Qin Luoshi looked at Qin Shirwang and nodded. Since she had made her choice, she would accept it and live a better life. Her words deeply inspired Qin Luoshi. Instead of sitting here worrying, it's better to do your own thing and relieve Yang Lin of his worries. Thank you, Auntie, I know what to do. Auntie, I'll go upstairs first, you take a rest too. Qin Luoshi perked up. Although she couldn't go to the company, there were still a lot of important documents that needed to be processed. Good. Qin Shirwing nodded, watching the figure of Qin Luoshi walking upstairs, hoping that they could be happy. 40 minutes. Yang Lin arrived at the entrance of the Mayside Hotel. Yin Hao got out of the car and walked over to Yang Lin. On the way here, Yang Lin contacted the person in charge of the master hotel in F country and asked him to confirm whether there was anyone in Ruan Xiaochang's room. Ruan Xiaochang is still in his room. Cousin, no one has come out. Well, I've already asked someone to go in and confirm that he hasn't checked out. I'll go in a bit later. Yang Lin contacted the people at the arms factory and asked them to bring over the most advanced weapons. Yesterday, at the boxing ring, we were at a disadvantage because of the weapons, and that's why we were passive. In modern warfare, it's all about high technology. Cousin, why don't you go in? Yin Hao couldn't wait any longer, he needed to let off some steam. Wait, I'll have someone send over some weapons. Yang Lin didn't want any more casualties, and although the Shang family hadn't said anything, he still felt bad about it. Oh yeah, my cousin is still thoughtful, I'll fuck him up. Yin Hao let out a stream of expletives, and his mood improved by half. Yang Lin glanced at him, and realized that emotions were all an act in the capital city. This was the real Yin Hao. Cousin, what kind of eyes do you have? I was just careless. Yin Hao played with the gun in his hands, wondering what treasures he would find. He would find an opportunity to ask Yang Lin to take him to the arsenal to look for something good to play with. Quiet. As soon as Yang Lin finished speaking, a tall, thin man carrying 2 bags walked over. My lord, the things you asked for. Shani walked forward, took the bags, and placed them on the ground. Shi Zhang had arranged for him to come last night to protect Yang Lin's safety. Good, when did you get here? I just arrived last night. Yang Lin squatted down and opened the bag. Jin Hao froze in place. My lord, what the hell? What exactly is Yang Lin's identity? How does it feel that he is even more powerful than this local snake like myself, completely despised? Yin Hao lowered his head and looked at the contents of the bag, exclaiming excitedly, fuck. Then he crouched down and kept rummaging through the bag, excitedly shouting, I found a treasure. Cousin, after this is all over, I must go to your arsenal and take a look. I can't refuse, or I'll pester you every day. Yin Hao fiddled with the guns in his hands, as well as sniper rifles, grenades, and everything else. It was simply thrilling. Yang Lin felt a little helpless. Once Yin Hao got excited, he simply couldn't control his mouth. In the future, when he has children, he must keep Yin Hao away from them, lest he corrupt them. A child? Thinking about this, Yang Lin became a little bit looking forward to his child with Qin Luoshi. It should be very beautiful and handsome. After things here come to an end, we must make a baby properly and try to have more. Cousin, will you do it? Yin Hao continued with the movements on his hands, and kept urging in his mouth. I'll see how you behave, and we'll move later, following my commands. If you don't do what I ask, no matter how much you try to weasel out of it, I won't let you go. Yang Lin said sternly, fighting is blind. If Yin Hao doesn't listen to reason and something happens, he will feel guilty for the rest of his life. Cousin, in your eyes, am I really that unreliable? If that's the case, I would have died 1,000 times already. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll only do what I can, and I'll resolutely not do what I can't. Yin Hao promised, and picked a few things he liked in the bag. Yang Lin casually picked up a gun and stood up and said, you guys pick something that fits your hands. When you're ready, we'll go in 5 minutes. Yes. Everyone began to choose their usual guns. In no time, they had all chosen, and the bag was empty. They really loved this equipment. They looked around and adjusted it, and it was worthy of being the latest product. Everyone ready? Wait for my command. Okay, ready. Okay, go in. Yang Lin put away his gun and walked in front of the group, with Yin Hao and the others following behind. Chapter 351 Chapter 348 It's either you or me. Yang Lin walked into the hotel, and the person in charge immediately came up to greet him. President Yang, the person in the presidential suite has not checked out, and I have arranged for someone to keep an eye on them upstairs. They have never come out. The person in charge followed behind, talking as they walked, and pressed the elevator button. Okay, you guys just stay down here, don't go up there. Ruan Xiaochang had joined the Devil Slayers, and his combat effectiveness was absolutely not low. An ordinary person would just get killed if they went there. Let's go. A few people followed Yang Lin into the elevator and looked seriously at the display of the floor above the elevator. 20 seconds later, a few people arrived outside the presidential suite. For some reason, Yang Lin always felt in danger, just like in a boxing ring, and it felt very bad. With the professional habits and sensitivity of Ruan Xiaochang and Tonghu, they would not have been completely unaware. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be a demon. Yang Lin stopped everyone and said softly, be careful, there's a trick. Yin Hao took out a small object and began to test it. Good guy, there's a grenade behind it. If they go in directly with the rune card, they will become a corpse, blown to pieces. Everyone gasped, and they looked at Yang Lin differently. How did he know there was a trick? It's amazing. Yang Lin also let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the system had blessed him, and his ability to perceive danger had been greatly enhanced, saving everyone's lives. Cousin, you stand back, I'll handle it. Yin Hao had encountered this kind of situation a few times before on missions, so it wasn't difficult for him. Everyone stepped back as Yin Hao held his breath, slowly approaching with the rune keycard. The moment he opened the door, the thin blade in his hand immediately severed the thin wire. With a roll, he entered the room, followed by the grenade that fell. Phew, that was close. After completing a series of actions, Yin Hao crouched down and stood in the corner of the room, while Yang Lin and the others quietly entered the room. Be careful, search. Everyone spread out and searched carefully, the room, the bathroom, the study, there was no one there. Damn, he got away. Yin Hao kicked the sofa, they really underestimated them. Shani trotted over and said to Yang Lin, my lord, they escaped through the vent in the bathroom. Yang Lin was silent and didn't say anything. Yuan Xiaochang was more formidable than he thought, and he was no less dangerous than Li Yugang. There were too many accidents on this trip to the Kingdom of F. Did you bring a computer? Yang Lin cannot just sit there and wait for death, he needs to take the initiative, otherwise he doesn't know when Yuan Xiaochang will stab him in the back. Cousin, there is a house next to me with a computer inside. Yin Hao doesn't know what Yang Lin is going to do, but he is sure there is a reason. They can't go back to the Yins now, and the Shangs are still far away. Coincidentally, there is a house next to them that is fully equipped. Let's go. Okay. 10 minutes later, they arrive at the house. Yang Lin turned on the computer and quickly hacked into the surveillance system of Country F to search for traces of Yuan Xiaochang. Incidentally, he made a small piece of software that could do the job without human monitoring. Cousin, you're awesome, your skills are definitely rank number 1. Yin Hao got excited and thought about the past competitions with Yang Lin. It really was like looking for abuse. In the future, letting his cousin take him along will definitely be exciting. The rest of the people also opened their eyes wide and gained a new understanding of Yang Lin. Not only did he have a strong background, his personal abilities were also not to be underestimated. Yang Lin didn't say a word, staring at the computer screen. On the other side, Yuan Xiaochang and Tong Hu escaped, and they stood on a dam in the north. Yuan, that was close, fortunately you were smart, otherwise we would have been in trouble. After they escaped from the hotel, they saw Yang Lin walking into the hotel with his men at the door. If they were a second later, they would have been caught like rats in a trap. Humph, Yang Lin, you really didn't let me down. Yuan Xiaochang looked into the distance. He had originally planned to take the money and secretly return to China, find a chance to meet his family, and get rid of Yang Lin's family in the process. Now there was no need for that. Yang Lin had come to Country F, so they would settle things here. Yuan, what do we do next? Tong Hu's transition from initially leading Yuan Xiaochang to now being dominated by Yuan Xiaochang was very natural. Yuan Xiaochang had saved his life several times, otherwise he would have died long ago. I want revenge. I will kill Yang Lin, and everyone around him, I won't let any of them go. Yang Lin made him lose all his relatives, and he will make Yang Lin taste the feeling of losing his relatives and being all alone. He can't bear it alone. Okay, I'll be with you, I'm alone anyway, with no ties. Tong Hu patted Yuan Xiaochang on the shoulder. Yuan Xiaochang glanced at him and didn't say anything. Your people in F country, spread out and investigate the movements of Yang Lin and his friends. We'll find a chance to get rid of them. Okay. Tong Hu didn't hesitate, walked over to the side, and made arrangements by dialing a phone call. Yuan Xiaochang stood still, not moving a muscle, with Jiangqing's events playing out in his head. It seemed like it happened yesterday. These past few months have been fueled by his hatred for Yang Lin, supporting him as he became stronger, enduring a life that was inhumane, a life he will never forget. He and Yang Lin, it's either you die or I live. Only one can survive. The room. Found it. Yang Lin enlarged the image and said to Yin Hao, where is this? The dam in the north, they ran far enough. Yin Hao hung up the cigarette and stared at the screen. How long is the journey from here to the dam? Yang Lin enlarged the image and could clearly see their movements. In a hurry, 20 minutes, under normal circumstances, half an hour. Yin Hao leaned forward and looked at the screen intently. Let's go. Yang Lin said seriously, holding the laptop phone in his hand. No matter what, we have to get rid of Yuan Xiaochang today, to reduce a potential threat. Okay. Everyone behind him followed Yang Lin to the parking lot and drove away. Cousin, are we driving straight to the dam? Yes, they haven't moved. Yang Lin was also very surprised. Shouldn't Yuan Xiaochang and the others find a place to hide and wait for an opportunity to strike? It's so unusual to be so brazen and obvious. Are they waiting for me? Yang Lin thoughtfully wondered, unable to figure it out. If he hadn't hacked into the surveillance system, he wouldn't have found them so quickly. Either they were overconfident, or they didn't think I'd find them so quickly. No matter what the reason, Yang Lin would not let his guard down. Yin Hao, when we get close, pull over a little further away. Yin Hao nodded, indeed, they must be cautious. They are too cunning. If they had not been warned by their cousin at the hotel, they would already be dead. If they set a trap at the dam and use it as bait to lure them over, they really wouldn't know how they died. Understood. Yang Lin kept staring at the computer, while Ruan Xiaochang never moved, like a statue, a world apart from the image he had at that time in Jiangcheng. What had Ruan Xiaochang been through these past few months? Chapter 352 Chapter 349 You're a crackshot. Yin Hao parked the car 500 meters from the dam, took out his binoculars, and observed Ruan Xiaochang's movements. He could only see Tong Hu making endless phone calls while Ruan Xiaochang stood motionless. Cousin, is he sick? He's been standing there for half an hour. Isn't he tired? Yin Hao handed the binoculars to Yang Lin, took out the sniper rifle, and hoped that he could solve the problem with one shot and get it over with quickly so that he could get on with other things. Yang Lin took the binoculars and looked at the back of Ruan Xiaochang. Why did he feel so desolate? Could someone like him also feel sentimental? Yin Hao set up the sniper rifle, adjusted it, aimed, and took the standard action in one go. As soon as Yang Lin gave the order, he would immediately shoot and end Ruan Xiaochang's life. Ruan Xiaochang felt the danger, as if he were being stared at by a poisonous snake in the jungle, his whole body tensing. He turned around, his eyes looking in the direction of Yin Hao, and immediately leaped sideways, shouting, Tong Hu, danger, get in the car. Tong Hu heard Ruan Xiaochang's words, his body tensing. The two quickly jumped into the car next to them and quickly started it. Shift. Ruan Xiaochang was too alert, and he could detect danger just by being locked on by a sniper rifle, losing an opportunity. Yin Hao cursed, put away the sniper rifle, and started the car. Chase. Yang Lin put down the binoculars. Ruan Xiaochang didn't look like he was pretending. He didn't think he would be found so quickly. Since he wasn't prepared, it would be easy to beat a dog when it's down. Good. Yin Hao had been waiting for Yang Lin's order for a long time, ready to go all out. Speeding cars were seen on the road, racing against each other. There were very few people around the dam, and they were all driving very fast. From time to time, people on both sides fired a few shots in an attempt to distract the other side. The driving skills of both men were superb, and they avoided them perfectly. Yang Lin saw this and put down his computer, took the sniper rifle, drove outside, and yelled, Yin Hao, drive more steadily. Good. Yin Hao gripped the steering wheel tightly, creating an opportunity for Yang Lin. It was really exciting. Bang. Yang Lin takes aim and fires a shot, only to hear the sound of the tire being hit. Cousin, you're awesome, you've become a sharpshooter. Yin Hao is getting more and more excited and eager to try. Drive carefully. Yang Lin takes the sniper rifle, sits back in the car, and his expression is serious. Ruan Xiaochang grips the steering wheel tightly, trying hard to control the car from rolling over. Without a car, it's impossible to outrun them on foot. It's going to be a tough battle. He looked at the dam beside him and said to Tong Hu, I'll drive the car into the water, and we'll wait for our chance. If we get separated, we'll contact each other with the signal. Good. Tong Hu also understood that on land, there was only one way to die. There were too many people behind them, and their weapons and equipment were not weak. Hold on tight. Ruan Xiaochang slammed the steering wheel and drove towards the dam, trying to minimize the danger. Tong Hu gripped the steering wheel tightly, with one hand resting on the door, ready to jump out as soon as they hit the water. Shawnee, rocket launcher, hurry. Yang Lin saw that this was not good and yelled, if we let Ruan Xiaochang get away this time, it will be difficult to catch him again in the future. Ruan Xiaochang was not prepared this time. Once he escaped, he would definitely find a place to hide and look for an opportunity to stab him in the back. Even if this matter became a big deal, it would be worth it as long as Ruan Xiaochang could be eliminated. We'll figure out what to do next. We mustn't let Ruan Xiaochang get away. Yes. Ruan Xiaochang's car had already driven into the water, and the two of them exerted their full strength and swam as fast as they could towards the depths. Shawnee held the bazooka and fired with a whoosh, flying towards the place where Ruan Xiaochang's car had fallen into the water. Boom! The fire spread in all directions and exploded on the surface of the water. Ruan Xiaochang's car exploded. Yin Hao parked the car, everyone got out, looked at the water, and saw that Ruan Xiaochang's car had been blown to pieces, and the water was red with blood. He must be dead. Yin Hao whistled, finally feeling relieved. Half of the depression in his heart had dissipated. Being hit by a bazooka, he must be dead for sure. There's nowhere to run. Yin Hao, arrange for people to search along the dam, don't let anything suspicious go. Although the possibility of Ruan Xiaochang and the others being alive is extremely low, he still wants to confirm it just in case, to prevent Ruan Xiaochang from not being dead and making a comeback. Okay, I'll go arrange it right now. Yin Hao didn't hesitate, and Yang Lin's worries were normal. If something were to happen, the consequences would be serious. He still needs to deal with the explosion of the dam and give an explanation to the higher-ups. This headache, such a thing, is better left to the big brother. He is good at dealing with people from above. Yin Hao took out his phone and first called his subordinate to arrange for someone to search along the dam. Then he called In Sun's phone. Facing his big brother, Yin Hao put away his carefree attitude and seriously told him everything that had happened at the dam. Big brother, this is what happened. I don't want to deal with the higher-ups. You know my temper. It might get physical. I can only trouble you. I got it. In Sun didn't say much and hung up the phone directly. In Hao pouted his lips and muttered, Big brother, if a girl dares to marry you like this, just be a bachelor. The Yin family's line of descendants still has to rely on me. Yin Hao, what are you muttering about? Yang Lin shouted, startling Yin Hao, as if a child had been caught doing something wrong. Cousin, can you stop scaring me? What can I do? Someone has to search for it. There was an explosion here, and we have to give the authorities an explanation. I don't want to go. Call my brother and let him handle it. Yang Lin didn't say anything, and looked at the severed limbs floating on the sea surface. Yin Hao also noticed it. His men quickly salvaged them to confirm the identity. 10 minutes. Cousin, it's been confirmed, this corpse is that of Ruan Shaoqing's accomplice. There's also a severed hand next to it, but it's so bloody and mangled that it should belong to Ruan Shaoqing. But there's nothing else. Yin Hao felt sick as he watched, his stomach churning. Keep having people look for it. Yang Lin looked coldly at the severed limbs and flesh in front of him. He wanted to make sure that Ruan Shaoqing was dead and there was no chance of him surviving. Only in this way could he ensure that the people around him would not be persecuted by Ruan Shaoqing, reducing one threat. Next, he can focus on Li Yugang. Li Yugang is much more difficult to deal with than Ruan Shaoqing. His stronghold is here, and he has been entrenched here for many years, with complicated relationships. If he wants to eliminate them all at once, he must think of a foolproof plan. Not only does Li Yugang have to die, but so do all the people under him. You never know if the people under Li Yugang are loyal to him. Good. Yin Hao nodded, telling the people below to continue looking and not to let go of a single suspicious clue. Chapter 353 Chapter 350 Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, right? Cousin, I found it, look. Yang Lin walked to the front of the dam and looked at the dismembered limbs on display above, bloody and mangled, basically unrecognizable, but basically he could confirm that they were all dead. He let out a long sigh of relief. Ruan Shaoqing has finally been dealt with. Ruan Shaoqing's idea was good. Driving the car into the river, even if Yang Lin and the others fired bursts of pistol shots, they still had a good chance of survival, as long as they swam far enough and deep enough. But he had overlooked the fact that Yang Lin was holding an arsenal in his hands, with every kind of weapon imaginable. Whatever he got his hands on would definitely be state-of-the-art. If Ruan Shaoqing had known that this was the outcome, he would definitely have given it his all. The months of hard training he had put in had had a significant effect, and he might have been able to fight for a chance of survival. But it's too late to say anything. There are no ifs in life, and there's no such thing as regret. Let's go. Yang Lin slowly walked towards the car. It had taken too long to recover the bodies, but it was worth it. It was past lunchtime, so they had eaten something on the go. Yin Hao's phone rang. Big brother, what's up? I've already coordinated things. The F government will come forward and explain that the explosion was an exercise. Big brother is awesome, there's nothing you can't do. Yin Hao put down his cigarette and flattered him. An exercise is a nice way of putting it, but it must be that my brother has traded resources for it. Yang Lin also heard it. This matter started because of him. Even if they are brothers, they have to settle accounts clearly. If there is a loss, it has to be returned to In Sun. Okay, when are you going to the boxing ring? In Sun interrupted Yin Hao's words and let him go on and on without end. Go to the boxing ring, why? Yin Hao has been outside the whole time and doesn't know what's going on, so what does it have to do with the boxing ring? They weren't the ones causing trouble at the boxing gym, and they were looking for Li Yugang, the one who started the fight. Give me Yang Lin's phone. Yin Hao handed the phone to Yang Lin, puzzled, and said, My brother. Cousin, the appointment is at 5 p.m. Yang Lin switched on the speakerphone and spoke calmly. Since he didn't know the reason, he wouldn't cause trouble for himself and would adapt to the situation. Okay, I'll wait for you at the boxing gym. In Sun didn't wait for Yang Lin to speak and hung up. Cousin. Yang Lin didn't even get a chance to argue back, but his heart was warmed. In Sun was going to the boxing ring for him. Cousin, why do you have to go to the boxing ring? The boxing ring owner wants to see me. Yang Lin returned the phone to In Hao, not knowing if Shi Zhang had found anything out. He really knew nothing about the boxing ring owner and was very passive. Why do you want to see you? Why don't you find Li Yugang, damn it? In Hao roared loudly in dissatisfaction. The boxing ring boss was very powerful, and no one dared to make trouble in his place. Even he had never seen the boxing ring boss's true face. He had only dealt with the people under him, and they were not to be messed with. He was not afraid of the boxing ring boss. If he started to be fierce, the worst that would happen is that both sides would suffer. Yang Lin didn't say anything. He couldn't figure it out either. Logically, the fault wasn't his. Besides, they didn't have any interactions, so what did they want with him? Cousin, don't worry. I'll go with you. At worst, I'll just raid their lair. After saying that, In Hao picked up his phone and told his men to get ready. In Hao, don't rush things. Let's go check it out first. Okay, let's go check it out, but let's make the preparations first, just in case there's a fight, so we won't be caught off guard. Okay. Yang Lin looked at the time and said, we can go now. Outside the boxing ring, Shang Wenchuan and In Sun each led their men and appeared at the boxing ring. They nodded at each other as a greeting. Usually they only had business dealings with each other and didn't communicate much in private. Today, they were here for Yang Lin. On the other side, the villa. Boss, we just got news that Yang Lin used a bazooka to kill Ruan, who was at the boxing match that day. A bazooka? Yang Lin and Ruan had a grudge? Li Yugang had his hands behind his back, standing straight, his eyes looking out the window. Yang Lin really took him by surprise. He had originally thought that taking him down would be easy, but he didn't expect there to be twists and turns. A bazooka was used. This is not a war zone, and it takes strength to be able to use a bazooka. Yes, the bazooka he used made the headlines. We're still investigating Ruan's information. Boss, what do we do next? His subordinates have fierce expressions on their faces. They lost 8 brothers yesterday. It's been a long time since they've suffered such a heavy loss. He's filled with anger. Have someone pay close attention to Yang Lin's movements. If he's alone, notify me directly. Li Yugang will not let Yang Lin go, no matter how strong Yang Lin is. Cut off his head and sacrifice it to my brother. Good. Airport in Country F. Xin Wanji followed the film crew to F Country to shoot scenes. Yifan Entertainment helped her negotiate a supporting role, and her image fits perfectly, so she is playing herself. She was jealous and ostracized by many people for getting this role. A newcomer who has just entered the entertainment industry is starring in a movie by a well-known director. No one believes there is nothing fishy going on, and they are sure she was slept with by the investor. She had heard before that the entertainment industry was chaotic, and after experiencing this wave, she really felt it. But she just loves singing and acting, and since she has chosen this path, she will finish it no matter what. Yang Lin has helped her a lot since she entered the entertainment industry, and she can't let Yang Lin down. Qin Wanji even more wants to prove to her family that she can do well in the entertainment industry. Qin Wanji slowly got off the plane, wearing sunglasses, looking coldly at everything outside. She hasn't been in a good mood for a while. The events of that night have been lingering in her mind. Her agent told her that they were going to F Country to scout for locations, and Qin Wanji was reluctant, but her agent talked her into it. She told her that this was a rare opportunity, with a well-known director, and that they had gone to a lot of trouble to be able to use a newcomer. If the movie was a success, she would be offered good movie roles in the future. Qin Wanji took a deep breath. F Country was so big, and she might not even meet In Hao. In the end, Qin Wanji agreed. She couldn't let that night get in the way of her career. Wanji, after you get to the hotel, you should really study the character. If you can't find the right feeling, your director is right there, so you must study hard, understand? Manager Wu Ku instructed. She is the top manager at Yifan Entertainment, and was asked by the leaders above to bring out Wanji and keep her away from messy things. She also asked the leaders above about Wanji's identity and why she was asked to bring out a newcomer. The answer was that the boss had personally requested it. Since then, Wuko has known that Qin Wanji's star path will definitely shine brightly, and her career will also advance even further. Good. Chapter 354. Chapter 351. Tang Wenba appeared at the Maysite Hotel. Qin Wanji arranged it and then called Mu Fangling to report that she was safe. Mu Fangling felt guilty about not stopping Yin Hao from taking Qin Wanji away that night. She knew that Qin Wanji was going to F country this time, and she opposed it and tried to stop her. But the trip to F country was Qin Wanji's work, so there was nothing she could do. Although she was worried, she could only keep it to herself. Wanji, you're here? How do you feel, are you tired? Qin Wanji gave a small smile and said, I've already arrived, don't worry, I feel pretty good, I'll be reading the script soon, I may not have time to contact you afterwards. Okay, take care of yourself, don't forget to eat. Okay. After a brief chat, Qin Wanji threw down her phone, hoping not to run into Yin Hao. She shook her head, shook off the thoughts in her head, took out the script, and studied it carefully. Boxing ring. When Yang Lin and Yin Hao arrived, they saw the two big brothers already waiting in place. Damn it! Yin Hao rubbed his eyes again to make sure he wasn't mistaken. Yin Sun and Shang Wenchuan standing together is also very rare in Country F. Logically speaking, they are similar in age and have the same achievements, so they can become good friends. However, because of the existence of Yin Yan, they have only been nodding acquaintances so far. When Yin Sun heard his words, he frowned. Yin Hao quickly covered his mouth and stood behind Yang Lin to avoid being hit. Yang Lin was very moved. They all came for even themselves. Although they didn't say much, they all supported one. With practical actions. The two of them represented these two families. Cousin, thank you. 1,000 words are condensed into one sentence. Go in. Shang Wenchuan and Yin Sun didn't say anything else and walked in with Yan Lin. The scene was grand. Mr. Yang, please come in. A strange man stood in front of him, looked at the people in front of him, and raised his eyebrows slightly. Yang Lin didn't say a word and followed the man inside. 2 minutes later, they came to the outside of a big door. Everyone, our boss told Mr. Yang to go in alone, and the others to wait here. The man glanced at everyone present, finally pinning his gaze on Yang Lin. Fuck, what are you? We've already given you face by coming here, and you keep on nagging. Either we go in together or we leave, you decide. Yin Hao stood up. He was already very unhappy, but he held back. He didn't expect the man to push it further and let Yang Lin go in alone. No way. Yin Xin, unusually, felt that Yin Hao was right and didn't stop him. Shang Wenchuan took his hand out of his pocket and said sternly, go and ask for instructions, whether to go in together or leave. It was impossible to let Yang Lin go in alone. Before coming, Sheng Jingwen had told him to ensure Yang Lin's safety and that he could take the necessary measures. Yang Lin did not try to be brave. This was not Jiangcheng, and he was unfamiliar with the place. If something happened to him, Qin Lucy and the others would suffer too. But judging from the situation outside, it would be difficult, almost impossible, to let Yang Lin go in alone. We won't make things difficult for you. Go in and ask for instructions. Yan Sun said with a gloomy face. Before coming here, he had met his aunt Yan Yan and asked about Yan Lin. If Yan Lin lost his life here, Yan Yan would not survive either. No matter what, he had to bring Yang Lin back safely. The man paused for a moment, walked in, and continued. There was no point in the stalemate, it was just a waste of time and delayed matters. After a while, the man came out. Everyone, our boss said that only the 4 of you can go in, and the rest of you stay outside. Okay. They each gave their subordinates a good explanation, and several people walked into the office together. The office was very large, spacious, and bright, with very few furnishings, just a desk, 4 chairs, a row of sofas, and a large screen. Where is your boss? Yang Lin looked around, there was no one there, is he playing a joke? Wait a minute. A moment later, a man walked out of the inner room. He was 1.8 meters tall, in his 30s, with a crew cut, a square face, sharp eyes, and wearing a black suit, except that his face was slightly tired. Please sit. He casually sat down in a chair, his voice cold. A few people glanced back and forth, and sat down one after the other. What did you want to see me for? Yang Lin asked first, not feeling any hostility. If so, why did he come over after all the trouble? Tang Wenba looked up and surveyed Yang Lin, feeling different from what he saw in the photo. He said slowly, you cured your wife who was in a vegetative state? It was a question, but he did it in an affirmative tone. Tang Wenba seemed to see hope. Once, during an outing with Ming Rulin, they were having a good time when his enemy seized the opportunity and shot him. Ming Rulin, in order to save him, pounced directly over, and the bullet hit her in the head. Although he was rescued in time and the bullet was removed, Ming Rulin has been in a coma ever since and has not woken up, becoming a vegetable. He has tried many methods and has brought in many famous doctors from all over the country, but they are all at a loss. Tang Wenba still has not given up. Ming Rulin is his light. If the light is gone, what is the point? Until Yang Lin's appearance, he had someone investigate and learned that Yang Lin had cured Qin Luoxi. At this moment, his heart moved. Yes. Yang Lin replied with certainty, vaguely sensing that Tang Wenba had a story to tell. After getting a definite answer, Tang Wenba let out a deep sigh of relief, sat up straight, and said with a determined look in his eyes, Yang Lin, my wife has been in a coma for 2 years after being shot in the head. Can you cure her? If you can cure my wife, I will agree to any terms you want. After listening to Tang Wenba's words, everyone relaxed and their nervousness was released. It turned out that they were asking Yang Lin for help. If they had known this, they would have been less nervous. Yin Hao even leaned back on the sofa, sitting however he felt most comfortable. Yang Lin didn't answer. With a vegetable, Yang Lin didn't know if the system would work, and it had been 2 years, so it would be even more difficult. Tang Wenba looked at Yang Lin as he thought, thinking that the terms weren't good enough. Yang Lin, as long as you are willing to help my wife with her treatment, I will take care of Li Yugang. Consider this my gift to you. You can name any other conditions, as long as I can do it. No, even if I can't, I will find a way to do it. Tang Wenba sees his wife lying in bed every day, and it is very painful inside. They were very much in love, and although he had already eliminated his opponents in the organization, it did not bring him a healthy wife. Tang Wenba panicked. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he was unwilling to give up. Even if it was all for nothing in the end. I can't guarantee that I can cure your wife, but can I see her first? Chapter 355 Chapter 352 Qin Wanji was kidnapped. Yang Lin finally decided to meet the person first, no matter what outsiders think of Tang Wenba, a powerful and influential big shot that everyone fears. At this moment, he is also just a husband who loves his wife. Shang Wenxuan relaxed. He had seen Yang Lin's medical skills. Shang Duer was sick, and his family also sought medical treatment everywhere, but they were not cured. However, after Yang Lin prescribed a few medicines, Duer's condition improved significantly. In Sun seemed to have thought of something and didn't say anything. Today's mission was considered complete, and Yang Lin would not be in danger. Yin Hao was reinvigorated. If Tang Wenba joined in, it would be much easier to capture Li Yugang. Okay, thank you, whether you can cure my wife or not, I will deal with Li Yugang for you. Tang Wenba gathered himself together, beckoned his subordinates, and whispered in his ear. Yang Lin smiled bitterly to himself. He had originally thought that finding Li Yugang would be a lot of trouble, but it seems that the person in front of him can help him solve it. It's just in case, what if he can't cure Tang Wenba's wife? Will Tang Wenba regret it and bite him? Yang Lin, can you go with me to see my wife now? Yes. Follow me. Tang Wenba got up and walked to the back. They went to the building in the back and went straight to the top floor. Everyone was stunned. The interior was truly extraordinary. The room was at least over 500 square meters, and it had every medical device imaginable, as if an entire hospital had been moved in. In the center was a 5-meter-long bed, on which lay a woman. She was pale and thin, but one could tell that she had been a beauty in the past, which was a pity. Yang Lin, this is my wife. Tang Wenba introduced her with love in his eyes. Whenever he had the time, he would come over to keep her company, chat with her, and talk about the past. If time could be turned back, he would give up his rights and devote himself to living a happy life with Ming Rulin. Unfortunately, there is no chance to start over. I'll take his pulse first. Yang Lin sat down and took his pulse seriously. His brows tightened and then relaxed, and Tang Wenba's heartbeat quickened with Yang Lin's movements. It was as if a ray of light had shone in, only to dissipate at any moment. It was excruciating. 5 minutes later. Yang Lin took his hand away, thought for a moment, and asked, do you have her various examination reports? Yes. Tang Wenba took out a stack of recent examination reports from the drawer and handed them to Yang Lin with trembling hands. Yang Lin took the report and looked at it carefully. No one said a word to interrupt, standing quietly aside, waiting for Yang Lin. Just then, A sudden ringtone interrupted the silence in the room. Yang Lin took out his phone and looked at it. It was Qin Wanji. He slid open the phone and said, "Wanji, what's up?" "Wanji, that's a cute nickname." "Yang Lin, I have Qin Wanji in my hands. If you don't want me to collect her corpse for you, come see me alone." Li Yugong. Yang Lin's eyes flared with anger and he shouted in a cold voice. How did Li Yugong capture Qin Wanji? Isn't she in the country? A series of questions popped into Yang Lin's mind. Yang Lin, I'll make you feel what it's like to lose someone too. Remember to come alone, or else you know the consequences. Yang Lin was about to say something else when Li Yugong hung up the phone. Yin Hao suddenly straightened up. Qin Wanji was in Li Yugong's hands, and the anger in his heart was uncontrollable. Cousin, is Wanji definitely in Li Yugong's hands? Yang Lin nodded. Li Yugong called from Qin Wanji's phone. He quickly called Shi Zhang to ask about Qin Wanji's situation. Shi Zhang, where is Wanji? My lord, there is a movie being filmed in Country F, and Miss Qin is in Country F. Why? Hurry and contact your people to find out what's going on with Wanji. Yang Lin's heart sank a little, and Qin Wanji was 100% captured by Li Yugong. Damn it! No matter how careful you are, Li Yugong still found a loophole. Cousin, what's the situation? Yin Hao's heart felt as if it was being torn apart by thousands of ants. It was unbearable. Wanji has arrived in Country F. Yang Lin's gaze is cold, his hand gripping the phone so tightly that the veins in his hand are bulging. Li Yugong, you want to die. Yin Hao ran out, his heart racing. He arranged for someone to go find her. Yin Sun watched his brother's performance with some doubts, turned to Yang Lin, and held back, also making a phone call to arrange things. Seeing this, Shang Wenchuan also hurriedly got moving. Qin Wanji was also his cousin, and he couldn't just sit there and do nothing. Yang Lin looked at Tang Wenba, released his hand, and said seriously, Li Yugong kidnapped my sister and asked me to go somewhere now. Wait a minute. Tang Wenba immediately called his subordinate on the phone. Li Yugong's whereabouts. After he left yesterday, Tang Wenba sent someone to keep an eye on him. In Country F, as long as Tang Wenba wants to find someone, there is no one he can't find. This is why the major families in Country F are all very wary of Tang Wenba. No one knows how much leverage he has, or if he has people around him. They just want to get on his good side and don't want to become his enemy. Yang Lin kept waiting, hoping that there would be a breakthrough with Tang Wenba. Time passed by minute. Yin Hao walked in, looking very bad. His subordinates had already been dispatched, so he didn't dare to linger, hoping that Yang Lin could find a way to save Qin Wanji. A few minutes later, Tang Wenba walked over and calmly said, I already know where Li Yugong is. There is very strong firepower around him. If we force our way in, we will suffer heavy losses. As long as he has hostages, if there are no hostages, a rocket launcher can solve the problem. Tang Wenba carefully analyzed the situation, hating that he couldn't kill him right now. If it weren't for his sudden interruption, Yang Lin would have definitely come to a conclusion by now as to whether or not Rulin would wake up. Since they know the location, what are they waiting for? Go save the person. Yin Hao roared, thinking about what kind of torture Qin Wanji would be subjected to if she was in Li Yugong's hands. The anger in his heart was uncontrollable. Yin Hao. Yin Sun called out in a dull voice. Tang Wenba had already said that there was very strong firepower around the area. At that moment, Yang Lin received a text message and a location on his phone. Come alone, or else I'll collect Qin Wanji's body. Yang Lin handed the phone to Tang Wenba and asked, Is this the location? Yes. Tang Wenba answered. Yin Hao, you guys support me around. Yang Lin put away the phone and was about to leave. Cousin, no, you can't go alone. Yin Hao disagreed. Li Yugong most wanted Yang Lin's life. If Yang Lin went, he would definitely be tortured or even killed for Qin Wanji's sake, which was not what he wanted. Yang Lin! Yang Lin! Shang Wenchuan and Yin Sun shouted at the same time. They also disagreed with Yang Lin going alone. We can always think of a way. Let's all work together, don't act blindly. Yin Sun held back Yang Lin, not letting him go alone, it's too risky. Chapter 356 Chapter 353 After Yang Lin arrived, he spared no expense to keep him. Tang Wenba frowned. Yang Lin definitely has a slim chance of survival this time. If Li Yugong fights with Yang Lin with a mind to die, Yang Lin definitely won't be able to come back. No, if Lon is still waiting for Yang Lin to treat her. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, he cannot let it go. I cannot let anything happen to Wanji. No matter what, I have to go. I will act according to the situation. You guys set up a perimeter and wait for my signal to attack. Don't worry, I value my life and won't let myself get killed. Yang Lin knows that everyone is concerned, but he cannot let Qin Wanji go. If Qin Wanji dies in Country F because of him, he won't be able to face Qin Majian's family when he goes back. Shang Wenchuan and Yin Sun were silent. To be honest, if it was their loved ones who were threatened, they would also go to great lengths to save them. Let's formulate a plan. Since we can't stop it, let's find a way to reduce the damage. Wait. After glancing at Ming Rulin lying on the bed, his eyes full of love, he spoke up to stop them. Several people looked at Tang Wenba at the same time, almost forgetting him. As long as he wanted to help, things would be much easier. After all, Tang Wenba is very good at playing dirty and is a character. Mr. Tang, what's your plan? Shang Wenchuan asked coldly. I can have Li Yugang brought here now, and you can complete the rest of the rescue work. With Tang Wenba's strength, he could have rescued Qin Wanji directly, but he didn't. He wasn't going to go all out until he was sure that Yang Lin could cure Ming Rulin. The few people looked at each other, no one doubted Tang Wenba's strength, and after sending Li Yugang away, the rest was much easier. Yang Lin looked at their expressions and understood that Tang Wenba had the strength. He turned and said, "Thank you, your wife. I will let her wake up, it's just going to take a long time. She's been in a coma for 2 years, and the recovery process needs to be done in stages." Are you sure? Tang Wenba's eyes widened with excitement, his hands trembling uncontrollably. His dusty heart slowly opened, and a ray of sunshine shone in. It's been 2 years, and this is the first time he's heard someone say that his wife can wake up. I'm sure that my wife was in a coma for a relatively short period of time, and the treatment process was relatively short. Don't worry, I'll do it since I promised. Yang Lin said firmly, believing in the system. Okay, no matter how long it takes, as long as Minglan can wake up, I'm willing to wait for as long as it takes. Tang Wenba's gaze was piercing. He said to his subordinate beside him, "Contact Li Yugang, I'll wait for him in the boxing ring in half an hour." Okay. The subordinate immediately left. I immediately went to gather people and, after Li Yugang left, rescued Wanji. Yin Hao was anxious and couldn't stand still. The thought of Qin Wanji's suffering was not pleasant. I'll go with you. Even if Li Yugang was transferred, his subordinates were not weak, and Yin Hao was not at ease with Yang Lin going alone. Yang Lin, you can't go. Tang Wenba cannot let Yang Lin take risks. What if Yang Lin gets hurt? What about Rulin? Yin Sun and Shang Wenchuan exchanged glances. Their main focus is on business, but Tang Wenba is different. He started out in the underworld and has a lot of powerful people under his command. It is even rumored that the #1 spot in the mercenary world belongs to him. If he gets involved, this matter will be easily resolved. Even if a large-scale battle breaks out in the suburbs, with Tang Wenba's background, it will be easy to settle. Mr. Tang, don't worry, I will ensure my own safety, don't worry, as soon as I return I will start treating your wife, time waits for no man, I can't let anything happen to Wan. Yang Lin looked at Yin Hao and nodded, preparing to go out. Wait. No matter what Yang Lin says, Tang Wenba cannot take any risks. Yang Lin, you can't go, I will arrange for someone under my command to go with Yin Hao to rescue them, don't worry, the combat effectiveness of the people under me is 1 level higher than Li Yugang's people. Yang Lin stopped in his tracks. It was obvious that at the beginning, Tang Wenba could have stepped in to resolve the situation, but he didn't. If he hadn't said that he could cure Ming Rulin, I'm afraid Tang Wenba wouldn't have helped. That's good, it minimizes the damage. Good, thank you. Yang Lin didn't refuse, which was for the best. Everyone present let out a sigh of relief. With Tang Wenba's involvement, things were much simpler. I'll go with you. Yin Hao immediately said that no matter what, he had to go in person to feel at ease. Although he only interacted with Qin Wanji for 1 night, he would think of her from time to time during his time back. He didn't want Qin Wanji to get hurt. No matter what the reason was. Yin Sun looked at Yin Hao again. He was acting so strangely. Had something happened between them? Yin Hao felt uncomfortable when Yin Sun looked at him and hurriedly explained, "When I was in Kyoto, Qin Wanji was quite nice to me. She had an accident here, so I can't just sit by and do nothing. My cousin can't go, but if an acquaintance goes, Qin Wanji will feel more at ease." In Sun didn't say anything, but he had already made up his mind. After they returned, he would have his men investigate what happened to In Hao in Kyoto. Yang Lin looked at In Hao suspiciously. He remembered that when they were in Kyoto, In Hao and Qin Wanji did not get along. When did their relationship become so good? There was something fishy going on. Villa. Boss, Tang Wenba has sent someone to notify you. Be at the boxing ring in half an hour. Are you going? The subordinate immediately came to report. They had trashed Tang Wenba's place last time, and they didn't expect Tang Wenba to come so quickly. Postpone, I don't have time right now. Li Yugan looked at Qin Wanji on the monitor and said coldly, he must torture Yang Lin with the final kick to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Boss, I already said that earlier, but they are being very stubborn. If we don't go, we'll be destroyed. The subordinate said carefully, it's really frustrating. Although they have made a name for themselves in the mercenary world, they are no match for the #1 mercenary organization. Li Yugang clenched his fists. Why does it have to be this time? He could see the light at the end of the tunnel. Li Yugang had originally wanted to wait until Yang Lin was finished and then personally apologize. At most, he would have to pay compensation, cede territory, and negotiate terms. He was now in a dilemma. If he didn't go, he would definitely be destroyed. Tang Wenba had said he would do it. The brothers under him had followed him for several years and they were all close. He couldn't let the organization he had founded with his own hands be destroyed. He had to become stronger and become #1. Thinking about this, Li Yugang said to his subordinates, I'm going to the boxing ring, you stay here with your brothers and guard the place. When Yang Lin comes, do whatever it takes to keep him here until I get back. Okay, boss, take a few more people with you and be careful. I know, don't worry. Li Yugan let go of his hand and turned around, walking towards the door. Chapter 357 Chapter 354 Because you offended Yang Lin. Everyone was waiting, and Yang Lin was sitting aside, as Tang Wenba had made all the arrangements. At this moment, Tang Wenba's subordinate walked in and respectfully said, Li Yugang has already come to the boxing ring. Good, let Mosquito and the others move. Yes. The subordinate quickly walked out. In Hao stood up, looked at the crowd, and ran out. Yang Lin said behind him, In Hao, be careful. I know. In Hao ran out without looking back, afraid that if he stayed, he would be detained. Tang Wenba sat by the bed, holding Ming Ruolin's hand, motionless, as if nothing in the world could affect him. Yang Lin, how long will it take Ruolin to wake up? At least half a year. The first month is for conditioning her body. After conditioning, acupuncture can be performed on the brain, otherwise she won't be able to take it. Yang Lin glanced around the house and continued, Do you have a pen and paper? Yes. In a moment, the subordinate brought a pen and paper. Yang Lin took the pen and paper and started writing quickly. The room was so quiet that you could only hear the sound of the pen tip touching the paper. This is the prescription. I have clearly marked the dosage, precautions, and instructions. Drink it for half a month first. Tang Wenba got up, took the prescription, and squeezed it tightly in his hands. In half a year, if Lan can wake up. Good. Follow the medicine on the prescription and hurry up and make it. Yes. The subordinate did not dare to linger and immediately went to do it. Yang Lin, how long will you be in country F? According to Yang Lin, acupuncture is needed afterwards, and the time is uncertain. If Yang Lin is not in country F, it will be troublesome. Not necessarily, at most half a month. I still have things to take care of in the country. This time I came out mainly to solve Li Yugang, and to travel and visit relatives on the side, without arranging too much. Although I don't have to do everything myself, there are still a lot of things to take care of. Gua, the president of the National Research Institute, has already called him twice to ask when he is returning to the country. Mr. Tang, before you go, I will examine your wife again and prescribe new medicine. If acupuncture treatment is to be started afterwards, we will determine the plan. Where do you usually stay when you are in China? Tang Wenba continued to ask, holding Ming Ruolin's hand even tighter. Ming Ruolin's muscles had slowly atrophied due to long-term bed rest, and although she received massages every day, the effect was minimal. Jiangcheng. Okay, when you return to China, I will take Ruolin with me to Jiangcheng. Tang Wenba's eyes were firm. Nothing was more important than treating Ming Ruolin. Yang Lin didn't say anything. Could Tang Wenba just waltz into the country? Are there no restrictions on you going to the country? No, I have property in the country. I'm a legitimate businessman. Tang Wenbo didn't care at all. Over the years, he had expanded non-stop in order to numb himself, and he had property everywhere. Yang Lin didn't say anything else, waiting quietly, not knowing how things were going with Yin Hao. The door was pushed open. One of his subordinates quickly walked over to Tang Wenbo and said, "Boss, Li Yugang is here, at the door. Tell him to wait in the office." Tang Wenbo said expressionlessly, gently released Ming Ruolin's hand, and helped her cover up the quilt. "Yang Lin, what do you plan to do with Li Yugang?" "Kill him. Yang Lin is no saint. He and the Li family are in a situation where neither can die without the other. Li Yugang's existence is the greatest threat to him and the people around him. Only by getting rid of him can he rest in peace." "Good." Tang Wenbo walked out, leaving a few people in the room. Shang Wenchuan waited until Tang Wenbo left, and asked worriedly, "Yang Lin, are you sure you can cure her?" The reason Tang Wenbo worked so hard to help Yang Lin get rid of Li Yugang was that Yang Lin could cure Ming Ruolin. If he didn't cure her in the future, and given Tang Wenbo's personality, he would definitely take Yang Lin's life. The most important thing is that Tang Wenbo has the strength to do it. If he doesn't promise, it's fine, and if he doesn't succeed, he can just make up any excuse in the future, and it won't be too difficult to end the situation. But now that he has promised, and Tang Wenbo has also removed obstacles for Yang Lin, if he doesn't cure Ming Ruolin in the future, Tang Wenbo will definitely think that Yang Lin is taking advantage of him. I'm afraid it won't end well, and he will suffer, even if he doesn't die. Yin Sun also thought about the key issue, and looked at Yang Lin in the same way. This is a time bomb. Cousin, don't worry, I'm confident I can cure her. Yang Lin looked at Ming Ruolin on the bed and said confidently. Good. The two of them didn't say anything. Since Yang Lin had said that, they could only hope that Ming Ruolin would wake up in 6 months. At the same time, they secretly made up their minds that they would start preparing now for the unlikely event that had happened in the future. Office. Li Yugang was brought in by Tang Wenbo's men. When he entered, all the guns on his body were taken away. He didn't care, he was here to negotiate. Bang! The door was pushed open and Tang Wenbo walked in. Before this, he always wore a mask, and no one had seen his true face, but he had no intention of hiding anymore, especially in front of Li Yugang, who would soon be a dead man. Do you know why I'm looking for you? I caused trouble at your boxing club last time. Li Yugang stared at Tang Wenbo, wondering why he wasn't wearing a mask. Poof. Tang Wenbo let out a cold snort. Causing trouble is no big deal. Offending someone you shouldn't be offending is the most important thing. This person is still the one who can save his wife. Li Yugang felt a hint of danger and glanced at the door, preparing for a defensive attack. Don't waste your effort, just come and stay. If it's because I trespassed on your turf last time, I can compensate. Li Yugang said while observing, his heart on guard. I'm not short of money, it's just that you offended someone you shouldn't have, go to hell. Tang Wenbo pulled out a gun and shot directly. Li Yugang was prepared, but the distance was too close, avoiding the vital position, and the bullet shot into the side of his shoulder. He jumped in depth, trying to jump out the window to escape, and he didn't care about pursuing what people he offended. Tang Wenbo's actions were even faster, blocking Li Yugang's escape. No one can escape if I want to kill them. Bang! Another shot hit Li Yugang in the thigh. Li Yugang retreated and kicked. Too slow. Tang Wenbo also kicked, and their feet collided in an instant. Only the sound of bone breaking was heard. Li Yugang lay on the ground, looking at Tang Wenbo in disbelief. How could he be so strong? He knew his own strength very well, and he couldn't even block one of Tang Wenbo's moves. Tang Wenbo didn't waste any more words, and pointed his gun at Li Yugang. Wait, why are you trying to kill me? Because you offended Yang Lin. Tang Wenbo shot directly, hitting Li Yugang in the middle of his forehead. Li Yugang's eyes widened, and he died with an open mouth. Chapter 358 Chapter 355 Yang Lin, why are you such a good doctor? Tang Wenbo told his men to dispose of Li Yugang's body, and walked towards the building behind them. He went to the bathroom to take a shower first, changed into a clean set of clothes, and walked into Ming Ruolin's room. Li Yugang was already dead. Tang Wenbo looked at Ming Ruolin and sat down next to her, as if he were talking about something unimportant. Yang Lin didn't suspect anything and nodded. Yin Sun and Shang Wenchuan also relaxed and got up to leave. The danger had been lifted, and they still had things to take care of, so they didn't linger. As for Yin Hao's side, with Tang Wenba's involvement, there would be no problems. Yang Lin, I have investigated you. You have no medical background, and you are in your 20s. How is it that you are such a good doctor? Tang Wenba asked slowly. This was the first time he had heard that Yang Lin had cured Qin Luoxi. He didn't believe it, thinking that there must be some hidden circumstances. To learn good medical skills, without 10 or 20 years of hard work, it is impossible to reach a high level. He later investigated from many sources and found that Yang Lin had indeed cured many people, including some intractable diseases that could not be solved. Although he had doubts, he still planned to give it a try, if only for a glimmer of hope. There seemed to be some kind of metaphysics about Yang Lin. Not only was his medical skill good, but his other aspects were also amazing, surpassing many famous people. No comment, Mr. Tang, since you have chosen to believe in me, please believe in the end. Yang Lin could not give an answer to Tang Wenba's doubts. It was only natural for him to have doubts, and he could only prove it with facts. Good. Tang Wenba did not say anything, quietly looking at Ming Rulin. Yang Lin fiddled with his phone, waiting for Yin Hao's call. Don't worry, my men will ensure their safety. Tang Wenba saw Yang Lin's actions and said without looking up. Time passed by the minute, and Yang Lin couldn't sit still anymore. At that moment, Tang Wenba's subordinate pushed the door open and said respectfully, "Boss, the job is done, all of Li Yugong's men are dead, and Mosquito will take over the Phantom organization. What about Wan Ji and Yin Hao?" Yang Lin didn't care about Li Yugong's subordinates. As for their final outcome, they had only themselves to blame. Tang Wenba nodded, and his subordinate continued, "Miss Qin is fine, just a bit shaken. Mr. Yin has an injured arm, but it's not serious. They're currently in the hospital." "Thank you, Mr. Tang. I'll go to the hospital first. Just have your wife take her medicine as usual, and you'll see a difference in a few days." After saying this, Yang Lin left without looking back. "I hope so." Tang Wenba whispered, touched Ming Rulin's forehead, leaned over and kissed her. F Country Hospital. Yang Lin arrived at the hospital, and Yin Hao was standing outside smoking, his arm already bandaged. "Yin Hao, you're injured and you're still smoking." Yang Lin took Yin Hao's cigarette and threw it away. "Cousin, my mouth is itchy, I want to smoke, and besides, this little injury, what is it, not worth mentioning?" Yin Hao smiled and said, waving his arm and then looking at Yang Lin's arm again. They were really brothers, even getting injured in the same place. "Wan Ji, how are you?" Yang Lin ignored Yin Hao, "This injury is really not important. She is fine, just in shock and needs to rest." Yin Hao glanced at the ward and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. When he saw Qin Wanji, she was tied to a chair, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with fear. She saw a man collapse at her feet, his eyes glowing with murder, his body shaking uncontrollably. After Yin Hao finished with the man inside, he hurried over. Qin Wanji didn't move a muscle. Yin Hao untied her and held her in his arms. Qin Wanji just looked up at him with eyes devoid of emotion before passing out. Up until now, Qin Wanji has not said a word and is lying on the bed. The doctor examined Qin Wanji's body and found that there were some minor external injuries, but the main problem is psychological and needs to be resolved. "Okay, I'll go in and take a look." Yang Lin glanced at Yin Hao and felt more and more that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He pushed open the door and walked in. Qin Wanji was asleep, but not sleeping peacefully. Yang Lin felt very guilty, because of him, Qin Wanji had suffered for no reason. He sat quietly next to her. He needed to tell Qin Maozhan about this matter, and Qin Wanji would need time to adjust after she went back. Half an hour later, Yang Lin stood up and walked gently towards the door. "Cousin." A weak voice stopped him, and Qin Wanji opened her eyes. "Wanji, you're awake. How do you feel?" Yang Lin turned around and returned to the side of the bed, where he sat down. "I'm scared." Qin Wanji did not hide her emotions, tears streaming down her cheeks, the scene of being tied up kept appearing in front of her eyes. "I'm sorry, it's all because of me that you're lying here, I'll arrange for you to go back to China as soon as possible." Yang Lin didn't know how to comfort Qin Wanji, so he lowered his head. After the smell of smoke from Yin Hao and the others had dissipated, they walked in and saw Qin Wanji wake up, so they hurriedly asked, "Wanji, how do you feel?" "I'm fine, thank you." Qin Wanji dried her tears. She didn't know how she felt about Yin Hao. When she was tied to the chair and Inhao came from the sky, he looked like a god, completely different from the Inhao she usually saw. He was tall and strong. Wanji, you rest well. Luo she is also in country F. I'll ask her to come over and keep you company tomorrow. Yang Lin didn't know what to say. He thought that girls were better at communicating. You rest well. I'll go first. Inhao followed Yang Lin out of the ward and asked, Inhao, is there a good psychiatrist at the hospital? I've already contacted one, but it's mainly up to Wanji to cooperate. If she doesn't cooperate, it'll be difficult. Inhao was also distressed, not knowing how to broach the subject, but Qin Wanji obviously had psychological problems. If they weren't resolved, they would be a long-term burden and cause trouble. You contact him first, and tomorrow I'll have Luo Shi talk to her. Okay. I'll go back first, what about you? Yang Lin looked at Inhao, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Cousin, you go back first, I'll stay for a while and leave later. Facing Yang Lin's gaze, Inhao felt a little uncomfortable. He was not at ease leaving Qin Wanji alone in the hospital. The danger had been resolved, and there was nothing wrong with going back, so he might as well stay in the hospital. Okay. Yang Lin nodded and turned to leave, even more certain of the idea in his heart. It just felt weird. Inhao scratched his hair and turned to enter the ward. Yang Lin sat in the car and called Shi Zhang on the phone, telling him about Qin Wanji's current situation and asking him to handle Qin Wanji's work. Later, Yang Lin called Qin Mozhan and briefly told him what had happened. Arrange for Wanji to come back as soon as possible. Li Yugang is dead, and the Li family is basically no longer a threat. Well, I will do something about it, so don't worry, uncle. Good. The two men had a brief chat and hung up. Yang Lin leaned back in his chair, so tired. Chapter 359 Chapter 356 Continue, How? The car drove towards the Shang family. Yang Lin sat in the back seat and dialed Qin Wanru's phone number. It really could be very effective, dealing a heavy blow to the Li family. Are you busy, sister? Oh, you finally remembered your sister. I thought you'd forget about her once you saw your mother. Qin Wanru put down her chopsticks and teased. Sister, how could that be? You'll always be my good sister. Okay, I'm glad to hear that. What can I do for you? Yang Lin gave a bitter smile, as if it was true that he only called Qin Wanru when there was something wrong. Sister, Li Yugang is dead. You can tell the Li family the news, including Li Guanghai. Yang Lin briefly recounted what had happened today. Okay, I understand. How is Wanji? There's nothing wrong with her body, it's mainly a psychological problem. Good. The two didn't chat much and got down to business. Yang Lin thought for a moment and then dialed Li Yulin's phone. Li Yugang had just died. Li Yulin took a deep breath. He had been on edge lately, worrying that Li Yugang would come back and do him harm. The number of bodyguards had increased by dozens. Thank you. Then, the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. The biggest obstacle had been removed. I want you to control the Li family. Any problems? Yang Lin ignored Li Yulin. Since Li Yulin was using him, he didn't mind controlling Li Yulin. The complete Li family was valuable. No, I will take control as soon as possible. Li Yulin's eyes lit up. His time had come. Although he would be dominated by Yang Lin, so what? It was better than being subservient to others. In the Li family, apart from Li Shishing, who could be above him? I wonder if Li Yugang's death has had an impact on Li Shishing. Thinking about this, Li Yulin made a phone call. Yang Lin walked into the room, and Qin Luoshi was intently working on the computer. He slowly watched closer, and when Qin Luoshi looked up, she stood up in surprise and tightly embraced Yang Lin. Qin Luoshi had been forcing herself not to think about it and to work with peace of mind, but her worries had not lessened in her heart. Seeing Yang Lin, her heart finally let go. Honey, I'm fine, it's all been taken care of. Yang Lin felt the changes in Qin Luoshi's body and gently patted her on the shoulder. Qin Luoshi couldn't hold back any longer and tears fell down her face, all her emotions released at that moment. Yang Lin, can you tell me about it? Qin Luoshi dried her tears. Although she hadn't been involved, she wanted to know what had happened and felt the same way. Okay. Yang Lin briefly recounted what had happened. How is Wan Ji? There is nothing physically wrong with her, but the main problem is psychological. As you know, she has always been a little princess in the Qin family, protected very well. She has never experienced anything like this before, being kidnapped and having someone die in front of her. The psychological burden she is carrying is very heavy. I will go to the hospital to keep her company. Tomorrow, I will try to comfort her and let her release her emotions. I don't want her to hold it inside and let it leave a shadow. I was at the hospital today and didn't know what to say to her about a lot of things. Yang Lin let out a sigh and blamed herself. Qin Luoshi hugged Yang Lin and said gently, "Don't blame yourself. Wanji won't blame you. I'll go with Wanji, so don't worry." "Thank you, my dear." Yang Lin relaxed and hugged Qin Luoshi's head tightly, kissing it. "Ah. Not suitable for children." Yu Qingyan yelled, quickly covering Shang Duoer's eyes. They were a little worried because they hadn't seen Qin Luoshi go down and were planning to come up and call Qin Luoshi to go golfing together. Unexpectedly, they encountered such a scene. Qin Luoshi blushed and lowered her head, hiding it in Yang Lin's chest. Yang Lin turned his head and smiled bitterly, forgetting to close the door. He patted Qin Luoshi's head and said, "What are you doing?" "Nothing, just carry on." Although he said this, Yu Qingyan didn't mean to leave. Instead, he tightly covered Duoer's eyes. Yang Lu also came up and stood aside. Hearing Yu Qingyan's words, Qin Luoshi's head buried even lower. "Continue, how can you continue?" Yang Lin stood up, walked to the door, and said with his hand on the door, "Go on, you can't watch either." "Go ahead, what is it?" "Okay." Yu Qingyan's expression of regret was unmistakable, and there was no hiding it. Yang Lu came up later because she was delayed by something, and she didn't know what was going on, so she asked curiously, "Go on?" "Go on what?" "This is so embarrassing." Yang Lin vowed that in the future, when doing something embarrassing, he would definitely close the door. Qin Luoshi felt like her whole body was going to burst into flames, and her body was incredibly hot. "Nothing, do you need Luoshi for something?" "Yes, we just played golf in the back, it was so much fun, we want to go with you, come out and travel, stay in the room." "Oh no." Yu Qingyan quickly said, forgetting what had just happened. The main thing was that the three of them were worried about Qin Luoshi. Although they didn't know what was going on outside, their faces were written with worry. "Okay, we'll come down in a bit." "Okay, we'll go down first, you continue." Yu Qingyan laughed, pulling Shang Duer and Yang Lu towards the stairs. Yang Lin closed the door behind him and looked at Qin Luoshi, who was blushing and staring at him, pouting and saying, "It's all your fault, you didn't even close the door, how am I going to see them later?" "It's fine, they're not young, they can understand, they can't help it." Yang Lin sat down, put his arms around Qin Luoshi's head, and continued to kiss her passionately. He just couldn't get enough. "Whoa wah." Qin Luoshi pushed Yang Lin away, adjusted her breathing, covered her face, and said softly, "I'll be right down. If you want to suffer on your own, go ahead." Yang Lin looked at his pants and stopped. He couldn't suffer on his own. "You go down first, I'll take a shower. Searching at the dam, I'd been there too long, I smell bloody." "Take a shower?" Qin Luoshi looked up in surprise. "Won't that make them misunderstand even more?" "Yes, I'm taking a bath, and I smell of blood." Yang Lin didn't understand why Qin Luoshi was so surprised. "Oh, I'll go first." Qin Luoshi wanted to find a hole to crawl into, but she got it wrong. She quickly ran out, without even turning off the computer on the table. "This is so embarrassing." Yang Lin didn't understand why, so she stood up, walked into the bathroom, and took a quick shower. While washing, he thought about what happened today. The matter in Country F has basically been resolved, the only thing left is a devilish murder organization. They have already been dealt a heavy blow by Li Yugang. If they want to leave no hidden dangers, they must be uprooted. This matter needs to be carefully planned. There is also the Min family, which also needs to be resolved. Min Huan gives him a poor impression. At any time, he feels like he is being watched, like a poisonous snake. Even if you don't beat him to death, you have to pull out his teeth. Chapter 360 Chapter 357 Li Guanghai is dead, and Li Shishing is sick. Li family. Study. Li Shishing heard the news and slumped in his chair, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Heaven wants to destroy the Li family. He couldn't accept it, picked up his phone, and dialed Li Yugong's number. Once, twice, 3 times. No one answered, and the phone slipped from his ear and clanged to the ground. Li Yugang must have had an accident, otherwise he would not have missed the call. Who else in the Li family can take up the banner? The dead are dead, the arrested are arrested, and there is only one Li Yulin left, who is not competent enough. If he goes, the Li family will be finished. He is unwilling to accept that the Li family, which he has worked so hard to build, will fall so easily. It hurts so much to fall from such a high place. The secretary heard a noise and hurriedly ran in. She saw Li Shishing sitting there with a blank expression on his face. Master, don't scare me, you must take care of your health. The secretary had already received the news, and he didn't want Li Shishing to fall. In recent months, after a series of setbacks, Li Shishing finally couldn't hold back anymore, and he vomited a mouthful of blood, his breath fading. Master! The secretary supported Li Shishing and quickly called a doctor. Prison! After finishing his meal, Li Guanghai sat at his desk, writing, as usual. A note was thrown in. Li Guanghai looked suspiciously at the door, but there was no one there. He picked up the note and slowly opened it. A few words caught his eye: Li Yugang is dead. Impossible. In Li Guanghai's eyes, Li Yugang was the most capable. He had learned from the outside world that Li Yugang had already dealt a heavy blow to the Devil's Murder Organization and was about to return to the country to deal with Yang Lin. How could he be dead? Someone must not want him to do well and is talking nonsense. Li Guanghai kept shaking his head, but his heart sank slowly. Li Yugang was the only support for Li Guanghai to live on. He frantically pounded on the door. I want to call. Because of his family connections, Li Guanghai could easily get a phone, so he first dialed Li Yugang's phone. Once, twice. No one answered. Li Guanghai panicked, and he immediately dialed Li Shishing's phone. Once, twice. He was about to give up when the phone connected. Dad, is Yugang dead? Young master, the boss is sick, the doctor is examining him. What? My father has always been in good health, how could this happen? Li Guanghai suddenly realized that Li Shishing must have been hit by a shock. He hurriedly asked if Li Yugang was dead. As he asked, Li Guanghai's body trembled, afraid to hear the answer. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, and then someone said, Young master, please accept our condolences. Li Guanghai sat down with a thud, unable to hear the rest of the words. Accept our condolences. Yugang is dead. Li Guanghai's pillar is gone. The phone fell to the ground with a loud sound. Li Guanghai's eyes were vacant, and he kept repeating in his heart, Yugang is dead, dead. Li Group. Li Xiao, Li Yugang is dead, and Li Shishing is sick. Really? After hearing the secretary's words, Li Yulin stood up excitedly. Make sure that Li Shishing's personal doctor just left the Li family with a serious expression. I understand. Now go. Li Yulin sat down excitedly. The Li family would soon be his. He adjusted his mindset, calmed his emotions, took the car keys, and went to the Li family. Li family. Doctor, how is master? Not very good. You must pay attention. He must not be subjected to any more shocks. Good. The secretary nodded and sent the doctor away. Half an hour later, Li Yulin arrived at the Li family and nervously asked, How is my grandfather? There was not a trace of smugness on his face. He was full of nervousness and worry. Not very good, my lord is resting. The secretary glanced at Li Yulin, and in the future the Li family would be his. The secretary dared not neglect him. A dead camel is still bigger than a horse, and even without Li Shishing, the Li family would not immediately fall. You cannot offend Li Yulin. I'll go in and take a look. Li Xiao, my lord has just gone to sleep, wait until he wakes up before going in. Okay. Li Yulin did not leave, and found a room to rest. He had to confirm Li Shishing's physical condition before making the next arrangements. No rush. Prison. Oh no, Li Guanghai is dead. The guards on patrol saw Li Guanghai lying on the table, bleeding all over the table. The prison leader quickly ran in. If Li Guanghai dies in prison, he will have to take responsibility. He touched Li Guanghai's nose with his hand, there is no breath. In half an hour, the news of Li Guanghai's death spread throughout the upper class. Li family. Li Yulin also got the news that Li Guanghai died in prison. He was so happy that he wanted to dance. It was truly a blessing from heaven. Yang Lin was truly a noble person. Father, I will avenge your death. Li Yulin narrowed his eyes. The Li family had caused him to lose his father. This was the result they deserved. This was not the time to be happy. In the Li family, he still needed to continue to put on an act. Li Xixing was still alive. Li Xiao, may I come in? The secretary knocked on the door nervously. He dared not tell Li Xihung the news that Li Guanghe had died in prison, for fear of upsetting him. He could only turn to Li Yurim. Come in. Li Yurim hid his emotions well and closed the book. What happened? Why are you in such a panic? Young master, the eldest son died in prison. The prison called and needs someone to collect the body. The secretary wiped the sweat from his forehead. The Li family was really finished. What? How did uncle suddenly die? Li Yulin asked in a fake surprised tone, stood up. The details are still under investigation, young master Li. I haven't told the master yet. Please go to the prison to collect the body of the eldest son. Okay. Li Yulin really wanted to go to Li Shixing's room right now to tell him the news, but Li Yulin couldn't do that. On the way to the prison, Li Yulin received a call from Han Manyun. He looked at it and answered. Yulin, is it true that Li Guanhai died in prison? Han Manyun was a little dazed. If there had been no accident, Li Guanhai would have almost become his father-in-law. Han Manyun had never forgotten Li Yushu. Do you hope it's true or not? Li Yulin's tone was very bad, and he was getting less and less patient with Han Manyun. After Li Shixing died, he would kick Han Manyun out of the way and take over the Han family. Han Manyun didn't know how to answer. She couldn't understand Li Yulin anymore and more. Li Yulin hung up the phone directly, ending the call. Prison. The prison warden waited in fear for Li Yulin, not daring to breathe. Where is my uncle? He's inside. Li Yulin's face was solemn as he told his men to load Li Guanhai's body into the car and take it back to the Li family. Looking at Li Guanhai's body, Li Yulin was reminded of his father Li Guangxing, who was killed in the beginning and simply buried without any explanation. He also wanted to simply bury Li Guanhai. But he couldn't now. Because Li Shixing was still alive.